Chapter 251 3 Suggestions. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room a little dazed, and couldn't figure out which of the 3 suggestions the professor had given her is more reliable until she saw an idle Harry and Ron fiddling with a set of gobstones. Maybe the professor was just joking, she thought to herself. Ron put his whole face on the table, as he kept the stones in his hand in a circular motion. I think this one will work. Dean told me about a muggle marble technique. He snapped his fingers and the stone in his hand flew straight out, arcing in midair. The stone belonging to Harry expanded violently and split apart, from which a foul, slimy liquid spurted out and coated Ron's face. Oh, shit! Ron wiped his face, his eyes were glued shut. Gentlemen, will you grow up? Hermione said in no good humor as she drew her wand and chanted at Ron, "Scour Jiffy." The goo on his face immediately disappeared. Care for a round, Hermione? Ron said with a playful smile. Hermione scowled and said, I'm not going to waste my time on a child's game. Ron retorted, it's not child's game, my dad told me that there is an official gobstone club on the 6th floor of the Ministry of Magic, and they win honors internationally. Hogwarts actually has a gobstone club too, except you never pay attention to. He looked at the expression on Hermione's face and stopped talking. Harry changed the subject. What did the professor say about Buckbeak? He gave me 3 suggestions, Hermione said, wiggling her fingers. First, postpone the hearing on the grounds that the procedure is incorrect, and change the department in charge of the case to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, if possible. That sounds good. What exactly do we have to do? Write a letter to the Ministry of Magic? Harry asked cheerfully. This is much easier than going to the library to flip through the sea of boring legal cases. The general public can't do that. I don't think the Ministry of Magic will care. Hermione said, Professor Happ's advice is to obtain the support of a prominent figure, who is not afraid of the power of the Malfoy, preferably related to the field of magical creatures, and also familiar with the appropriate law. Hermione said. How would such a person know us? Ron said with discouragement, then he picked up the gobstones from the ground. Harry thought hard, people related to the field of magical creatures, he only knew Hagrid. The second way, sneak away and release the Buckbeak. Hermione raised her second finger. Harry greatly tempted by this suggestion, but he quickly shook his head. The official letter from the Ministry of Magic stated, Hagrid should keep an eye on Buckbeak. If lost, he will be in trouble. Malfoy must be expecting Hagrid to do that, so he can put Hagrid in jail afterwards. He didn't quite understand Hagrid's fear of wizard prisons in the past, but after dealing with the Dementors a few times, he had come to fully understand Hagrid's perspective. Hermione did not deny it and told the last suggestion. Third, let Lucius Malfoy voluntarily withdraw his complaint. She hesitated, but still expressed Professor Happ's words completely. The professor was probably joking at the time. You guys just listen. He proposed that Hagrid should ask Malfoy out and force Malfoy to comply. He also said that he might offer a limited amount of support if we wanted to try this approach. Ron's eyes lit up. That's a good idea, I already can imagine. He had seen his father and Malfoy fight just last year. Now all he had to do is replace his father with a tall, burly Hagrid, and he muttered, little chicken. Harry magically understood what he meant compared to Hagrid. Lucius Malfoy did look like an underdeveloped chick. Hermione said pointedly, the professor must be joking. She said, a little unsure about it, it should be a joke, right? But in any case, this method is too dangerous. Professor Happ must be teasing you, because he knows there is no way we would agree to this method. Harry said sullenly, so it seems that, not counting a trip to the library to look up for information, the only real viable suggestion is the first one. But where are we going to find the relevant authoritative figure? Maybe we could ask Hagrid. Ron suggested, he should know a friend or two with similar interests, right? He's a professor for a Care of Magical Creatures class. Wait, Harry suddenly stared at Ron, did you just say, Professor of the Care of Magical Creatures class? His eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice, Hagrid just got the position this year, do you guys remember who was the last professor? Professor Sylvanus Kettleben, Hermione said without thinking, I heard he retired on the grounds that he needed more time to spend with his little rascals. She froze for a moment, then responded, yeah, why didn't I think of that, Hagrid must know Professor Kettleben. Hogwarts kitchen. Felix said gently to the house elf, I inquired from Professor McGonagall that I could ask you to send Christmas presents. Yes, sir. A house elf wearing a uniform made out of tea towels said, bowing deeply, but only within the confines of Hogwarts, we are limited by our obligations and cannot leave easily. No problem, I've already sent out the gifts outside of school. Felix said in a relaxed tone, then I'll trouble you. It's an honor. The house elf said. Felix led the elf back to his office, pointed at a small pile of gift boxes in the corner, and said, it's all here. It has names on it and the number of people is actually not that many, but I don't know if you know exactly where they are, Please don't worry, sir, we clean the rooms in the castle every day and know the names of all the wizard gentlemen very well. Felix nodded and smiled, thank you, then. The elf went to work, his figure kept disappearing and appearing, and after a dozen times, he appeared with empty hands. It's done, sir. Felix looked at him curiously, where did you put it? At the foot of the bed. The elf replied, a few of the students' gifts I placed them at the foot of the bed to make sure they could see them as soon as they got up, but not for the professors, we are not allowed to be in the professors' bedrooms, so I placed them in the office under the small Christmas tree, or at the bedroom's door. Felix nodded, it looked just like how he had received his gift last year. The elf then said, if there's nothing else, Cloudbur will excuse himself. Cloudbur, is that your name? Yes, sir. Felix took out a book from the ring, and some colored paper and ribbons flew out from the corner, they wrapped the whole book, and finally a beautiful bow tied by the ribbons. This is your Christmas present, Cloudbur. This, Cloudbur can't have it. Take it, it's just a book of recipes from all over the world, I've been trying to find a chance to recommend it to you. Cloudbur bowed deep and then accepted the gift, his big eyes looked at him, thank you, sir. Then he gave a deep salute and suddenly disappeared. Felix looked at the gift that belonged to him in the corner, nearly half of it had not been opened, and he decided to save the surprise for tomorrow. Before going to bed, he deliberately left the window open so that the owl could come and go freely. Then turned and went into the bedroom, looking forward to the arrival of Christmas next day. 252, Chapter 252 Gifts. Christmas finally came the following morning. Felix woke up early, and when he came out of his bedroom, the small Christmas tree in his office is already piled with various Christmas gifts. He opened up the box in a cheerful mood, a book, nice. He set aside the old forgotten magic and spells, too bad I've already read it. Hey, Trelawney actually sent me a gift. Felix thought he is mistaken, he glanced at the note again, yes, it is Sybil Trelawney. As he opened the wrapping paper, there is a long beaded chain inside, this thing can be turned in 3 chains if the material is used properly. He read the contents of the post-it note, the usual divine phrase to provide shelter in the darkness. Felix shrugged, but you're really something, I've quit your class, and you can still find the opportunity to give me a prophecy. He is going to send a barrel of honey sherry from the 3 broomsticks in return, well, let's make a note of it and settle it together when he is done opening the rest of the presents. He opened another package, the Beater's Bible given to him by Professor McGonagall, and he opened a page at random, and it said in bold letters, First rule, take out the seeker, to which he smiled gleefully. Felix kept opening the gift boxes, mostly books, and a good portion of them he had already read, and he suddenly understood Dumbledore's troubles now. He said to himself, many people think I should be presented with books, also think I will like books. The good thing is, Dumbledore gave Felix a small homemade trinket, similar to the one he had seen on the headmaster's desk, just by touching it, it would spray a mist of water. Hagrid gave him a large bottle of acromantula venom, he did not know what to do with it, maybe next year he could send it to Professor Snape? Snape sent a small bottle of powerful antidote, just in time to use with the potent vomit agent he sent last year. Professor Flitwick presented him a bowler hat, and even Lupin gave him some magical creature material as a present, which Felix guessed from the way it was processed that he might have got it himself. Among these gifts, he found an unsigned gift box, which just arrived this morning. When he opened it, there is a clay doll inside. Felix recognized it as himself from the figure's black hair and blue eyes. Although not signed, but Felix is not unfamiliar with the unique smell of clay, he picked it up and fiddled with it for a while, before putting the doll away. The process of opening gifts lasted an hour, and he wrote down a list of names on the parchment next to him, all of which needed to be returned. Well, Christmas needs lots of work too. At the same time, the trio arrived at Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, open the door, it's us. Harry knocked hard on the door while pushing an excited Fang away, its tongue licking at his hand, leaving a large mouthful of saliva, which immediately removed the heat from his hand by the cold wind. The door opened and revealed Hagrid's disheveled, bearded face. You guys are here pretty early today, not really necessary, the hearing is going to be near summer, and I, too, have to pull myself together. Hiccup. He burped, and his sour breath sprayed all over Harry's face. Harry hurriedly got in through the gap in his arm, the fireplace in the hut blazed, large bundles of firewood piled up next to the fireplace, Buckbeak lying in the corner, a large iron barrel in front of it. Ron followed in, shaking the snow from his feet. Hey, Buckbeak, how are you? He glanced inside the barrel, which is filled with slimy, finger-thick white worms. He felt disgusted. Hagrid, what is this thing? It looks like enlarged maggots. Hagrid lifted Hermione up, as if he was carrying a small animal or something. Oh, thanks. Hermione said in a panic. Hagrid glanced in the direction Ron is pointing and said gruffly, that's a flobberworm larva, as you'll learn about it in the next class, they live easily and can eat any plant. I'm going to go to the kitchen and see what's left to feed them. Ron stammered, don't tell me you're going to make us raise this thing in class. His face paled that it matched Draco's skin tone. Hagrid looked crimson as he said, I probably won't have much heart in the next few classes for a while, you know, because of Buckbeak. Actually, the flobberworm is quite nice, safe, filled with treasure, the mucus can be used to make potions, and also it can be used as food for other creatures. Hermione said worriedly, come on, Hagrid, we're here because of the Buckbeak case. Harry and Ron nodded in unison, trying to dissuade Hagrid, don't worry about it, Hagrid, you're quite popular right now. Ron said, except for Slytherin. Since the accident in the first class, Hagrid was worried about being fired, but after Felix enlightened him, he was relieved, and later followed Felix's advice and taught about unicorns, acromantula, puffskein, bowtruckle, flower fairies, and augurette one after another. Except for the acromantula and the augurette, the feedback for the rest of them was quite good. For example, unicorns, puffskein, and flower fairies were very popular with the younger wizards, especially the witches, because they are just too cute. The young unicorn has golden fur and shines like a creature from the most fantastic fairy tales. The puffskein, on the other hand, is a kind of chubby, fluffy creature. They are extremely nimble and can suddenly appear from one place to another, although each time they move the distance is not very far, but it is enough for them to avoid most dangers. As for the flower fairies, they have a similar appearance as humans, only with an extra pair of insect wings on their backs. Their IQ is generally not high, often quarreled over various trivial matters, but unexpectedly their tiny figure poked many young girls' sweet spot for cuteness. Hagrid looked at them suspiciously, and the trio immediately said Felix's suggestion in a few breaths. Will it work? Try it, Hagrid. It can't get any worse. So Hagrid wrote a letter to Professor Kettleben, and Hagrid's ink became solidified without using, so Hermione conjured up a bright blue flame to melt the ink. When they came out of Hagrid's hut, Hermione said with anticipation, I wish Professor Kettleben could influence the Ministry of Magic. Harry and Ron also had a look of agreement, but the next second, Hermione became serious. Harry, I still want to discuss with you about the firebolt. Oh, don't spoil the fun, Hermione, it's Christmas. Ron said. What do you mean? Wait, you've tried the firebolt? I need to warn you it's from an unknown source, no signature, no note, nothing. Hermione said pointedly. Is it? Do you know what I think? I want you to keep your cat under control and stop allowing it to constantly try to sneak into the boys' dormitory. Ron also raised his voice. Scabbers is pitiful as it is. Harry looked helpless, the two had fought many times over Hermione's cat, Crookshanks. The cat is indeed very strange, always staring at Ron's pet Scabbers, although it is common knowledge that cats eat mice, but he sincerely hoped that it can change the food, even if it is a juicy spider he will accept it. From today onward I will update 2 chapters a day. Thank you for all your support till the day. I am going to open P_Atrian with 20. 253, Chapter 253 Christmas, A Different Experience. The three of them went all the way back to the common room. Hermione looked exceptionally silent, but she had already made up her mind to tell Professor McGonagall about the firebolt. Harry had received a brand new firebolt this morning, and she had heard Harry recite the name of the broom more than once. The firebolt claimed to be the fastest broom in the world. Currently there is no mass production, no price tag. Just think about it, you can guess how exaggerated the price is. On more than one occasion, Harry described how he spent his time in Diagon Alley with Professor Hap looking at the stunning curves of the firebolt through the window of a quality Quidditch supplies. It seemed to be one of the things that kept Harry alive through the training. But Hermione didn't think Harry and Ron realized the danger. The broom might well have been sent anonymously by some dark wizard, harboring an unknown curse. Especially after having the experience in the first year, as their broom was tampered with by Quirrell, she wondered why Harry became so careless. What if it's from Sirius Black? It is only when Harry initiated the conversation about the odd gift from Professor Hap that Hermione joined the conversation. The professor sent you a Dementor. It's a Dementor doll. Harry said emphatically, it's practically identical to the real thing, with that sudden rush of chills and bad memories. He shuddered. Didn't you look at the card inside? Maybe there's a note on it. Hermione guessed, but she couldn't really think of any use of it. Harry shook his head. I only opened it and looked at it before I hurriedly closed the box. To be honest, I would have liked to switch it with Ron. He looked to Ron, who raised his eyebrows and smiled. Professor Hap gave me a whole series of his comic books. Harry couldn't resist asking Hermione, what did the professor give you as a gift? Hermione said, it's a chestnut wooden memory disc. Chestnut wood, what? Harry asked in confusion. It's hard to describe in words. Wait, I'll show it to you. And Harry, bring your Dementor doll over here too, we'll work on it together, the professor must have a purpose for it. After a minute, they gathered again. Harry looked at the chestnut wooden memory disc and gawked. Is this an artwork piece? I've seen something like it at the Dursleys, they bring it to give it to important clients. Oh, of course not, I'll demonstrate it to you. Professor Hap wants me to make some more suggestions, might appear in class next term, Hermione said. She tapped the chestnut disc with her wand, the intricate magic rune pattern in it lit up, silvery fine sand condensed into a cloud. Hermione closed her eyes and carefully recalled a memory, and then reached out to point her fingers on the cloud. Fine sand fluttered down, the familiar three-dimensional picture appeared in front of Harry and Ron. Merlin's beard. Ah, this is we are in the chamber, the chamber. Ron's eyes widened. It's a recreation of our memories. Hermione whispered. Harry also got taken back by the sight in the chestnut disc as it showed a scene from a year ago, but he looked at that experience from a different perspective for the first time, and he couldn't help but ask Hermione, I jumped like that then? He measured, the Slytherin statue is almost 5 or 6 times his height, if he jumped a little awry, without waiting for the basilisk to attack, he himself will fall to his death, and then be eaten by the basilisk. We're all pretty brave, Ron said to Hermione, looking at himself clumsily luring the basilisk away, that, Hermione can I give it a try? It is the first time he had called Hermione by name since the altercation outside Hagrid's hut. Hermione pursed her lips, sure. You can pick another memory, something that you remember better, for a better effect. Harry is glad they started talking again, because, from his experience, Ron and Hermione originally would have a cold war for a day or two. Let's see, more immersive. Ron muttered, his wand tapped on the edge of the chestnut disc, and soon a new three-dimensional image appeared. The background is rather blurred, and you can vaguely see a car, which is rammed straight into a tall tree, that is a whomping willow. The branches of the whomping willow danced wildly, whipping the car crazily, like a furious storm, and the car barely dashed out with 2 muffled thuds, and the door popped open, flinging out the traveling trunks and 2 people off it as Harry and Ron. Other than that time in the Chamber of Secrets, this is probably the experience that made me feel most like I was going to die. Ron examined the small figure on the disc, still a lot of it is blurry though, I can't remember what the car looked like anymore, I hope it's all right in the Forbidden Forest. Harry also tried, I just happen to have something to show you, the real look of Voldemort. A few moments later, Ron and Hermione also finally saw the scene from the first year when Harry faced Voldemort alone. Quirrell lifted his garlic-scented scarf and turned his back to Harry, revealing a dead white face with 2 long, snake-like slender nostrils under an evil crimson eyes. Ron and Hermione drew a cold breath, and the 2 of them nervously grabbed Harry's arm left and right. Harry could not help but grimace. He said grumblingly, when I told you guys last year, you guys did not look this exaggerated, right? That's different, Harry. We were just listening to you describe it in words, this time we saw the image directly. Ron said shakily, hey, he's so scary, does he have no nose? It seemed strange where he was concerned. Harry almost laughed out loud, but he hurriedly made himself look serious and said as objectively as possible, he is indeed quite ugly, there was a period of time I often had nightmares. The trio then looked at the box in front of them, which is a gift from Professor Hap to Harry. Ron rushed to confirm, do you really want to open it? The look on your face when you first opened it almost scared me to death. He explained to Hermione, imagine you are happily opening a gift, and then you see your friend next to you suddenly fall off from the bed with a pale face. Harry glanced at Hermione, who nodded at him and said, we definitely should make sure. Harry took a deep breath and opened the gift box. At first glance, it looked like a relatively elaborate Dementor doll, nothing unusual, but the next second, a chill swept through his body, the doll seemed to come to life, the Dementor's robe began to flutter, they even saw a sight, from underneath the black robe peeked out a grey rotting hand, like a corpse that had been soaking in water for a long time. Harry hurriedly closed the box before he suffocated, and he said under his breath, you all saw it. Ron looked squeamish. The card, Hermione said suddenly. What? The card, Harry, there's a card tucked underneath the Dementor doll. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and Harry perked up a little, so, we just have to hold back one more time to find out why Professor Hap gave me this thing. He actually suspected that Professor Hap is mocking his cowardice, but it is unlikely to be possible by any stretch of the imagination. But until he confirmed it, his heart would remain jittery. Hermione gave him a blank look, I don't think so. She took the box and opened it slightly with a slit just enough to accommodate her hand inside, and as she fumbled around, she then explained, how a professor would give a dangerous gift, there it is. She smoothly pulled a card out of the box. Harry and Ron looked at her in awe. Hermione, you're so clever. Hermione waved her hand, gee, I just thought more about it, you guys were the ones who got caught up in the misunderstanding. She read out the contents of the card. Harry, I heard you approached Professor Lupin to learn the Patronus charm, maybe this can help you. Also, the doll is hexed, you won't be affected as long as you don't look at it. She looked over at them, that's all it says, and it's clear enough. Wow, that's cool. Ron said, we can try it again. Harry breathed a hard sigh of relief as he nodded and opened the box. The chill hit him again, but he immediately closed his eyes, then the horrible cold and damp feeling disappeared very abruptly. He then heard Ron's excited voice, "It really works. Just avert your eyes." Harry opened his eyes and watched as Ron kept turning his head back and forth, glancing at the Dementor doll, then quickly turning to the side and then back again. He looked so comical that Harry finally couldn't help but laugh out loud this time. Malfoy Manor. Draco Malfoy is opening his own gift. In the gift box written Felix Happ to Draco Malfoy, there is a whole set of comic books neatly stacked inside. He is no stranger to the name of the comic books, The Strange Adventures of Mick the Little Wizard. For some time, the book caused quite a stir. His mother Narcissa Malfoy walked in. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. Narcissa gently put her hand on Draco's shoulder. "Draco, we're about to have lunch. Have you finished opening your presents? What did Pansy give you?" Draco grunted, "A dress." "Oh, our Draco is growing up." Narcissa smiled, her eyes falling on the book in Draco's hand. "Whose gift is this?" "A comic book. A professor at school," Draco said, turning the page smoothly. The Longbottom House. The old house had been rejuvenated, the dark tapestry cleaned up to reveal its original golden red color. Almost every few steps up a block, a small Christmas tree is seen with brightly colored ribbons hanging from it. A round-faced boy is attempting to hang small golden balls strung together on the Christmas tree. "Neil, Neil." Alice Longbottom called from a distance, "Your Uncle Algy and Aunt Enid are here." "Coming right away, Mom." Neville responded, and it took him a dozen seconds on his tiptoes to finally hang the little ball on the Christmas tree, the tip of his nose already permeated with a fine bead of sweat. When he looked back, Alice is standing behind him looking at him with a serene expression. Mom Neville reddened, feeling a little ashamed of how he had just behaved. At the table, a large family of relatives sat around, celebrating the return of Frank and Alice, and halfway through the meal, Uncle Algy, a man with thin cheeks and a goatee, said loudly, "Good. How wonderful." He drank 2 glasses of high spirits in a row, his face red as if it were on fire. He looked at Neville, "Boy, I hear you've made a lot of progress lately, show us something." Neville cowered behind Alice. Alice patted his shoulder. Neville stood out, he drew his wand, the tip of the wand suddenly flashed with red light, a spell flew out. Silent spell. Uncle Algy, taken aback, nearly fell over from his chair. "Don't, Frank, don't help me, I didn't have this skill at his age." Neville scratched his head and laughed nervously. Muggle World, London Townhouse area. "Justin, it's 11 o'clock, the guests will be here in a while, remember the excuses we discussed out?" "I know it," said Justin, who had curly hair. "Not seems that happy. The reason I didn't go to Eden is because I have poor health, I can only hire tutors, and every year I have to go to a place with fresh air to relax." "Mom, don't you think this is a lame excuse? I'm alive and kicking when they see me every year. I'm more disappointed than you are that we have a little wizard in the family, who can't go to Eden." But Mrs. Finch Fletchley winked mischievously, "When the guests are gone, you can tell me all about your school. I still can't believe that Lockhart is a liar, his books are so good." Justin rolled his eyes covertly. Hogwarts. Felix walked out of his office, along the usual gaudy Christmas decorations, with ribbons wrapped around holly and mistletoe in the corridors that pointed distantly toward the Great Hall, and the castle armors polished to perfection. He entered the Great Hall. 4 long wooden tables were moved to the wall, the center of the room remained with only a table for a dozen people to eat. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick all arrived. Filch had also changed into an old tuxedo. "I hope I'm not late," Felix said with a smile. "Merry Christmas, Felix, I love the wool socks you gave me, there are 12 colors, I can change them for the rest of the winter." Dumbledore said happily, "We're still waiting for the students to come over, they probably think it's going to be on the usual time, but it's actually slightly earlier. To pass the time, we're taking turns telling jokes, and it's Severus' turn." Felix turned his head to look at Snape, who had resistance written all over his stern, expressionless face. "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 254, Chapter 254 Interlude. Snape did not tell any jokes till the end, which is a pity, it must be said. Felix thinks that the professor still has the talent for telling cold jokes. He secretly made a note about next year's Christmas present. Felix sat next to Snape, just about to jest a few words. The main door of the Great Hall suddenly opened, from the door swept in a great blizzard. A short, fat witch in pink walked in, and Felix heard the sound of Professor McGonagall inhaling deeply 2 seats away, her black eyebrows knitted together. The short, fat witch is Dolores Umbridge, and she is accompanied by 2 other individuals, a middle-aged, thin, dark-skinned male wizard who wears a gold ring in one ear dressed like an Auror. Felix knew him. When Minister Fudge came to visit the school last year to see the basilisk, he brought this man with him, and Fudge called him Kingsley. The other one is a witch, with the same Auror dress, face covered with a thick scarf. From some of her lively little movements you can see she is not that old. She and Kingsley walked together. The smile on Dumbledore's face narrowed, the expression of surprise lasted only for a moment, then he stood up and said courteously, "What a rare guest, I did not know you would be here on this special day. Haven't been able to meet you in person, Professor Dumbledore." Umbridge's toady face heaped with a conspicuous fake smile, "Not that I'm saying this deputy headmistress of yours isn't serious and responsible enough to get things done, like me, I can't help but share Minister Fudge's worries during Christmas." Dumbledore said calmly, "I have full confidence in Minerva, she has done her job very well." Umbridge did not seem to feel embarrassed at all, but the female aura behind her had looked away, with an uncomfortable look. Kingsley stepped forward and in a low, slow voice he said, "Dumbledore, we have come over to share new information with you." Umbridge immediately shouted shrilly, "Kingsley! I'm the one appointed by the minister as the investigating officer." Kingsley did not look at her, but his next sentence explained everything well, "I only take orders from Minister Fudge and Scrimgeour Dumbledore, there are new developments regarding Sirius Black." "I'm all ears, Kingsley," Dumbledore said mildly. "Someone spotted the suspect Sirius Black in Nocturne Alley, and according to the information we have an unlucky wizard was attacked from behind, and the attacker snatched his wand. So, he rearmed himself." Dumbledore said, "I would have thought that he would be wandering between the school and Hogsmeade." Kingsley said, "We thought so before, so we let our guard down over there. But he may be more cunning than we thought, and I'm leaving for London tomorrow. This is Tonks, through whom Scrimgeour hopes to pass on the message." "Tonks?" Dumbledore smiled and looked at the young witch. "It's me, Headmaster Dumbledore, it's so good to see you," the female aura said enthusiastically as she removed the scarf covering her face. Kingsley explained, "Tonks will remain in Hogsmeade most of the time, just as a precaution." He glanced at Umbridge, who was impatiently fiddling with a pink bow on her cuff, "And she can restrain the Dementors, as well." Dumbledore nodded and said, "No problem, Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic have a common cause on this matter." Kingsley fell silent, the man with an air of calmness, with nothing to say. After his task is complete, his presence immediately reduced. In contrast to him, Umbridge finally found an opportunity to speak, so she said in a chirpy little girl's voice, "Thank you, Kingsley, for speaking, Professor Dumbledore, I hope you will reconsider, Tonks if somehow insufficient to keep on track, the Ministry of Magic would be happy to send a permanent team." "We don't need to talk about that, Umbridge," Dumbledore insisted, "go back to Fudge and tell him to come straight to me if he has any ideas." Felix on the sidelines more or less understood, Umbridge and Kingsley are not together, Umbridge's support Fudge stance is unclear, it may be a test, or the woman made up her own mind, in any case, she tried to reach into Hogwarts, only to be Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore have pushed her back. And although Kingsley listened to Fudge's orders, he obviously didn't mind the attitude of Umbridge, the investigating officer, and this time he came under the command of Scrimgeour, the head of Auror's office. They soon left, and with this episode, the professors were not in the mood to joke. The conversation inevitably turned to Umbridge. The threat of black is far away for the professors to care, but the Toad Lady simply couldn't bring any good feeling out of anyone. Professor McGonagall said pointedly, "I'm not one to speak ill of others," but Umbridge, her nostrils flared a little, clearly exasperated. "If you knew how she treats her subordinates in her own family, you'd understand how I feel." "Umbridge treats her family badly?" Felix asked. "Had." She repeatedly claimed that her deceased father was a prominent figure in Wizengamot during his lifetime, but he's actually alive and well. Flitwick frowned as he recalled, "I seem to remember something, the surname Umbridge is still very rare, I remember more than 10 years ago, there was a cleaning lady with the surname Umbridge in the Ministry of Magic." At this time, students finally came over, 2 first years appeared in pairs, and not long after, a 6th-year Slytherin student arrived with a gloomy face. The professors talked about the lighter topic again. Dumbledore left once midway and reappeared with a pile of silver-colored poppers. "This is a party popper I made, and like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, it will have a surprise if you pop it." He gave one to each person at the table and asked in a cheerful tone, "Does anyone want to try it?" Felix looked over at Snape, and Dumbledore followed his gaze as he winked and smiled, "Severus, you definitely don't want to miss this." As they spoke, Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived, watching in amazement as Snape impatiently pulled the cord of a silver popper, which came apart then with a thud, revealing a lady's peaked cap. Dumbledore handed the hat to Snape, but Snape pushed it away without thinking, so Dumbledore immediately replaced his wizard's hat with it. "Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen." Harry and the others looked at Dumbledore's new image blankly, unable to speak for a while. The meal lasted for 2 hours, and everyone enjoyed themselves so much that no one bothered to talk about Umbridge, an unappetizing topic, except for Trelawney, who appeared halfway through and had to do a head count before being seated. While she counted for the number 13, she shouted twice as she couldn't the number 13. Until Felix politely reminded her that she may have forgotten to count herself, then Trelawney silently sat down. "Number Rafik. Thanks for your support." Everyone who encouraged me by using Power Stone, by commenting and pointing out my mistakes. I thank you a lot and hope you do so later on. I am going to open P_Atrian with 20. 255, Chapter 255 Kettleburns reply. At the end of the party, Felix got up to leave with the party popper that belonged to him, then he saw Hermione did not go with her companion but stayed alone. Is something wrong, Miss Granger? He assumed that Hermione is waiting for him. Oh, Professor, she hesitated, I have something to say to Professor McGonagall. Is that so? Felix nodded, I'll leave you alone then, and by the way, I like the music box you gave me, it doesn't seem to be a pure alchemical item. Hermione's worried expression melted away, as she said happily, that is what I brought from home, using the original mechanical structure to enchant it. For the music part I take reference from the Parcel Tongue Scroll, the runic circuit on it which stores sound is very convenient. Felix understood, after the Chamber of Secrets incident last year, Harry still spent a few days supplementing the pronunciation of the Parcel Tongue. Felix then sorted out the corresponding syllables into a book in his memory and saved it in the thinking room. He did remember Hermione playing with the scroll for a while and asked him about some production techniques. Back in his office, he took the time to return a few more letters, one of which is an official letter that caught his attention. Surprisingly, it's a letter from the Ministry of Magic. Felix looked at the logo on the letter and speculated in his mind what it could be about. Could it be his dissertation on memory healing? But he had only sent it yesterday, since when did the Ministry of Magic is quick to respond? Opening the letter, he first scanned the signature at the bottom. It belonged to Rufus Scrimgeour, the advisor to the Minister for Magic, and then he read the body. Dear Mr. Happ, some of my colleagues have noticed that your new book, Magic in the Muggle World, which has been listed as a recommended book by the Ministries of Magic in 12 countries, coupled with your 2 previously published books on Muggle studies, all indicate that you have a very deep understanding of Muggles, and we would like to invite you to give an internal lecture for the Ministry of Magic. The date is scheduled for the first Thursday after Christmas break, 2 p.m., room 2. If you have any objections, or if the schedule is inconvenient, please do not hesitate to contact me. Yours faithfully, Rufus Scrimgeour, Office of the Advisor to the Minister of Magic. Below followed by a long list of departments whose personnel were the audience for his speech if he accepted, including the Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee, the Muggle-Born Registration Commission, the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, the Obliviators, and the Interested Crowd. Fair enough, they are all departments that deal with ordinary people on a regular basis. Felix thought for a moment, he is still willing to promote his ideals, and he would like to know more about the actual situation of the Ministry of Magic. Among some of the people he has dealt with so far, Fudge is a standard politician, Umbridge is no less than 3 times more disgusting politician, Kingsley Shacklebolt is calm and competent. For the rest, some of them were either unknown or he had only communicated with them through letters, so he could not form an accurate judgment. He drew out a piece of parchment and penned, Dear Mr. Scrimgeour, I accept your invitation with great pleasure, but the time, I hope to move it to Friday, I have no classes that afternoon. After the letter is sent, the only thing left is just relaxing. In the last days of the holiday, instead of soaking in the library books or studying the runic creations in his office, he developed a new habit. A few runes, only the size of his little thumb, would always appear in his hand, and now and then he would pick them up and play with them for a while. Even when he ate and slept, he maintained them as much as possible. At this point he had reached, simply improving the number of runes is no longer very useful. He learned from many ancient books, and alchemical items with ancient runes, that in fact, the level of his understanding is not that deep. He decided to take the time to organize what he had learned. If he could complete a book of magic runes, it would definitely produce better results than mastering a few hundred more new practical runes. He also visited several experts in ancient magic runes. He had very few friends in this area, even the most talkative Tofty, knowledge in this area is quite limited. In Felix's opinion, he might as well pose as an alchemist and mingle in alchemical circles. Before Nicholas Flamel introduced him to a few people, he also wrote a few letters expressing the idea of exchange, and then he slowly faded away, because the focus of both sides is completely different, the exchange always feels awkward. Alchemists are more concerned about the selection and proportioning of alchemical materials, as well as the fusion of different properties. A rare recipe may sell for a sky-high price or become an untold secret. They are also concerned with the skills of using alchemical runes, especially the unique ways to implement functions. Felix exchanged some knowledge with them, and then kept the communication on a low frequency. He is not in a hurry, and if there is no suitable circle, he will build one himself. Among the students who graduated last year, 8 or 9 of them still maintain correspondence with him, and the girl named Vera has the most active approach. She has become a curse breaker, a rather dangerous and serious profession, in which they may be killed by ancient wards, hexes, or curses, though the pay is correspondingly good. Clammy Vera recently wrote to tell him that she is currently working in Egypt, where there are a huge number of ancient tombs and historical sites located, along with friendly colleagues. She had even found a situation where practical runes were useful. Many ancient defenses and traps were inseparable from alchemy, and practical runes, with their superior magical properties compared to other alchemical runes, were often chosen by ancient wizards as the core of entire defense and counterattack systems. In a recent operation, Vera accidentally found a practical rune hidden on the decoration pattern in the pit, through which she avoided a sinister curse and successfully reversed it. Felix is not shy about giving pointers, and in his reply, he points out that for some alchemical traps that are less offensive but difficult to break at once, try overlapping a runic circuit to draw the magic out and let it run out of energy by itself. On the other hand, Harry, Ron, and Hermione have not been idle. Since Hagrid wrote to Professor Ketleben asking for help, every day since then they go to Hagrid's hut to see how things are going. There is something serious to do, which has also reduced Harry's resentment towards Hermione in a way. He knew Hermione meant well, but the firebolt he had just got in his hands was taken away by Professor McGonagall to check for possible black magic and curses, and he had to put up with the old Comet series, which had filled him with grievances. It wasn't until near the beginning of the school year that Hagrid finally received a letter back. "Read it, Hagrid, read it," Harry said impatiently. Hagrid ripped open the letter and cleared his throat. "Hagrid, it's good to hear from you, and I sympathize about what happened to Buckbeak, but there's nothing I can do about it. I really don't have any contacts in the Ministry of Magic, and you can't expect a lousy old man with 62 periods of probation and an unrewarding career change before he retires to have any good connections unless you want to meet a troll friend or two." The trio's expressions became odd, both regretful that Professor Ketleben hadn't helped and stifled by his sardonic self-deprecation. They looked like they wanted to laugh, but desperately tried to hold it back, and Ron's eyebrows were going to fly over his head. "So how do we?" "Don't rush, there's more behind that," Hagrid said. "I'll keep reading, but I recommend you to someone who has enough prestige in the field of magical creatures and who, as it happens, is very interested in Hippogriff, supposedly under the influence of his mother. I enclose the address, and you can write to him in the near future, and I will also write a letter explaining the situation to him. Yours faithfully, Sylvanus Ketleben." Hagrid finished reading the letter and looked up at them. "Who is it? Who is the person he recommended?" Hermione asked hoarsely. She had recently caught a cold. Hagrid lowered his head again, looked at the bottom of the letter, and read out a name with a wide eye, "Newton's commander. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 256, Chapter 256 Black's Sudden Attack." When Hagrid said the name, the air went still for a while. "Who's that?" Harry asked blankly. He looked at Ron. Ron showed an innocent expression. He looked at Hermione. Hermione is desperately trying to open her mind to recall the book she read. Finally, they looked in unison at Hagrid, who said, not too comfortably, "You should have known, but I switched your textbooks only for the third year trying to do some attempt." He said the last sentence in a tiny voice. The trio still couldn't understand. Hagrid felt compelled to keep explaining, his face reddening at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even his full beard couldn't hide it. "Mr. Scamander wrote Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which used to be the textbook at Hogwarts until I took over the Care of Magical Creatures class." With that said, it became clear to the three of them why they didn't know, because this year Hagrid changed the textbook to a new one, and it just happened to be only for the third year. Harry couldn't help but think, maybe the creatures in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them weren't interesting enough, so Hagrid developed the idea of replacing it with the Monster Book of Monsters. After writing the letter in Hagrid's hut, they were ready to go to the Oloi to find Hedwig to mail the letter. When passing through the Whomping Willow, Harry suddenly heard a dangerous wind sound from behind him. He subconsciously lowered his head, turned around, and drew his wand. His eyes glanced upward, just in time to see a large black-furred dog jumping high up. Harry's eyes widened in horror, an omen of death. He could even see the big black dog's light-colored eyes and inch-long teeth, and before he could react, it had leaped over him, turned, and pounced on Ron, dragging him deeper into the forbidden forest with its maw. Expelliarmus. The special training in the summer and the recent dueling self-study group came into play, and Harry used his best magic directly. Ravenclaw's head office. Felix picked up a slice of peanut butter bread while watching Professor Flitwick struggle to cast a spell, his wand held diagonally, his left hand assisting the spell casting, blue magic constantly shaping and trying to condense into a spherical structure. The spell didn't take shape until Felix finished his 7th slice, and he felt choked, so he stopped eating. "It still doesn't work," Flitwick sighed and waved his hand to disperse the magic. "My understanding of zooming spells still stops at the foundation of modern magic." "Then how did you master those ancient magic before?" "Relying on time accumulation. It took me 3 years to master a defense magic." Flitwick shook his head. "Actually, I learned it more out of interest than out of envy of its power. But I don't think simplified magic is inferior to ancient magic, especially when I've mastered more than 1,000 spells." "1,000? Felix smacked his lips a little. He also mastered a lot of spells, but he couldn't compare to the old professor after all. And this is still the number of magic spells that Flitwick mastered during a certain period. as for how many it is now, it is really hard to say. What kind of magic spell most among them, Phileas? He tried to understand the professor's path. Flitwick waved his wand and the floor rose into a step. He stepped on the small step and sat on the chair opposite Felix. Many of the spells I have mastered are life spells, but in fact, spells are spells, each revealing the mystery of magic, even if it is very small. Felix mulled over this statement. Phileas, is there a reason why my magic theory has not been progressing lately? Progress? Flitwick asked in surprise. Can you accurately judge whether you have progressed or not? I think most people improve unknowingly. Before that, every spell they cast and every study they do may add to their boost. Felix blinked. It is similar to a sudden sense of enlightenment, as if the past knowledge all of a sudden melt together. Flitwick said cheerfully, this state cannot be found. I still remember when I was 30 years old, I have been struggling to learn all the spells but cannot use them that much, but I really like magic spells. Until when I woke up one morning, my understanding of magic suddenly went up a notch, and I've never doubted my choice since then. Only one sentence came to Felix's mind, all rivers met the sea. Since seeing Ravenclaw's memory magic, Slytherin's bloodline research, and Dumbledore's transfiguration, and recognizing Flitwick's charm path, he couldn't help but think, maybe every professor at Hogwarts is more or less walking their own magical path. In his opinion, the so-called magical path is a perspective to know the world, and to be blunter, a tool to know magic. While Flitwick observed and understood the construction of the entire building of magic through charms, he accomplished this step through runes. In Felix's vision, if possible, he will replace all the spells with magic runes to cast spells. Although currently, there is no half-hope in sight. Felix wanted to understand Flitwick's view on the magic spell, but at that moment, a silver cat suddenly appeared in the office. It opened its mouth and produced Professor McGonagall's anxious voice. Phileas, come to the hospital wing quickly, it is suspected that Sirius Black attacked Harry Potter. Felix and Flitwick looked at each other in surprise. They rushed to the hospital wing. On the way, Felix couldn't help but wonder, it can't be fake news, right? In order to solve the problem of Harry's safety, he deliberately asked Harry's sneakoscope over, and re-enchanted it. As long as the sneakoscope found Sirius Black's trial, he would get a synchronized warning here. But the current situation is that he did not receive any feedback from the sneakoscope. At the hospital wing, Professor McGonagall walked around the entrance, her hands tangled together. Oh, there you are. As they approached, they saw Dumbledore communicating with Madame Pomfrey with a serious face. Dumbledore said insistently, Poppy, I need just 5 minutes, it's important. Madame Pomfrey then compromised. He saw Flitwick and Felix, so he said in a deep voice, let's go in together. In the ward, Ron is lying on the bed, one of his legs is hoisted up and bandaged. Harry and Hermione were sitting on the side. When they saw the professors enter, they yelled in a jumble of words. Headmaster, it's Black, he's the big black dog. He can turn into a human, no, into an animal. Professor, he's an animagus. The ward fell silent for a moment, and Dumbledore asked softly, Animagus? You're talking about Sirius Black, not some other guy. That's him, I'm absolutely right, Ron and Hermione saw him too, didn't you? Harry craned his head for support. Exactly. Indeed it is. Number Lamas. Thanks for your support. I am going to open P_Atrian with 25. 257, Chapter 257 Gradually Clear. I have a question, interrupted Felix, why I didn't get an alarm from the sneakoscope. The originally excited trio suddenly went quiet, and an uncomfortable silence filled the air. After a few seconds, Harry said with shame, I forgot to bring it, Professor, and I changed into new clothes. It seems that the short period of peaceful life has made you lose your vigilance. Felix said calmly. He didn't look angry, but Harry felt even more guilty, his face burning brightly. Dumbledore looked at the trio. So, you didn't detect Sirius Black early because you forgot to bring the sneakoscope. What happened next, and why did you identify him as an animagus? Harry looked up. We were coming back from Hagrid's place because of the Buckbeak case. He paused, and when we passed near the Whomping Willow, a big black dog jumped out of nowhere and he attacked Ron, dead set on taking him away. Felix saw a light of doubt flash across Dumbledore's gaze, which happened to be something he himself didn't understand. Isn't Black after Harry? How can he give up the opportunity within his reach to attack Harry's companion instead? Let Harry also experience the pain of losing his friend? It doesn't make sense. I went blank, subconsciously used the disarming charm, the spell hit the big black dog's body, knocking him out of the way, and that's when Harry said, wide-eyed, I saw the big black dog's head flicker for a second, and it turned into Black's face, and I've seen his wanted list so many times that there's absolutely no way I would mistake him for someone. The big black dog then rolled twice on the floor. Hagrid suddenly ran out of his hut and yelled in our direction, and Black turned and ran away. Harry did not mention something, that big black dog looked at him at that time oddly, seemed to be partly angry, and with relief. Was he blinded? How could he think so? He continued. Hagrid carried Ron to the hospital wing, and then he left, saying he was going to search the entire Forbidden Forest. Sounds a bit like exasperation. Forbidden Forest is not merely a small piece of land next to Hogwarts. The Forbidden Forest can accommodate a Acromantula, centaurs, unicorns, trolls, and werewolves at the same time. It definitely can't be described as small. In fact, Hagrid's emotions were much more exaggerated than Harry had described, and it looked as if he was going to tear Black apart in his rage. Dumbledore said softly, "So that's what happened." He closed his eyes and sat quietly aside. Flitwick couldn't help but ask, "Felix, can your sneakoscope detect the animagus form?" Felix nodded and said, "Theoretically it is feasible, because I designed it at the beginning to target both name, bloodline, and magic." He looked at Professor McGonagall with some hesitation. "Of course, I am not an animagus myself." "If so," Professor McGonagall said thoughtfully, "it is indeed possible to find an animagus. The animagus transformation is not similar to ordinary animal transformation. The wizard preserves the ability to do magic and the ability to think like a human. And it's not clear what form Black was when he tried to infiltrate the castle last time. If it was an animagus, it's telling, Albus." Dumbledore said approvingly, "I'm thinking the same thing as you, Minerva. The question I was just pondering was why Black was fixated on Mr. Weasley." He looked at Ron. "Is there any particular reason?" Ron said uneasily, I don't know, sir. I don't have anything on me." He looked down at himself and suddenly realized with a start, "Scabbers is gone. Is that your pet mouse?" "That's right, it was just here. It probably got scared and hid somewhere." Felix gave Ron a look. He drew his wand and quickly called out, "Oxio Scabbers." However, there is no response, not around. Black's inexplicable obsession with Ron, the sudden discovery of animagus, and what could be wrong with Ron if he is okay. He looked at Dumbledore and said in a quiet voice, "Headmaster, things may not be quite as we thought." Dumbledore did not judge that easily. "There is one person who can tell us the answer. Minerva, Remus is still in his office. All the time. He isn't feeling well these days." Professor McGonagall said vaguely. Hermione said pointedly, "Headmaster Dumbledore? You guys know that Professor Lupin is a..." "Yes, I know." Dumbledore said, his tone having a meaning the conversation would end here. "Remus has been in his office for the past few days, dealing with some old problems, and he hasn't had the energy to focus on anything else. But I need to talk to him in depth. He might be able to provide some information we don't know." Dumbledore stood up, his gaze falling from his high nose to Harry. "I want you to stay in the castle for the next little while, don't go outside, and keep the sneakoscope with you." The professors left. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and were just about to speak, but Madame Pomfrey walked in, and she reapplied a layer of white ointment over Ron's wound, which hurt so much that Ron grimaced, but soon he felt less pain and the wound area tickled. "The boy needs time to recover, you should not stay here for too long," Madame Pomfrey cautioned, pursing her lips and saying with a stern expression, "Why do you always get yourselves into such a mess?" Harry said somberly, "I'd like to know the answer to that question, as well." When only the three of them were left in the ward, the room went quiet, except for the sound of Ron's occasional deep breathing because his wounds hurt and itched, as if the whole repair process had accelerated a dozen times. Hermione suddenly spoke out, "Harry, have you ever thought that Black's target was never you?" Harry wanted to open his mouth to retort, but he could not say anything else. He also thought it is possible, and it made him a little ashamed, as if his long preparation is a joke. But what did that have to do with Ron? Hermione fished out the beaded pouch and took the chestnut wood memory disc from it. "We can try to piece together the memories and combine what we saw together." A few moments later. "Look here, isn't it obvious enough? Black's goal is clear, it is Ron, but Ron is not supposed to. Black was imprisoned when he was a baby." Hermione said very naggingly, "Is there anyone in your family who has an enmity with Black? Or maybe he was brain damaged by the Dementors," Ron said sullenly. "Remember the information we overheard at the Three Broomsticks about Minister Fudge saying that Black talked in a coherent manner and asked him for a newspaper? That doesn't sound like something a madman would do. What does that tell you? Wasn't there a rumor that the Dark Lord had secret contact with the Dementors, and those capes might have looked at their master's face and given him the benefit of the doubt?" "Ron, use your brain, it's rusting," Hermione said in exasperation. Harry did think of the key. "The newspaper, you mean?" "He saw the newspaper, and broke out of prison within days after that." "The key is the newspaper, Ron. Remember the letter you wrote to me on holiday? In it was a clipping of your family winning the Daily Prophet's annual award." Ron had a surprised look on his face. "So Black saw the news about our family winning the award and suddenly went crazy with jealousy and came over here specifically to try to kill me? Merlin, it's only 700 galleons. And it's already almost spent." Then he said with disgust, why should Fudge carry a newspaper with him? His brain was flattened by Buckbeak. Hermione said, it can't be that reason, Harry, I can't figure it out yet, but we'll have to find the newspaper of that time and see if there's any missing information. Harry added, and Professor Lupin, I bet he knows something, just look at Dumbledore's attitude. Hermione looked a little hesitant, oh, Harry, I think it would be better for us to visit the professor after a couple of days when they confirm that there is no problem. On the other hand, Felix separated from Dumbledore halfway through. Dumbledore did not want anyone to interrupt his conversation with Lupin. But for Felix, some clues are already in front of him, he just needs to resort the information at hand to find out the most likely few guesses. 258, Chapter 258 Nicholas Flamel Kind of Mouse. Felix sorted through the information he knew so far. From what happened today, we can tell that Sirius Black's first target is not Harry, but Ron Weasley. Does it mean that the Ministry of Magic is wrong from the beginning? But it doesn't make sense when Black was imprisoned 12 years ago, Ron was only 1 year old at the time, sort of personal vendetta, a feud from a previous generation. Felix recalled the Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley couple he had met at the Leaky Cauldron bar, they had given him the impression that they were both friendly, welcoming wizards, except for having a bit too many children. No, my thinking is off, if Black had a grudge against the Weasleys, he could have just found them, the Weasleys don't have Dementors in Hogwarts for double protection. So, Ron Weasley is the key. Felix tried to remember what characteristics this student has, except for that time in the Chamber of Secrets when he burst out with amazing courage, after that he is pretty normal, the homework he turned in has obvious signs of patchwork, and he doesn't seem too smart. Aside from that, as he focused on Ron Weasley's life and social circle, from his friends, parents, brothers, and the sister who had been briefly bewitched by Voldemort's Horcruxes, logically, he thought of Ron's pet Scabbers. If Ron wasn't Black's real target, then the only other living thing on him that might be the one, is the pet rat, Scabbers. Rat, tisk. Felix said with a sigh, normally I wouldn't really suspect it, but since Black hid the fact that he was an animagus, could it be that this rat is the same? Or is it a victim who was inflicted with an evil curse? Felix considered it for a moment, he still leaned towards the rat being an animagus, rather than being inflicted with some mischievous forced metamorphosis, which could be seen from the fact that Black had twice and thrice stormed into Hogwarts regardless of the danger. Black absolutely hates that rat. Felix felt a little tingly, although the above ideas are based on assumptions and reasoning, but it has to be said that the possibility is high. In fact, if Scabbers were a victim of malicious metamorphosis, it would be okay to find it and send it to St. Mungo's for treatment, but if it is an illegal animagus, that would mean that it could turn back into a wizard at any time. Here's the problem, one can't tell if it's a friend or foe. He may be hiding from his enemies, or he may have to stay incognito because of something. But a great sense of absurdity welled up in Felix's mind. Yes, if he really wanted to hide, he could have chosen to avoid the wizarding world, a wizard could have lived a very prosperous life in a normal world. But he didn't, instead, he committed himself to lurk into the wizard's family and disguising himself as a pet rat, which is definitely not a sign of goodwill. The reason he could think of is that this wizard didn't want to disconnect from the wizarding world, and Mr. Weasley worked for the Ministry of Magic, which would suit his needs just fine. At this point, he almost had a basic judgment, the rat is probably not a good guy when he encounters it, he will first have to give a stunning spell to knock it down, and then it will depend on his real identity whether to obtain information normally or inject the truth agent. As for Sirius Black, it's hard to say, the enemy of the bad guys is not always good guys, reality can be too complicated. Moreover, Black run from my grasp twice, although each time there is a reason for what happened, but this feeling of being led by the nose feels bad. Felix always thought that Black had a little brain, the few people involved back his school year though so too Snape said he was stupid, Lupin said he was impulsive, Professor McGonagall said he was lively, the fat lady did not give an evaluation, but directly revealed a lot of his school days adventures and great achievements, some of his train of thought is really not something that normal people can come up with. This time he is very clever, seized the Christmas holiday gap, if not for Harry's decent strength, he may truly have achieved his goal. Next, Felix did two things. The first thing, he went to the Forbidden Forest Acromantula colony. The Forbidden Forest is covered with thick snow, Felix cloaked in a dark cloak, when his figure appeared in a hollow clearing, a click-clack sound rang around. This clearing is dyed white by the snow as well, only the central hemispherical spider web nest is conspicuous enough. Gork, come out and meet me. Felix sent his voice into the spider web nest. Snowflakes fell, from inside slowly came out several acromantula. Gork had become the new king of the group of spiders, and he occupied the best position in the center of the swarm, with countless large spiders clustered around him, looking a bit like a king. Wizard. Gork said grumpily, what can I do for you? This is not a conversational attitude, Gork, have you forgotten what I said? Gork's body froze, I didn't mean anything else, I was just hibernating. Do acromantula hibernate? Felix asked curiously, would someone take advantage of the acromantula's hibernation to catch a few, or extract the venom? Winter can make us uncomfortable, we try to stay in the cave and rarely go out. Gork explained, but it's not to the point where we don't know anything about the outside world, and here I am out. Felix nodded, I heard that you can control the spiders in the Forbidden Forest. In his view, there are many fist-sized spiders rustling around on those white spider webs, snow, and dead leaves. They hibernate, and many won't survive the winter. What you see are the young spiders of the acromantula, with thick hair that can withstand the snow and ice. Gork said while waving his large claw. I happen to need some helpers who are smart enough. Felix curled his mouth, listen, Gork, I need you to look for a big black dog or a stranger in the Forbidden Forest, he probably has a fixed settlement, such as an abandoned beast cave or something like that, after finding it, no need to do anything, remember the location and contact me. Gork said after thinking for a while, I can only let the young spider out, our size is too obvious, it will attract the centaur's counterattack. That's fine. Felix agreed, and as he said goodbye, he gave Gork a large barrel of sherry left over from his Christmas return gift to Trelawney, not really to his liking. Count it as a belated congratulatory gift, Gork. Second thing, he went to the hospital wing and asked Ron for some information about the rat, that Scabbers had in fact inherited from his brother Percy. How long has it been in your house? Some years, I guess, Ron said, puzzled. How about being more specific? Felix asked methodically, how old were you when you became aware of its existence, 5, 6, 7, or 8 years old? According to his guess, since it was Percy Weasley's pet, 7 years would be more reasonable, and considering that the Weasleys were a proper wizarding family, it might be a year or two earlier. Ron mused, I think I heard my mother mention that when Percy was 5 or 6 years old, he found Scabbers one morning and immediately decided to keep it, and my mother actually didn't think much of it because it looked like an ordinary rat with a missing toe. But Percy threw a rare tantrum, crying and screaming, and mother had to agree with him. It's Percy's dark history that he won't ever talk to anyone about. Ron grinned and ended up yanking the wound on his leg. Ordinary rat, and missing a toe. Felix repeated softly, he said with a look of admiration, so Scabbers lived at least 11 or 12 years. I remember that ordinary rats that live past 3 years are usually good. This is the Nicholas Flamel version of rat, Number Mitch James. Thanks for your support. I am going to open P_Atrian with 25. 259, Chapter 259 Lupin's Thoughts. The Defense Against the Dark Arts Class Professor's Office. The room looked grey and dull, without much bright light. Remus Lupin sat quietly on the sofa, the wolfsbane potion constantly suppressing his system, like some kind of ghastly mental being extracting his physical strength little by little. The full moon had not yet arrived, but he is already exhausted. Grr. The kettle in the corner boiled, jumping and spewing out large streams of steam, and Lupin dragged his body up. He tries not to use magic before or after the full moon, and after 2 minutes, he made himself a cup of tea. Tossing the tea bag into the dustbin, white vapor wafted from the spot above the cup, and Lupin's eyes glistened through the dimness. Sirius. He had always been an emotionally introverted person, rarely displaying his true emotions. But with both physical and mental exhaustion, it is inevitable that his mood falls into a persistent slump. He found himself thinking back to this man once again. The photo on the wanted notice did not show his original face at all, and Lupin always subconsciously brought the young Sirius into it, which made his feelings more complicated and sad. Should I reveal Sirius's animagus to Dumbledore? This question haunted him for a long time, but he could not muster the courage to admit to Dumbledore, he had betrayed his trust as a student, not only left the Shrieking Shack but also following the 3 people to wander around. Dumbledore's trust is extremely important to him. When he was a child, it was Dumbledore who came into his home and convinced his father and mother to accept his admission to Hogwarts. For a year or two, Dumbledore or Madame Pomfrey accompanied him in his transformation, and then he grew older and convinced Dumbledore to allow him to complete the full moon transformation independently. The chains in the Shrieking Shack were very strong, which was one of the reasons he mentioned it. Dumbledore agreed with limited exception, and he set up the rule that Madame Pomfrey would lead him through the transformation, but would not keep an eye on him, and would occasionally let him go to the Shrieking Shack alone. He carefully maintained the secret, although as early as the 2nd year, he was discovered by 2 keen guys, and then the number of people who knew he was a werewolf expanded to 6, Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, James, Peter, and Sirius. Once, James had a sudden idea of learning animagus because werewolves are only dangerous to people, and James thought he could become an animal to accompany him. The idea was immediately supported by Sirius, and for some time, their enthusiasm was high. He didn't care too much at the time, instead, he was happy to be accompanied by his friends, but still, he talked about how advanced animagus is, and how many wizards have failed before and after a century, with less than 2 lines of names on the paper for those who finally succeeded. I love your cold humor, Lupin, James said to him at that time. In the 5th year, things changed. The first full moon after he returned from holiday, he locked himself up in the shrieking shack as usual. He had got very good at it, but when the full moon passed, and he recovered a little, he opened his eyes and saw 2 large animals. It was a large black dog and a stag, and to his dazzled surprise, they turned into 2 familiar fellows, James and Sirius. They grinned at him. We've been keeping this from you all summer just to see your surprised face. It was hard to describe his feelings at the time, happy and upset. They had got themselves all bruised up trying to pass the Whomping Willow and even a little grumpy. What if he had hurt them? But looking at their smiles, he compromised once again. After another 2 months, with the help of James and Sirius, Peter also finally made it. With their company, he calmed down a lot in the werewolf state, not always without reason, probably because both James and Sirius Animagus can suppress the werewolf, and no one to stimulate him to frenzy. They set out on an adventure. A werewolf and a few animals running around in the dark. Looking back now, Lupin is still puzzled by his youthful ignorance, but at the time they took the incident as a joke and were smug about it. He could not help but feel guilty for breaking the safety code set by Headmaster Dumbledore with his own hands, and despite his inner turmoil for a long time, he did not refuse to participate in the next adventure that they fixed. In the office, the tea is already cold. Lupin thought to himself, at the right time, I will tell Dumbledore everything, including his own hypocrisy and cowardice. He said to himself, and then thought with self-loathing, come on, you should have told Dumbledore long ago when Sirius tried to break into the castle. But he subconsciously postponed the decision again and again, like an ostrich, naively believed that Sirius had been obstructed and that he would never appear again. Maybe he learned the evil dark magic from Voldemort, but Hogwarts has Dumbledore, he won't succeed. Lupin revealed an expression of self-loathing as he picked up his cup and poured the cold tea into his stomach. He thought of Neville and Harry, as he subconsciously focused on them. His attitude toward Neville was more of pity. His parents had been his comrades in arms, and although they hadn't interacted much, the Longbottoms were friendly people. He saw at once the timid character of Neville. He hoped that Neville could overcome his fears, but Snape's retort seemed to make the boy suffer more cowardly, and he wondered if his several reassurances had produced any effect. Harry, on the other hand, he is more like his own son and nephew, although he hides this affection well. By the way, he still has to teach Harry the Patronus charm. Lupin cheered up a bit. He should find a boggart. He knows a lot about this creature, which comes from the bedtime stories he heard as a child. His father is an expert on non-human spiritual phenomena and knows all about mischievous ghosts, boggart, and other types of ghosts. Even his father and mother bonded due to a wild boggart. Lupin suddenly thought, Harry will certainly ask about his parents. When the time comes, how much should he reveal? And Sirius, it seemed that the more he said, the more wrong it would become. Knock, knock. A low knock on the door interrupted Lupin's thoughts, and he pushed it open to see Dumbledore standing outside the door. Dumbledore, what brings you here? Lupin asked in surprise. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, bad news. Sirius Black took advantage of Harry and his friend's visit to Hagrid to sneak up on them. What? Lupin's eyes widened, and his mind went dizzy. Harry, are they all right? Almost he did, Remus. Dumbledore said. Harry's best friend is lying in the hospital ward right now, and there's no guarantee when the next attack will happen. Lupin held onto the door frame and seemed to lose all his strength. After a while, he said dismally, I will tell you everything I know, Professor Dumbledore, including Black's secret, including the lies I have told you. I only hope that you will listen to the story fully and not leave in the middle because of anger. That's exactly what I came to see you about, Remus, Dumbledore said calmly. 260, Chapter 260 Coping. Exiting the hospital wing, Felix stood at the window of the castle corridor and saw from afar the young wizards returning from their holidays emerge from the bottom of the long ramp. Even if he couldn't hear their voices, he could imagine their excited conversations from their body movements. School starts tomorrow, I'd better ask Percy Weasley at the dinner. 11 or 12 years, it's hard not to make the association at that time. Felix thought to himself, and Dumbledore's conversation with Lupin, although there is no way to know the specific details, but looking at the behavior of the headmaster afterward, you can judge one or two. I seem to have stepped on the keynote of a drama. Next, is it a mediocre ending, or a shocking reversal? Felix. Professor McGonagall's voice came from the other side of the corridor. Her footsteps hurried, the hem of her robe fluttering behind her. My patroness failed to find you, she said quickly as she walked up to Felix, her chest heaving sharply. Dumbledore has arranged a series of tasks. Hagrid and Snape arranged to pick up students from the station, Filius to modify school fence ward, and several secret passages need to be temporarily sealed up, and he will personally meet with the chief of the Centaur. Felix's heart fluttered, and he asked tentatively, did Headmaster Dumbledore mention anything about the rat? Oh, Professor McGonagall gave him an odd look. Dumbledore said there was a chance you might know and told me not to keep it from you. But it's best not to spread the word. I'm going to make a trip to the hospital wing and the common room to see if Weasley's rat is still there, and oh my god, I couldn't believe it when Dumbledore told me that it's possible that it might be a dark wizard's animagus. Is there anything I can do, Minerva? There are 2 secret passageways in the castle that connect directly to Hogsmeade, and I need your help to block them. A little later, in the staff common room next to the Great Hall, Felix met Dumbledore again, who is talking with Professor McGonagall a little closely. Both of them had serious expressions on their faces. Percy Weasley told me that it was 12 years. In addition to McGonagall, he also saw Lupin, who he had not seen for a long time. He had a tired look on his face and looked even more haggard. Professor McGonagall is still reporting the task given by Dumbledore. Hagrid and Snape completed the task well, no accidents happened in between, Phileas still needs some time. As for the 7 secret passageways, 4 were sealed up very early, the other 3 secret passageways, Whomping Willow, you let me ignore it, for now, the remaining 2. She looked at Felix. Felix said, the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor of the castle has been closed with a spell, and the one behind the mirror on the 4th floor collapsed. After a short pause, he could not help but ask, Dumbledore, I do not quite understand, are you worried that Black will come in through the secret passage? Why don't we use it to set up a trap? Dumbledore shook his head gently, the risk is too great, they are directly connected to the interior of the castle, I left the Whomping Willow secret passage at the edge of the Forbidden Forest alone, maybe we can find Black's trail with it. He looked at the 3 people present and said in a low voice, I don't want too many people to know before things come to light. The 3 of you, one is too entangled with the past, one is my trusted deputy, and one may have found traces. I'll tell you, Sirius Black's betrayal of the Potters is doubtful, because the dwarf Peter, who is suspected to have been killed by him, may have been alive all along, even living in the Weasley household for 12 whole years as Ron Weasley's pet, that Scabbers. McGonagall exclaimed, oh my god. Is that true? Albus, you told me before that it is Dark Wizard. Lupin looked at Felix, his face looked calm and composed, not showing any semblance of surprise, and it indeed just like Dumbledore said. Felix Happ is rather a perceptive person, is this how the most outstanding student of Slytherin in recent decades works? Half a semester had passed, he had a certain understanding of this young and intimidating professor. The first time he knew Felix's performance when he was in school, he almost dropped his jaw. It is much more exaggerated than what they did back then, including the duel that rocked the wizarding world. He heard a fuller version of it, and since then, he has kept a distance from Felix, and he feels that with a few more contacts, his identity might be recognized. Dumbledore replied softly, I'm not sure, Minerva. The 2 most critical people, Black remains on the run, and the rat Scabbers is nowhere to be seen, he may not ever return again. Lupin interjected, the likelihood of that is low, I know him. If the rat is really Peter, he will watch from a place not far away, where he thinks it is safe, and will not reveal himself until things are going the way he expects. Dumbledore nodded, that's why I don't want to make the secret public, except for the lack of evidence. I actually expect Ron Weasley's pet to jump out on its own, which will save us a lot of time. Professor McGonagall inquired uneasily, Albus, should we tell Potter and his friends? Better not. Dumbledore declined her offer, Minerva, for every additional person who knows the secret, the risk of a leak will increase tenfold, not to mention that if Potter and the rest reveal it just a little, we may never see that rat ever again. He paused, and the worst possible scenario is that the rat will hurt them. Felix suggested, perhaps part of the information can be revealed to Miss Granger, we can't always keep an eye on them, and with what I know about the 3 students, they are likely to start their own investigation. Dumbledore showed a distressed expression, this is indeed a problem, Felix, you know Miss Granger well enough, do you think she is up to the task? I think there is no problem, Felix glanced at Lupin, she is very good at finding the truth and keeping secrets. At the end of this brief conversation, Lupin couldn't resist speaking up and asking Dumbledore, can we inform the Ministry of Magic to show mercy when they face Sirius? On what grounds? Dumbledore asked rhetorically, his azure eyes glowing in the dimly lit room. All of the above is based on assumptions, our guesses regarding existing doubts, but Black always kept the Potter's secret, and you agree with that, Remus? I provided this crucial testimony to the Ministry of Magic back then, and according to the information I received, he had no defense in his private interrogation, thus I was completely disappointed in him. We have no evidence, based on a common rat's photo alone, the Ministry of Magic will hardly accept your testimony, and once they know your identity, Dumbledore said, your words will be greatly weakened. Lupin's expression darkened, if you want to testify, it is inevitable to tell everything back then, his werewolf identity is no exception, and the Ministry of Magic towards werewolves have what attitude, the entire wizarding world knows. Remus, we did the best we could. The short meeting ended with both Professor McGonagall and Lupin left. Felix Dumbledore called out to him from behind, and Felix looked at the headmaster suspiciously. If you have caught Black, and I have no doubt of that, I want you to keep him under control and out of the hands of the others, especially Severus and the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic I understand, but Professor Snape. The misunderstanding between them is too deep, and I fear that Severus will do something irrational. Dumbledore for the first time showed a weary look. I have to think more, Felix. I promise you, Headmaster. Felix turned and left the faculty common room as the lively clamour in the great hall created a wave of noise, all chatting loudly in excitement as he saw Fred and George tapping their knives and forks against goblets and empty plates with a crisp sound. The party ended in laughter. Felix returned to his office, reviewing the day's events in his mind, and found that the key to the whole thing, in fact, is Sirius Black and Scabbers the Rat. As long as you catch one, the dusty truth will be revealed to the world. He shook his head. Better to consider the new semester lesson plan. Thinking room magic has undergone a radical change, allowing him to have a good idea. Try it in a 7th grade class on ancient runes, the world of thinking. It's just getting more and more amazing, and in the end what it will become, even I can't predict it. Numbers Ekits. Thanks for your support. I am going to open P_Atrian with 25. 261, Chapter 261 Seeds of Miracles. On the first day of school after the holiday break, the students showed up to class in high spirits. Felix stood at the podium, looked down at the 7th graders below, and spoke the words that excited them. Today's class is slightly different. The students' attention quickly focused on the professor. If there was something they missed the most, it is last year's Ancient Runes class, when the professor had just arrived, the sky being blue, and they were just carefree 6th graders. Professor Happ's class was full of new and interesting attempts, especially the part about practical runes. But by the time the 7th year began, it started to rain and wind blown away everything, for the same reason as the other professors' Newt's exams. But today, the former Professor Happ is back. Professor, are we going to the practical classroom? A Hufflepuff student asked excitedly, privately, that classroom number 7 is known as a practical classroom for their ancient rune class. There's no need for that, we just need. He gave a light snap with his fingers. A group of students is caught in a trance, their eyes flashed for a moment, but in the next second, everything looked, as usual, making them wonder if they had been under an illusion. As they looked around, others had blank expressions on their faces, and it became clear that more than one person had noticed the anomaly that had just occurred. Okay, Felix clapped his hands. Next, we need to improve the classroom. The students watched as the professor raised his arm, and the classroom space suddenly expanded, and the 4 walls seemed to grow legs and run far away. Before they knew it, the classroom had grown 100 times as large as before, and the distance between each person stretched 4 or 5 meters. Professor! The change didn't stop there. From the ground grew lush grass, a yew tree rose from the ground, golden warm sunlight spilled down from nowhere, and a clear and pleasant sound of birdsong came from the distance. The table in front of the students twisted and turned into a square board made of wood that looked like a drawing board. A student tentatively grabbed a handful of grass from the ground and watched them float down from in front of his eyes. He sniffed them carefully, the smell of the grass lingering on his fingertips. The podium in front of Felix disappeared, and he stood among the students and said to them, I've been studying the role of emotions lately. Although theoretically, every emotion is equal. But positive emotions are clearly better for one's physical and mental health, unless you are perfectly happy to soak yourself in a black, smelly jar and watch yourself rot and deteriorate a little. This is why people resent dark magic, but of course, if you ask me, learning some of it properly actually has little impact, and the Durmstrang Institute has a more tolerant attitude towards it. To cut to the chase, I tried to create a more relaxed and enjoyable learning atmosphere by starting with the environment. Not only that. He looked at the students with a hidden expectation in his heart. It also occurred to me, wouldn't it be different if you crossed the hard learning stage early and briefly had knowledge that isn't meant for you? Felix stretched out his hand and flicked it in the air a few times, and magic scrolls with an ancient aura coalesced out of the air and fell lightly into their hands. When the male and female wizard's fingers touched the magical handwritten scroll, a bit of golden light trailed out from the unknown animal skin scroll. A great deal of knowledge about ancient runes suddenly flashed through their minds, and one student opened his mouth to utter a string of raw, cold words. After he finished, he got surprised with himself, for what he had just used is a fluent ancient language, and at this moment, it seemed as if he had transformed into a real ancient wizard. The air stood still for a moment, and then exploded as they talked about it. What's going on? Am I awakening some talent here? How did the ancient runes become as easy as breathing? I feel like I can totally get an excellent on the exam now. What with the N.E.W.T exam, it's not the least bit difficult at all. Felix waved his hand again, the surrounding voices weakened, only his voice remained clear. The student who just said he can easily pass an exam with excellent, take your hand away from the magic scroll and try again. That student obediently did as he was told, and the next second, his eyes almost came out of his head. What's wrong? You say it to me. The students next to him looked at him whimpering for a while and couldn't say anything, and he looked anxious beyond measure. A girl next to him said tremblingly, knowledge, suddenly disappeared. No, not disappeared, but it did not belong to us in the first place. She looked at Felix, who had a calm face. This knowledge belongs to Professor Hap. Felix nodded gently, his voice seemed to be full of magical charm. I can't stuff knowledge directly into your heads, but I wondered, when you have experienced this feeling of erudition when you were young, would you still be willing to be mediocre? In my opinion, every wizard is a miracle seed. If they just only grow to a foot or two and got plucked to serve as ornaments in a vase, he can never grow into a great tree. That would be a shame. The students looked at the professor in awe, their perceptions never more stirred up than at this moment. The 7th graders had received career counseling as early as 5th grade, and even some of the best students had already got letters of recommendation from the professors in advance, but at this moment, they were a little bewildered. The Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic are the top career choices in the wizarding world for sure. And then what? To just settle for the status quo, is this really what they want? They never doubted it in the past, but Professor Hap gave them another path. He told them that they were the seeds of miracles and had unlimited possibilities. Everyone felt moved, not simply because of the words themselves, but also because Felix had given them an early taste of what it would be like to be an ancient rune expert, which, when combined with those words, proved to be very powerful. It is like dropping a nuclear bomb on their hearts. Felix clapped his hands, the time drifting back and forth from the sky came down a single test paper. He showed a pleasant smile. 12 papers, the amount of questions is hard, but for you now, it should be very easy. He told the students, memory cannot be imbued, it's an iron law, but we can try to work around it. In this world of thinking, you can briefly use my knowledge of theoretical runes, just the knowledge itself can in fact save you lots of effort of looking up the books, but it's more fulfilling, painstakingly looking up the book, or having the answer jump out immediately, which is more fulfilling. But Professor, Percy raised his hand, what is the use of such an act if the knowledge is not our own? Merely to increase our insight. Felix said, think about it, when is the fastest time to acquire knowledge? Percy showed a thoughtful expression, and the other students were trying desperately to rack their minds. When we use it. That's right, when borrowing my knowledge, the speed of your own learning is actually greatly increased. According to my estimation, well, test, if you guys don't lazy around, when you take the exam in half a year, it's still very possible to learn 30 to 40%, and theoretical ancient runes are always easier because they don't involve actual practice. In short, it all depends on how hard you work. The more you use it, the more familiar you will be with it, and the more knowledge you will be left with it in the end. The students had long been listening with their eyes glowing, even though they still needed to work hard on their own. From the professor's words, it's obviously will increase the speed of learning, and what could be better than that? Many of them had bought Baruffio's brain elixir and taken powdered dragon claw. Felix is pleased with their change of attitude. He reminded, such a class will not be every time, I will maintain a certain ratio, but at least I can guarantee that every few classes, you will experience this amazing experience. The crowd couldn't wait to unfold their papers, and in the world of thinking, writing became easy as an automatic quill appeared in front of them and danced around quickly. It's easy to see the 7 types of variations of ancient runes. Let's see, the first. The evolution and development of the runes that signifies thinking. Hey? Surprisingly, there are 11 types. If it is originally me, I will certainly not know. Haha, it's so funny, I'm a genius now. This question is repeated, I just did it, even if I don't use the magic scroll, I can still recall it. Hey, another repeated one. Percy did not rush to do the question, he put his hand on the magic scroll, and kept trying to say various sentences in an ancient language. A series of raw and cold pronunciation popped out of his mouth. After a few minutes, he said incredulously, I can't believe I translated the complete textbook of the Care of Magical Creatures class, only a few words can't be corresponded, because there is no. The sound of crisp birdsong became more pleasing to the ear, and a flower of various colors exuded fragrance. Felix watched them spontaneously and actively doing the questions, and couldn't help but think in his heart, how many of them would devote themselves to the study of ancient runes now. Even if they were studying theoretical runes, but under his influence, they would not naturally reject the existence of practical runes. He also did not expect everyone to contribute to the ancient runes, that would be unrealistic, but in a decade or so, when they appeared in all walks of life, who else could hinder the rise of his field of practical runes research? When the course ended, Felix cancelled the thinking room magic. The students looked frustrated, they seemed to have become stupid all of a sudden. The loss of knowledge is not a good feeling, but there are many students in high spirits, they are very much looking forward to the next class. Felix looked at them with a smile, there are 2 assignments for today, due is next week. First, write a 2-foot essay discussing how you should use today's session appropriately. Second, combine what you have learned in 5 years and draw a complete knowledge map of ancient runes, and in the next class, I will take you through another perspective with knowledge. Believe me, you will have a very different perception. Now, class dismissed. 262, Chapter 262 The Room Behind the Curtain. The seventh-year wizards, both male and female, walked out of the classroom in a line, their faces still lingering with a trance and not returning to reality, and around the corner of the corridor, a brown-skinned Ravenclaw girl announced in a loud voice, "Ancient Runes Class NEWT exam, I'm going to reserve an excellent in advance." It is like her words flipped a switch in them and the discussion poured out. "Ha, I thought so too. This class is so great, I can't bear to think that the next class is scheduled for Friday. Yet, my brain is full of dung compared to Professor Happ. Do you guys think there's any truth in what Professor Happ said? Well, I was planning to enter the Ministry of Magic, but now I'm a little shaken. My parents are both employees in the Ministry of Magic, their life is not as good as outsiders think." "Really? Care to tell me about it?" Penelope approached Percy and inquired in a low voice, "Is your goal still the Ministry of Magic?" Percy hesitated for a moment or two, then firmed up, "Yes, I too aspire for the future described by Professor Happ, but I have to grasp what I can reach for now." "You aren't going to miss the professor's class, I suppose?" "Are you kidding me?" Percy said, "I'll give it my all." In the next few classes, when the 7th graders showed up in other classes, their unusual excitement and state of wandering caught the attention of other professors, and Felix's approach and comment went viral among the group of professors. Felix thought he would be approached for a heart-to-heart talk, and he even had a speech ready, but all went smoothly. In the evening, he spent his time in his office recording his insights. "The thinking room magic is becoming stronger and stronger, and even I'm a bit of a stranger to it. Without resistance or obvious defense, I can instantly pull the surface consciousness of a dozen or two people into the thinking room, which is the basis of today's lesson. From here 2 branches can be extended. The first branch, the direction of attack, but the thinking room can't actually hurt the other person. After all, what is pulled over is only an external mapping of the real consciousness, and the other person can still resist, and when you fight, then it will fail, so it's hard to use it in real combat for a short term." He stopped and heavily underlined on difficult to use in real combat in the short term, and the vaguely terrifying prospect shown in this direction alone is impossible for him to give up. Think about it, at some time in the future, he can kill or control a wizard with one look. The second branch, the auxiliary direction, is used for thought acceleration and teaching ancient runes. The former is very useful in both combat and learning, while the latter. Felix paused to ponder. The combination of thinking room and memory magic is equally amazing, and I have every chance of becoming the greatest teacher in history. He thought again, I don't know whether to be grateful or sorry that memories can't be imbued. This is because a person's memory is something quite sophisticated, and rash alterations would have unpredictable consequences. Even my own Obliviate would only mitigate the side effects as much as possible, instead of none. The Ministry of Magic's Obliviator in most cases would only eliminate the memory of the last few hours, but the person whose memory is eliminated is usually would have bad memory, forgetfulness, and delayed reaction for a day or few. I myself have verified it with the Dark Wizard. And trying to instill a piece of knowledge to someone is not a small and slight alteration, it will cause a huge change to the person. I only can barely bypass this limitation now, and its real effect is still accelerated learning a lot of things. A series of names flashed through Felix's mind: Severus, Dumbledore, Lockhart, Lady Ravenclaw, the Longbottoms. They were either actively or passively provided help to improve and enhance the thinking room, which is how he had taken this magic from barely being used, to now, in a matter of a year and a half, he can wield it freely and with ease. Not to mention, he actually experienced a big upgrade in memory magic in the middle, as well as the full support of the forbidden book section of Hogwarts library. Felix rolled up the parchments and quietly watched as it turned into flying ash, and in the thinking room, the parchments coalesced back together. Felix rolled them into a round parchment cylinder and pulled a thin silvery green cord from thin air to secure and tie the cylinder. He nimbly went over the piles of books stacked on the dark maroon carpet and stood in front of the dark green curtain. The curtain rolled up without a breeze, revealing a tall portal behind it. He reached out and touched the handleless door, and with a gentle push, the door opened silently. This is his true inner world, hiding all his deepest secrets and memories. It is a long room with an aisle in the middle, moving along straight with no end in sight. On both sides of the aisle are tall bookshelves with books of various shapes and styles, each with a different version of himself on the cover. At the corners of the shelves, there displayed some handwritten notes, photographs, memory balls, and similar odds things. Felix strides forward as the room gradually lights up, and he stands in front of a bookshelf, and by the soft glow, he patiently counts the numbers. Memory magic thinking room theoretical inference, there it is. He placed the small cylinder on the shelf and muttered to himself in slight distress, well, the room is always changing, it takes a lot of time to find it every time I come. Felix came out of the room behind the curtain, watched as the dark green curtain fell again, covering the heavy doorway, and turned around to return to the real world. In the Ancient Runes office, he looked at the clock and waited quietly. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door opened and Hermione jumped in like a thief. No one noticed you, right, Miss Granger? No, Professor. You told me to keep it a secret. Hermione said briskly. 2 hours earlier, while she is eating dinner, Professor Happ's patroness suddenly appeared with a blank card in its mouth. When her magic covered the card, a small line appeared on it, Time Tuner, tonight at 8 o'clock, secret. Hermione had been scratching her head until after 10 o'clock before she used the Time Tuner to appear back 2 hours ago. Felix nodded as he inquired, what do you think about Sirius Black's attack yesterday? He intended to begin with this statement to bring out his suspicions about rat scabbers, but Hermione gave him a direct surprise, or rather a shock. Professor, we guess Ron's rat, it may have a problem. Hermione said in a lowered voice, but her voice trembling with excitement. How did you find out about this? It is Harry, Hermione said. He overheard Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley talking the night before the start of the third year, and Mr. Weasley said she held her breath, her eyes glazed over. After Black's escape, the Ministry of Magic went to Azkaban to investigate and collect evidence, and the guards inside mentioned that Black had been repeating in his sleep for the past few days he had been at Hogwarts. He had been at Hogwarts. Hermione's voice became shrill. We previously thought that Black's target is Harry, but yesterday's attack proved it's not, at least not the first target. Coupled with the fact that Black's antics after Fudge gave him a newspaper we heard that's from Fudge himself, the time he talked to the professors at the Three Broomsticks combined with Black's attack on Ron, we presume that the Ron family's award information that was published in the Daily Prophet. Hermione still talking about her thoughts, but Felix has not been able to resist sighing, both for Hermione and their keen sense, but also for Fudge's negligence and carelessness, the root cause of all this in his body. But that said, Harry, they actually got the information long ago, only until yesterday did they truly connect the dots. And he was not so lucky. He relied on Black's animagus, and Black abnormal attack against Ron, these 2 points to start the association. The most crucial clue here is actually the animagus. Following this line, many things can be deduced. We haven't told Ron, oh gosh, we actually are not sure, but in case it's true, how sad he would be. Miss Granger, Felix said with a sigh, there is indeed that possibility, which is why I brought you here, I originally thought. He shook his head gently, I'll need to change my tactics. Now that you have investigated this far, I hope you will be aware of the possible dangers and put your protection first. Felix reached out and beckoned 3 coins that could be turned into the ring of the Ouroboros and let them fall into Hermione's hands. This is what I have prepared for the Magic Rune Club, and there is nothing wrong with giving it to you a few days in advance. You can reach me through it in case Harry forgets to carry the Sneakoscope again. In addition, your beaded pouches should be with you at all times. It can briefly fight against Basilisk, and under a sudden activation, the average dark wizard is unlikely to be your opponent. If you spotted that rat, the first choice is to stun it, do not hesitate, and then find a nearby professor to alert, or contact me directly. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 263, Chapter 263 The Twins and the Whomping Willow Trap. The next morning, freezing rain mixed with snowflakes fell from the sky, condensing into a smooth and transparent ice coating on the ground, and the young witches had to move carefully across the yard and open space. Ouch! Ron, who had just left the hospital wing, tripped and pounced straight to the ground. He struggled to get up. The ground is really slippery. Luckily Harry pulled him up. He watched enviously as the twins conjured up a pair of ice skates for themselves and nimbly made their way around the yard through the students. Wanna give a try, Ron? Fred appeared in front of him and winked at him. No, thanks, Ron muttered. He'd only fall worse when he uses that. Don't you guys have class? Don't be silly, of course, we have class, Fred said. Hey George, watch out. Harry watched as George slid over quickly. He waved his arms desperately. Oh no, and rolled with Fred, both of them diving headfirst into the snow, their clothes, cuffs, and collars covered in snow, even their eyebrows were dyed white. They pointed at each other with comical face and laughed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other. Let's go, we have quite a few classes today. Wait, Harry. Fred caught up, his arm on Harry's shoulder, as he whispered to him, listen, the secret passage is blocked. What? Harry exclaimed, and didn't respond for a moment. The secret passage to Hogsmeade, Harry. Fred gave him a meaningful look and Harry suddenly snapped out of it. He stammered, then the map. Nothing happened to the map. We tried to go to Zonko's joke shop yesterday to get some goods, you know. Fred squeezed his eyes at him, dung bomb, sparklers and such, only to have the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor act like she is dead, and then Filch's cat popped up, and we rushed off in a hurry. Harry snapped to attention. It is a chain reaction after Black's attack. The professors are on guard against a sudden break-in at the castle. If this does happen, the castle's protection will fail, and he or Ron is likely to be kidnapped from the dormitory. Harry, Ron shouted from afar. Anyway, we can only hope to use that passage behind the Whomping Willow. George and I are ready to explore it, so wait for my good news, Fred said and left. Don't. Harry reached out and watched the twins run away. He wanted to tell them that he had been banned from leaving the castle by Dumbledore, and that even Hagrid's hut is off limits except for classes and occasions when a professor is present. In the afternoon, the weather finally cleared up. After the trio had lunch, they emerged from the Great Hall as they breathed the fresh air. By the way, Harry, what did Fred said to you? Ron inquired curiously. Harry informed Ron and Hermione of what had happened, and Ron expressed his disappointment, so you can't even go to Hogsmeade with an invisibility cloak. Hermione, on the other hand, is visibly relieved. She said to Ron, don't forget, you can't either. Professor McGonagall told you personally that you and Harry are treated the same until Black is captured. Ron's whole face twisted up. I keep trying to forget that. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. They hadn't told Ron about the rat speculation, and even though Ron kept complaining that Scabbers isn't being nice, Harry knew Ron treasured it quite a bit. He changed the subject. Maybe we can check out the Ancient Runes practical classroom this weekend. I heard it's very popular. We hardly wandered around there after the last club test. Actually, I'd rather try your firebolt. Harry's mood became gloomy. Don't think about it. Wood went to Professor McGonagall. It didn't help at all. We had to wait till the end. Hermione immediately turned her head away, pretending to be interested in the distant scenery, but she suddenly pointed into the distance. Oh my god, look what's there. They were standing uphill in the clearing, and they could catch a glimpse of the corner of the Forbidden Forest. At the moment, the grumpy Whomping Willow wildly whipped its whip-like branches, and two small black dots came running over in a panic. It's Fred and George. They rushed toward the Whomping Willow, falling a dozen times on the way because the road is too slippery, and when they arrived, wheezing, they found Professor McGonagall yelling angrily at the twins. I don't know what you think, you never take your herbology class. How dare you tease the Whomping Willow? Gryffindor 50 points off, plus a week of detention at this time of year. Can you save your breath? Professor McGonagall's anger has not yet subsided. She turned her head. And you, Potter, Weasley, Granger, why are you here again? I told you all to stay in the castle only yesterday. Professor, we saw Fred and George in danger. Harry said. Professor McGonagall tightened his eyebrows, relaxed a little. Well, things happen for a reason, and I hope you won't make similar excuses in the future. Come back with me. The Weasley twins dropped their heads and followed Professor McGonagall. As they passed the trio, Fred made an exaggerated gesture towards them. Trap, trap. It isn't until the evening that they saw the unlucky twin brothers again. Fred sat on his butt between Harry and Ron, completely free of the depression of being detained, and said with a raised eyebrow, you can't imagine what we have encountered today. A crazy Whomping Willow tree. Ron said in a deliberate speculative tone. Much more interesting than that. Fred's eyes glowed. George and I were actually very cautious and ready to back off at a moment's notice, and we saw an entrance near the roots of the Whomping Willow, very hidden, and George spotted something strange-looking green. I think it is a branch of some kind. It looks a bit familiar, but I didn't see much for me to recognize it. George said regretfully. Fred followed up, so we simply got a little closer and the Whomping Willow wriggled wildly, looking like a gnome that had eaten pesticides, and we rushed away to wait for it to calm down. The result? We got surrounded, and the professors fell from the sky. George said with mixed emotions, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Hap, and of course, Professor McGonagall. Harry and the others listened dazedly. This is much more exciting than what they had, though. Ron looked incredulous. So you guys are still alive? He reached up and lifted Fred's arm, only for it to suddenly dangle, and Fred made a face at Ron. George finally said, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Hap took one look and left, leaving Professor McGonagall to clean up the mess that's us, and I think she must have regretted becoming head of Gryffindor at the time. The twins quickly left, having got some information from Harry, such as that the Whomping Willow trap is probably aimed at Black. Cool, but they also took a rare moment of seriousness and focused on the dueling game that they had let slip just before the holidays. We could make a fortune while we're at it. Ron stared at the backs of his two brothers and suddenly said, I know what they want, a store in Diagon Alley, but the family can't help them. Harry's lips parted, and no words came out about borrowing money. He knew the twins wouldn't take it. The door to the common room opened and Neville walked in. Have you guys noticed that Neville isn't quite like he used to be? Hermione said thoughtfully. Has he? I can't describe it, maybe more energetic. Harry looked half-heartedly. He judged, it should be more confident. I had a similar look after my special training. Did Professor Hap have something to say to him? Only Neville got detention during today's class. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 264, Chapter 264 Reconciliation. In the office, Felix still remembered the events that happened not long ago. He and Neville were standing in front of the clock tower, looking over the distant landscape. The overcast clouds spilled freezing rain and snowflakes lightly, which made that evening's dusk especially gorgeous, and a haze cast over the sky made the sun's orange glow appear vast and visible. making the clouds reflect the colorful haze. A spectacular sight, isn't it? Felix said softly. Neville nodded. He opened his mouth to say something, but felt his lips seemed to be glued together. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open them. I think I owe you an apology, Neville, Felix spoke first, and even though Neville's eyes remained focused outside, he could feel the professor's gaze fall on him. Ahem. I mean, Professor Hap, I'm the one who should say thank you. You cured my mom and dad, and inspired my gift, me, he said with a red face. Felix changed the subject. How are your parents doing? Neville seemed relieved. Dad and Mom are fine, they spent Christmas at home, everyone was happy. Grandma got drunk, although she didn't drink a few glasses, nearly all the wine was drunk by Uncle Algy. After the holidays, Mom and Dad went back to St. Mungo's for follow-up treatment. They had lost a lot of vitality over the years and had to recuperate for a while. But Aunt Miriam said that these are minor problems. Before it was affected by memory damage, many treatments cannot be used. Neville paused for a moment and said, before school starts, they asked me to express my gratitude to you. He pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Felix. Felix took the letter that was sealed with a gold and red fire-painted seal with a three-dimensional L-shaped pattern, which looked very formal. His finger gently touched the seal, the letter popped open automatically. Inside there is a sincere letter of thanks and a gold and red card made of woven metal wire. The card is embroidered with a list of names. Augusta Longbottom, Algy Longbottom, Enid Longbottom, Frank Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, Neville Longbottom. Felix collected the card and thank you note seriously. I will reply with a formal letter, and if necessary, I will visit your place. Neville stared at him blankly. I'll pass on the message to Grandma and Mom and Dad. For the next few moments, they both watched in silence as the sun set, from the first haloing half the sky to falling a little downward, the sun's shadow no longer visible, but its light still embedded like a gilded gold on the distant horizon. Felix suddenly spoke up and said, Neville, you taught me a lesson. What? It is difficult for a man to understand beyond what he has experienced, and most of the decisions he makes are rooted in a reproduction of some past scene, which is like a prison of thought, unseen and untouchable. But when you want to make a decision, you are always influenced by it again. The scary thing is that the person in the cage doesn't know it himself, and if at that moment, someone can be around to wake him up, give some hints, let him see the broader world, his perception will take a big step forward. Neville, you fulfilled this role. Neville breathed deeply, and he turned his head to look at Professor Hap. Felix said, you should have mixed senses about me, gratitude, resentment, respect, hatred, all mixed together, so you don't know how to face me either, do you? Neville lowered his head and looked at his shoes. He suddenly had so many things to say, but he held it back with his dear life. I just said that one's behavior is affected by the past, and I am no exception. The more profound the past, the more far-reaching it is. When I was preparing this plan, my mind subconsciously recalled my experiences as a student, and I tried to use myself as a template to try to replicate it on you. Professor, is your accidental magic riot scary? But didn't you defeat the entire Slytherin house? Neville said softly. Even Dumbledore was not born invincible. When he was 11 or 12 years old, he may not necessarily beat Harry. Of course, we are only talking about battle power, not wisdom. Neville felt that this statement is a bit strange. Professor Hap is saying that Harry has no wisdom, or is just a brainless brute. But thinking that the comparison is with Headmaster Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of today, he relented. It is rather an honor and a compliment. I'm actually quite lucky, Felix smiled. I could beat the ones in the same year as me, and the senior ones were limited by school rules and could do nothing but watch. After all, the punishment at the time is quite harsh. But if you take the initiative towards the seniors, it's not within the scope of protection. People should always be allowed to defend themselves, right? So for a long time, they have been babbling in my ears. Once or twice I will think they are childish, who are fooling around, like nagging flies buzzing around you, but over time, it is inevitable to accumulate some negative emotions. As it happens, for some special reason, maybe it's a gift, my magic is more active than normal, so I experienced a few accidental magic riots. In fact, I don't know much about it, but I naturally classify it as a product of negative emotions. It dawned on Neville that this is the case. He has been thinking hard these days, but still can't figure out how Professor Hap, who is obviously so powerful, could be forced to have multiple accidental magic riots, and now he finally understands that it's because of his talent. He couldn't help but be envious of Professor Hap, as he is the exact opposite of him with his unreactive magic and poor natural gift. However, everything is better now. Felix carefully observed the expression on his face and smiled. Well, I've already revealed quite a few of my secrets, can you keep them for me? Now if I think about it, it's become more comfortable, I think. Neville lowered his head in shame as he said, Professor, I simply can't wrap my head around this at the moment. Felix said gently, I just hope to get this off my chest, before I indeed have not considered it properly, and I hope I can gain your understanding. Professor, I was the one who took it too seriously. Neville scratched his head and laughed nervously twice. Then, like a man, let's shake hands. Felix took the initiative to extend his hand. Neville's eyes blinked as he shook the professor's hand. Neville, I'd like to invite you to join my Magic Runes Club, would you? Can I? But my grades are not outstanding. Your diligence is evident to all, and, I think, I am qualified to select the members who I deem suitable. Of course, I will. The earth finally swallowed the last light and night fell. A slightly distressed voice came from the clock tower. I've noticed a problem, we seem to have missed dinner. Let's go to the kitchen instead. I'll introduce you to a very friendly house elf named Cloudbur. I hope he's seen the recipes I sent him. There are a few dishes I've had my heart set on for a while. The flashback ended with Felix sitting on the couch and saying in a relaxed tone, "Isn't it feel nice this way? Number Vincent Emile. Thanks for your support. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 265, Chapter 265 Duel Competition Registration. On the third day after the holiday, Felix finally received a letter back from the Ministry of Magic. The person who wrote back is still Rufus Scrimgeour from the office of the Minister of Magic's advisor, and he had no objection to changing the time of the lecture to Friday, only suggested that he should arrive half an hour earlier, as some issues needed to be communicated in advance. If you are not able to get your lunch in time, the Ministry will prepare a nice lunch for you. Rufus Scrimgeour wrote in the letter. The school bulletin board draws a constant stream of buzz from students. At the end of Thursday afternoon classes, the young wizards saw a new notice posted on the bulletin board. During the first dueling class next month, there would be a small dueling tournament. At the bottom of the notice is the logo of the student body and the signatures of both male and female prefects of each house. A student read the rules. All students from 1st to 7th grade can participate, and they need to sign up with the grade head boy or girl of their house, and the list will be summarized to the prefect of each house every day. Dueling competitions will be held according to grade in turn, with participants from the same grade going head-to-head internally in pairs until the first place of 7 grades is selected and will be awarded a prize. The first place in each grade can challenge their upper grade winner, while the 7th grade can only be challenged by others. Wow! I like this rule, it takes good care of those 1st and 2nd grade brats. A few 2nd graders next to him glared at him. Are you going to sign up, Draco? Pansy Parkinson, who wearing a dark green dress, asked softly. Why not join when you can teach some people a lesson, rightfully? Draco's eyes fell on a few Gryffindor students. I happen to have learned an interesting spell over the holidays. He and Pansy then left leisurely, as his voice trailed off echoing behind them, that Weasley actually embarrassed me at the club, saying all I do is cry for my dad. It was the stupid big foul that hurt me first, and I had to bandage my hand for 2 weeks. News of the dueling competition spread quickly, with gossip that the winner would receive a prize of 100 galleons, or a prize of his choice from any of the prizes prepared by Professor Happ in addition to high-level golems, Sneakoscope with unique functions, potions, and no shortage of unknown artifacts made by Professor Happ himself. That afternoon, the news was confirmed by Penelope Clearwater, the prefect of the Ravenclaw girls' student body, and the young wizards were thrilled to death. The Weasley twins also promptly added fuel to the fire by declaring that the first of 7 years would receive a free couples mirror, which is the latest trend, and orders are already lined up till April, so you simply can't get it at the moment. But the twins did not lose out either. They successfully advertised once and launched the second version of the couple's mirror along the way. The 4 house grade heads had never felt that their office is crowded before, but now they are surrounded by people to answer all kinds of questions all the time, but when it comes time to actually sign up, the young wizards can't help but be a little hesitant. Mainly because most of them felt that they had no chance, they naturally switched from the perspective of the contestants to that of watching the competition, and that night a list got released, ranging from the top students of each grade, to the potential wizards of different houses. The leaderboard feature on the answer space provided a strong reference, especially from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which is regarded as the benchmark for the outcome of the duel because of its strongest connection to the duel. Although it is still very early for the dueling competition, they have already formed a private betting game. On Friday morning, the 7th graders had their second Ancient Runes class of the week, and when Felix walked into the classroom, he found that students had already arrived early. Their motivation had increased so much. But according to the plan, he would wait until the students finished their assignments for the next week before starting the practical lesson on thinking room magic. After all, it would be worthless if they did it more often. Today we have the theory portion of the class. Professor, Percy raised his hand and stood up to speak on behalf of the class. We have completed the assignments from last class, including the essay and the knowledge map. He stepped forward and handed up a stack of parchment. Felix took it in surprise as Percy said earnestly, not one is missing, I double-checked it. He looked at the students off stage, and they nodded their heads in unison. Felix looked over the essay briefly, and it is indeed true. He also saw Marcus's essay, which is indeed written 2 feet long, although the spacing between words is a bit wide and the segments are a bit too much. He put down the assignment and smiled, well, then I'll bring forward the content of next week. A group of students again found themselves once again pulled into that magical classroom, where space stretched out into the distance, flowers and plants came up through the ground, and a yew tree sprang up. They gazed at it all in amazement, chattering and whispering to each other, and a few students could not wait to get out of their seats and walk around. Wood then particularly wanted to try to see if he could break a branch of the yew tree, only for it to start growing violently, throwing him far out of the way. Ah! Amidst the surprised expressions of the others, he nimbly got up from the ground, grinned as he said, "It didn't hurt at all." Under his demonstration, many people couldn't resist trying it out. Felix cooperated with interest as he controlled the yew tree, tossing those who had the guts to try into the air and watching them scream as they fell from dozens of feet high and hit the ground with a pop. The crowd played around for a while, and soon their eyes fell upon the professor, eyes full of hope. Before they could say anything, the ancient rune scroll appeared in the air and fell lightly into their hands. Today's lesson is simple, it's about looking at what we've learned in the past from a different perspective. Felix waved his hand and the assignment that the students had just turned in appeared in front of them. You will first reread the essay you wrote and see what is wrong with it. Later, I will guide you through this knowledge, and you will find that they are quite distinct and have extremely subtle internal connections. Felix deliberately ended the thinking room magic half an hour early, allowing them to use the time to organize their gains. As one of the few academic dropouts in the class, Marcus Flint found for the first time that he could easily keep up with the professor's train of thought. Instead of brooding, learning flowed along briskly and wildly, and he finally appreciated the joy of learning. As a repeat student, he didn't ask for much, as long as he could pass and graduate successfully, but now maybe he could be more aggressive and try to get an E. At noon, Felix appeared at the Ministry of Magic's guest entrance, a red phone booth, a little earlier than the appointed time. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, please state your name and the reason for your visit." A female voice said, exactly the same as the one Felix had heard the last time he came to Belby's ordination ceremony, even the cold tone of voice had not changed. Felix Happ invited to give a speech for the internal staff of the Ministry of Magic. Waiting for a moment, a square silver badge slid out of the coin slot, and Felix wore it on his chest shirt, his expression turning expectant as the ground slowly sank. "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 266, Chapter 266 Encounter with Newt." The door to the phone booth opened with a jerk, and Felix stepped into the gilded foyer, making his way to the information desk. "Hello, may I ask where meeting room number 2 is?" A middle-aged blonde witch looked absently at the badge on his chest. The bulletin board behind her had various signs posted on it, but these were obstructed by an exaggerated notice, "Felix Happ." "Oh, Mr. Happ," Mr. Scrimgeour explained the situation, "please follow me." "I'm sorry, ma'am, I haven't registered my wand." The witch said warmly, "That is not a necessary procedure, my dear. I hear you are an expert in Muggle studies?" "I have a copy of Simple Spells to Muddled Muggles at home, but I haven't read it much to tell the difference between good and bad. Little Tim always makes a mess of the house." She led Felix to the elevator area and glanced at the floor. "We're going to the 3rd floor, oh, look out." As she spoke, a flock of paper planes flew into the elevator along the gap in the golden great door, and she explained, "These are the notes the ministry uses to deliver messages." Once inside the elevator, the paper planes hovered slowly against the ceiling, colored in a light purple with a Ministry of Magic stamp on the side of their wings. "We used to communicate with owls. You can imagine the air quality here, and the feces problem. The tables and chairs got messed up. After we switched to these little things, the ministry's cleaning work was reduced by a third." "Excuse me, I'm not sure of your name yet." Felix had to interrupt the rhythm of her speech. "Ray Defina, where was I? Oh yes." She began to tell how her 5-year-old son had managed the feat of drawing the entire Quidditch League team logo with a single bag of flour. "He will lead the national team to victory," she said proudly. "Ms. Defina, I heard that the L.C. a comic book publisher recently came out with a new set of comic books that are very popular." "Yes, I haven't paid much attention to it. What's it called?" "It's called..." The elevator stopped, and 2 wizards came in from outside. One is a brown short-bearded male wizard with a scarlet face, wearing a black wizard's robe. The other one is an old man with white hair and beard. He is wearing a rough grey trench coat with a brown vest inside. The old man tilted his head slightly sideways. "Amos, there's something wrong with your procedure, drastically wrong. And you keep going around in circles, the whole time. I can see that Tina is teaching me a lot." "Amos," the male wizard in the wizard's robe, said uneasily, "I know you are very concerned about the survival of the hippogriff, but this matter doesn't really have something to do with you, does it? You don't even own it. I can't just ignore it because it has an owner. I'm just fighting for the legal rights that belong to it." "But you're retired, Mr. Scamander." "In theory, I just stopped going out that much as before, but I didn't stop working. If you knew how much work I had to do in a day, you wouldn't think like this. You're already on your 52nd revised edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, so why don't you complete another edition? The older man looked at the other man's side of the face. I do have that plan, but we've gone off topic again. I've been commissioned by my friends, which also includes 3 affectionate little ones, to question the work processes of the Ministry of Magic. I don't think you hired me as a consultant to keep me quiet. Of course. Many of the Ministry's magical creature sanctuaries need your advice. The elevator door opened, and the 2 men stepped out. Mr. Happ, we've arrived as well. Dafina the receptionist said, and Felix bowed slightly. Thank you. Is it on this floor? I can find it myself. He took a few steps out and turned back. BTW, the name of that book is The Strange Adventures of Mick the Little Wizard, and it's available at several bookshops. Felix followed the 2 wizards and watched as they stopped in front of a spacious office. He looked up and read it, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The male wizard in the black wizard's robe entered the office, leaving the old man waiting outside, and Felix approached. Mr. Newton's commander. The old man tilted his head and glanced over him. You are Felix Happ, Professor of Ancient Runes at Hogwarts. Felix introduced himself. We just met at the elevator. Newt's eyes fell on him. Yes, that's right. Mr. Happ, I've heard of you, young Rolf has mentioned you. Felix said, I was very interested in your research when I was in school and collected some newspaper clippings, but unfortunately I didn't find much of it. I did publish a few articles in my early years, which were not taken seriously at the time. Newt said, that was a long time ago. For a while in school, I was obsessed with how to deal with them, making sure I didn't get myself hurt if I met one. Felix said. Newt's eyes lit up. That's what I researched, rescuing, nurturing, protecting. I also taught other wizards to understand them instead of being fearful. So, Potter and the others eventually found you. Felix said, I overheard a few sentences in the elevator, and I assume you were discussing the case of the Hogwarts hippogriff that attacked the students. Potter? Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and of course, the center of the vortex, Rubeus Hagrid and his buckbeak. Newt nodded. That would be correct. They wrote to tell me that a hippogriff is treated unfairly and implored me to come forward. To be honest, I've been away from the Ministry of Magic for many years, and it's not quite the same as when I left. Sorry, it's a lot different. He tilted his head in a gesture of disappointment. Tina advised me to write in peace, but there are things you see that you can't just pretend you didn't see, and if the horned serpent's horns start to glow, you have to respond. You know what I mean. We can't stand the injustice that is happening right in front of us. Yes, you summed it up very well. Oh, just a moment, I need to solve some small trouble. Newt quickly reached into his pocket and took out a silver pocket watch, which abruptly expanded and looked like it would soon explode. Mr. Scamander, Felix stared, casting a human shield charm on himself. Don't worry, it's not broken, Newt said hastily, and the front cover of the silver pocket watch popped open violently, from which a pink nose resembling a duck's beak poked out, and the next second, a palm-sized niffler burst out of the pocket watch and crawled nimbly on top of Newt. The next moment, 2 more niffler appeared, one of which looked at the smooth lid of the pocket watch and groomed its black soft fur, while the other seemed to have taken a fancy to the silver bracelet. Felix curiously sized them up, a dark, furry niffler somewhere between a mole and a platypus, with an uncanny fervor for shiny things. Hey! Valen, Sal, Thorpe, settle down. Newt murmured as he nimbly grabbed Niffler, which is standing on his shoulder and struggling to pull the silver button, then he shoved it back into his pocket watch. He tossed the other 2 in and closed the front cover. Newt looked around, to see if someone noticed it, then he stuffed the pocket watch back into his pocket and winked at Felix. In theory, I can't bring my magical creature friends, but they've only been born for a short time and I just can't be assured. Number Leonard Batten Wolflow and number Edmund. Thanks for your support. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 267, Chapter 267 Avery. Thinking back about the palm-sized niffler he had just seen, it became apparent to Felix that the adult niffler would be at least a foot. Newt glanced at him and looked towards the office again. From inside, Amos' voice sounded a little exasperated. Where the hell did you put those forms? Can you help? Newt said. What? Felix looked at him with a somewhat startled look. I need to feed them some potions. These 3 are somewhat weaker than their siblings. Happy to oblige, Felix said after some thought, noticing that the old man had a unique air about him, a mixture of seriousness and naivety that he had only ever seen in prepubescent children. What do I need to do? Hold it for me, that's right. Newt sidled up and took the silver pocket watch from his pocket, and the thumb-sized glass bottle from his other pocket, and screwing open the cap, Felix found the lid combined with a dropper. Just 3 drops. Newt looked intently at the pocket watch. I'm going to open it, Mr. Happ. Click. The front cover of the pocket watch popped open, and a small black creature immediately burst out, leaping nimbly over Newt's hand. Oxyo Niffler! Felix whispered as Niffler's squishy palm kept paddling, only to find itself flying backward in vain and being caught in one hand. Thanks, it's you again, Valen, you should be almost better, Newt said as he looked at the little guy, and Niffler in Felix's hand looked away and whimpered a few times. Hey, you can't talk like that, Newt said, then he looked up. It's a little uncomfortable with you holding her like that, Mr. Hap, rather than gripping. I know you're not pressing hard, but it's better to hold it up. Felix changed his gesture. Great, open your mouth, Valen, you don't want to get sick either, do you? Newt said to Niffler. Valen, who reluctantly opened her mouth as Newt put 3 drops of the clear potion in. He then put the little guy back on his pocket watch, but Valen immediately poked half of her head out of it. Oh, no, no. Newt nudged his finger on its pink nuzzle and locked eyes with its dark eyes. Call your 2 brothers out. Niffler is unmoved and Newt quirks his head. I insist, Valen. It grunted twice reluctantly, its pink nose then disappeared, and a messy sound came from inside the pocket watch as Newt seemed to explain to Felix, their sibling relationship is complicated. Soon, another Niffler half of the body poked out, though Felix couldn't tell the difference between them at all. Sal, here you go. Newt put 3 more drops of potion into its mouth. Next it's Thorpe's turn. When he finished his task, he finally breathed a sigh of relief as if he felt so relieved. Newt noticed Felix's gaze and said to him, Niffler is a lively bunch, very active species. Approachable and friendly, of course, I don't recommend raising them personally, they'll ruin your house. And are they interested in coins? Yeah, they make a mess if you're not careful, you can always shake a bunch of shiny things out of them, Newt said, but it's fun to spend time with them, you can have a contest for finding coins with them to see who is faster. They also have a very keen sense of smell and can help you find people or some old objects. Newt then stuffed his pocket watch into his pocket and pretended to straighten the edges of his clothes. After 2 seconds, a young man came out of the office, wearing a delicate and bright green wizard's robe, with a round badge pinned to his chest. Mr. Scamander, I heard Diggory mention that you are here. I think I've seen you somewhere before, Newt said. That's right, because I've worked here, for several years, he looked up to indicate the office door, and I'm Mr. McNair's deputy. Newt furrowed his brow, the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Animals. We're not well appreciated, but someone has to do this. The young man collected the arrogance in his eyes. Mr. Scamander, there is some disturbance in the herd of Ethonin in Antrim, you'd best go over and take a look. Ethonin is a kind of Pegasus with chestnut mane, and is recognized as the most common of the 4 kinds of Pegasus along with Abraxan, Granian, and Thestral. Oh, shouldn't, this season isn't a courting period, Newt said in disbelief. Who knows what those beasts think? Has their leader changed? I don't think so, so I suggest you take a trip and investigate the cause. What about the environment? Neither. Newt seriously asked some question. The young man struggled to respond, his words became increasingly brief, a thin layer of sweat emerged from his forehead, and in the end, even Felix, who is not very familiar with this kind of Pegasus, could hear the contradictions in his words. Newt looked the young man directly in the eye for the first time. Perhaps, my knowledge tells me that you are lying, you want me to get out of here. The young man averted his eyes unnaturally, but he realized it immediately and forced himself to meet Newt's gaze. That is a harsh accusation, Mr. Scamander, as a pure blood. I beg your pardon, Felix couldn't resist interrupting, I've always thought that there was something familiar about the tone of your voice. Are you Kristen? Kristen turned his head to look at Felix with a hint of impatience in his expression. And who are you that doesn't see us, Felix Hap? The tone of his voice twisted with agitation. It's me, Kristen. Felix greeted him. The young man said, somewhat overwhelmed, oh, hello, I didn't know. After 10 seconds or so, he finally calmed down, long time no see. Mr. Hap. Felix nodded, it has indeed been a long time, you were my grade head when I started school and said a lot of impressive things. Really? I don't remember much. Kristen said. By the way, what family are you from again? Felix asked nonchalantly. Kristen muttered. I didn't catch that, Felix stared at him. It's a hem, Kristen stammered, Avery. The Avery family is headed by your cousin-in-law. It is not a pleasant conversation, at least not for Kristen, who tried to leave the place without saying a few words. Mr. McNair should need me. Felix stared at his back as Newt stood quietly to the side, casting curious glances now and then. That's when Amos finally came out, a few drops of sweat on his red face. These forms haven't been used in some years, torn out from the last ministry's filing cabinet, a bunch of moths making their home in there, and you are. Felix Hap, I work at Hogwarts, Felix said. Merlin, Amos' eyes went wide, you're a professor in an ancient runes class and head of the dueling club. Felix gave him a curious look, is this the parent of one of his students? So he just said, that's me. During the holidays, said mentioned you, Cedric Diggory, he's my son. Amos said excitedly, the boy is a bit shy, but he holds you in very high esteem, he told me you gave him a lot of extra pointers in dueling class, and the power of your spells are amazing. Cedric? He's an excellent student, and he did very well on the ancient runes. He's also the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. I was talking to his mom a while ago about whether Ced would be on the Ministry of Magic or the national team after graduation. She told me to ask the kid for his opinion, haha. Amos rambled on, like every parent under the sun, until a tall man came hurrying down from the other side of the hallway. Mr. Happ. The tall man said, I'm Rufus, with whom you correspond, and you're here at last. Is there any problem? I'm an hour early. Minister Fudge is waiting for you, said Rufus Scrimgeour, taking Felix's arm. I'm sorry, Diggory, I had to take your friend. No, nothing, your business is important. Mr. Amos said. Felix stopped in his tracks and Rufus stumbled on his feet. Oh, just a minute, I need to say something. He looked at Newt. Mr. Scamander, about the Hagrid case, I've been following it too, we can talk again later. Before Newt could say anything, Amos had already spoken first. Is it the 2 o'clock speech today? The Muggle specialist the Ministry said. Is it you? I'll definitely be there to see it, Mr. Happ. Felix smiled at him and then left with Rufus. Newt said thoughtfully, a Muggle expert? He does dress comfortably. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 268, Chapter 268 Speech, 2 in 1 chapter. Rufus Scrimgeour is leading the way, and he's moving ahead with a rush. We need to hurry up, Minister Fudge is a little impatient. Felix said, I didn't know we have to meet with him. It's impromptu, Minister Fudge has a full schedule, originally he wouldn't have paid attention to these little events, but here we are. He pushed open a heavy door and a simple and formal parlor appeared in front of him. The parlor is furnished much like the one Felix had visited before, meeting room number 3, with more than a dozen rows of black shiny chairs and a small podium in the front. This way Felix is led through a curtain down the side of the podium, past a small, inconspicuous door to a more private room. Fudge is reading a newspaper with his head buried, with a thick stack of newspaper clippings beside him. At the sound of a noise, he looked up and smiled warmly. Felix Happ, good to see you. Minister Fudge, I don't think this is the first time we've met. What did you want to see me about? Ah, of course. Dorothea wrote to me and I realized that I had missed a distinguished person. He patted his bulging stomach, the shiny copper-colored buttons struggling to maintain the dark red vest from popping open. Professor of Ancient Runes, an expert in Muggle studies, and a deep-rooted master of memory damage therapy. Look at that, I'm a little envious of you. Felix understood, it looked like the news of his cure of the Longbottoms had finally reached the minister's ears, and it should be Lady Dorothea Bonham who told him. Old Bernie in the Wisengamot office has submitted the proposal, and now we are waiting for the results of the verification from St. Mungo's, and if there is no problem, the second-class medal, that's the minimum, the first-class medal is not without hope. Sounds good, Felix said patiently. Well, you know, I need to convince some people, use some contacts. Fudge said, his fat fingers interlocked. I like to trade. Like what? Felix asked curiously, wondering what Fudge had in mind. Dolores is in some trouble and I want her to take over the deputy minister position, but she's not senior enough right now and needs an undeniable merit, like capturing Sirius Black, under my leadership, of course. Fudge said, fiddling with the quill in his hand. Felix asked patiently, it's not like I can help you catch him, the Ministry of Magic has plenty of aura and hit wizard. Actually, I mean if you can convince Dumbledore to let Dolores bring some people into Hogwarts, trust me, I'm doing what's best for the students inside. Black is a vicious criminal to the core, he'll do many vicious things he's capable of. Fudge said with righteous indignation. Felix gave him a deep look. I'll think about it, Minister Fudge. He looked at the clock. The speech is about to start, I need to take a few minutes to prepare. Fudge, obviously, did not expect him to simply refuse and froze for a moment. I'll wait to hear back from you, and I'll have Dolores find you. I may not have time in the near future, Felix said. Perhaps, I'll make an appointment for you with Dumbledore. Well, you know, actually, Fudge stammered, his tone became slightly embarrassed. It won't be necessary. Well, I'll talk with Dumbledore about it then. Felix came out of the room, shaking his head. He is a little uncertain whether Fudge really happened to hear the news of his arrival, and tried incidentally, or had a plan, but from the emotions perceived from his mind, Fudge is not as passive as they make it out. He couldn't help but think, this minister really trusts that Dolores Umbridge, doesn't he know that this woman's popularity is quite bad? As Felix stood on the small podium in meeting room 2, looking down at the mass of people dressed in black, he suddenly thought of something. Maybe it is because of Umbridge's terrible popularity that she is being used by Fudge. At least in the eyes of outsiders, if she did anything bad it isn't unexpected, the fire will not burn Fudge's head entirely. He remembered the relationship between kings and sycophants. Sycophants do many hateful deeds, how much is it authorized by the king himself? Felix's eyes passed over the crowd, and he formally started his speech. Some of you may know me, or have heard of me, but many others are not sure what I do. So far I have written a total of 3 books related to Muggles and am barely an expert on this field. He held up his wand and let his name appear in the air. Felix quickly skipped over the self-introduction part and got to the topic of the day. I'm assuming that you've come here today out of pure interest or a willingness to receive some fresh insight because of your work. From the list of listeners, you would be the most connected group of people with the ordinary people. In a way, I'm in line with you guys, being the eyes of a wizard who sees the outside world. But how many of you realize that? The crowd stirred a little, and while Newt Scamander in the corner looked at the gap in the wall, his ears perked up. A tall, well-built wizard with a thin lip and mustache said in a hard, cold tone, "Why should we be concerned about some lowlife?" "This wizard, your name?" Felix asked calmly. "You may call me McNair," he said with a grin. "Mr. Happ, do you find my words problematic?" Next to him, Kristen Avery pulled his arm, but he still locked eyes with Felix. "Lowlife," Felix chewed on the word, "you have to give me a specific reason, Mr. McNair. You were just stating your emotions, you're just letting us know that you really, really hate Muggles, but that is never the reason." McNair's expression changed, and he said nastily, "Foolish, ignorant, powerless, confused, need to say more." "Hey," Felix looked to the others, "anyone else holds the same opinion? Let me see." No one took a stand in support. Instead, some people were very unhappy with McNair's statement. Most of them were half-blood wizards and Muggle-born wizards. Felix waited quietly for a few seconds, leaving the crowd time to think. The air became noisy, but there is not a single audible voice made. It is like listening to a tape with the voice cleaned out. Felix spoke up and said, "I will answer your questions at the end of my speech, Mr. McNair." He waved his wand, spilling a bright silver light, and soon, the silver glow filled the entire second meeting room like a cloud of smoke. He flicked his finger and the smoke disappeared instantly. With the help of the blank memory fragments, Felix can already temporarily make the thinking room appear in reality. Today I would like to introduce something very simple, about people who can't do magic, about their clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The signing of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was an important milestone for us, and since then, our knowledge of the outside world has seemed to have stagnated forever, and even if fresh blood has been added to the wizarding community every year after that, the situation hasn't changed much. Felix seemed to speak with emotion. Back to the topic, the medieval clothes are relatively monotonous with color and material. The color is mainly black, white, grey, brown. The material is mainly linen, wool, and leather. Style is somewhat similar to the clothes-fitting wizard's robe. Some nobles or high-class people of the outside world at that time will also wear a cloak. Gentlemen, does it sound familiar? In the parlor, illusory figures appeared in the air. Their faces were blurred, but the clothes on their bodies were particularly clear, and a wizard could not help but reach out to touch them, but his fingers passed through the virtual figures. After a few centuries, more elements were added, large cloaks, embroidery, appliquing. Felix said, while in the air many corresponding clothing styles rapidly assembled. Sophisticated and exquisite clothes caught many witches' attention. 14th to the 17th century, people concerned about curvy beauty for a while and a kind of morbid, skirt straps, corseted waist, a dozen inches high shoes. Felix waved his wand and let the corresponding images appear one by one, and then came ribbons, lacy lapels, long buttoned jackets, feathered hats, puffy skirts. I also have to mention some tiny decorations such as ties, floral decorations, lace, etc. The discussion in the seating area continued with a lot of chatter. In the 18th and 19th centuries, people by and large admired nature, simplicity, and removed the embellishments. Felix said while the clothes of that period appeared, many clothes close to the modern aesthetic appeared, petticoats, shawls, suits, tuxedos. As for after that, there are too many kinds, you can see for yourselves. Felix curled his lips, he reached out and pushed. Hundreds of different shaped clothes appeared and flew towards the wizards on the stage. Many of them leaned back subconsciously in shock, until the images of these clothes passed across the meeting room. They only then reacted to the fact that it is all an illusion. It's just too real. Someone said admiringly. Felix continued, one phenomenon I often see in the newspapers is that whenever a Muggle expert introduces something new and exciting, there are always particularly stubborn people who refuse to admit it and claim it's all made up. Do any of the people here think that what I just showed is made up? No one doubts that things like clothes are obvious to everyone at first glance, and even the most uneducated would not think that Felix himself has made up thousands of different kinds of clothes of different shapes. From the simplest clothes, we can get a lot of interesting conclusions. For example, they are always evolving, always creating something new. Felix lightly nodded. Without going deeper, he changed the subject and asked a question. Has anyone ever wondered how these clothes are made? Hand sewn. Someone joked, it can't be by magic, can it? But no one laughed. Except for Felix, who smiled and said, I explained the answer to this question in more detail in my new book, Muggle World Magic, for those who are interested, and if I were to tell it, I probably couldn't tell it clearly in 3 days and nights. Let's continue. The content of his speech quietly accelerated, developments in food. He waved his wand and numerous dishes from different periods appeared, becoming more and more exquisite and tempting the closer they came to the present time. Housing various styles of architecture, home furnishings popping up one by one. And transportation in the sky, sea, and land revealed one by one. With the previous content as a base, no one questioned the authenticity of his last 3 aspects, but most people entered a state of bewilderment because they received too much information at once. After a few minutes, the crowd came back to their senses one after another. Felix once again posed a question, why am I talking about this, gentlemen? His gaze became extremely sharp, staring at everyone in the room, who subconsciously looked at Felix for an answer. Change, the only thing I want to tell you is change. His eyes fell on McNair, a male wizard with thin lips and mustache. Not knowing what he's thinking, Felix said to him, as for the question you just mentioned, Mr. McNair, why should we look at the outside world? He took a step over and stood in front of the male wizard. Because the world never stands still because of a particular person, a particular group, and if you don't perceive this change, the words foolishness, ignorance, powerlessness, and confusion, can be used perfectly well for you, too. Now do you understand, Mr. McNair? McNair's face turned red, and for a moment, his expression turned fierce as he jerked his wand and tried to put it against Felix's neck. McNair, stop it! Rufus Scrimgeour shouted from a few feet across. Rufus Scrimgeour, he could not allow this lecture to become a fight, especially if the young professor he had invited got hurt, it would become a scandal for the Ministry of Magic. But McNair's eyes already turned red, the tip of his wand flashed with sparks, and what angered him the most is that the man opposite to him still had a sneering smile on his face. He even reached out his hand slowly. Did he want to take away his wand? Damn, what did he think he is doing, performance? I followed the Dark Lord while he still didn't know what part of the world he is in. McNair decided to teach this overly young Muggle studies expert a lesson. There are a lot of people here, so no unforgivable curses, and no dark magic, so how about a bombarda? He subconsciously licked his lips, but found he couldn't move. McNair watched as the man named Felix Happ gently withdrew his hand with his wand and heard him saying in a gentle tone, you see, even your most persuasive powers are worthless in front of some people, so does that mean? According to your reasoning, I can despise you? Or, at will, fiddle with you? McNair's heart went cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he couldn't stop shivering, a similar feeling he had felt a decade ago, from the Dark Lord. Rufus Scrimgeour had to step forward and whispered, Mr. Happ, you can't. Felix smiled at him, Mr. Scrimgeour, this is part of the speech, an example of my careful preparation, you see, I didn't even take out my wand. Mr. McNair is cooperating with me. McNair suddenly found himself able to move, and Felix handed him his wand back, take your wand, it's the greatest pride you will ever have. McNair froze in place, if the wand is pride, then what is he, if one took it away? Felix returned to the small podium, ready to end the day's speech. As I said, time keeps moving forward, and change follows close behind, that's the big picture. It's like a wave crashing towards you, the best response would be moving forward with the wave. A young wizard raised his hand as if it's a classroom, but, Mr. Happ, what do we do? A strong emotion welled up in Felix's heart, and he wanted to spill the beans, speak up, or even put his ideas right into their heads, but he did none of that but said calmly, that may be a question that needs to be explored by our generation together. This is 2 in 1 chapter, so tomorrow I will only update 1 chapter. Number Rickonacy. Thanks for your support. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 269, Chapter 269 Fudge's Thoughts. I hate change. In the small room behind the curtain, which is only separated by a door between the meeting room, inside Fudge thinking with a gloomy face. As he all alone, his expression became unconcealed, and anyone who saw this face would not associate him with a wishy-washy and unassertive person. He did not come out of the room until the people in the parlor had dispersed, and Rufus Scrimgeour once again returned and stood before Fudge. Minister, Mr. Happ has left, he went with Mr. Scamander, and they seem to know each other. Is that so? Fudge whispered, Scamander, once again another unpleasant name, he had some trouble breathing now, he seemed to be trapped in a web, deeper and deeper, how to break free. And in the center of this web is an old man with silver white hair and beard and blue eyes, an old man named Albus Dumbledore. No one wants to be a puppet, although at the beginning of his inauguration, in order to secure his position, he ran to Hogwarts 3 times a day, making a posture of standing with the greatest wizard in the world at present. Now after a few years, he finally gradually stabilized the position of Minister of Magic. In the last year or two, he no longer likes to do that, especially since his own excellent performance in last year's Ilvermorny student protests added a lot of points for him, and speaking of which, this Felix Happ was there and was a key figure. Fudge got even more itchy thinking about it, so he asked Scrimgeour, has Barty Crouch made any moves recently? Rufus Scrimgeour understood what he meant. No, he's been preparing for next year's Triwizard Tournament, well, or rather, the Quadruple Tournament, who knows. Some people within the Ministry has suggested pulling a few more countries in, so we might as well add extra Goblet of Fire, anyway, since it will definitely be readjusted. Fudge nodded lightly. Barty Crouch is a strong contender for the position under his ass. In fact, if it were not for the end of the war and the sudden outbreak of the scandal that his son, working with 3 other Death Eaters, and tortured the Longbottoms together into madness, causing Crouch's reputation to plummet, he would not have picked up the slack and got this post. Not long afterward, Crouch's wife died, and his son also died in Azkaban, which led to Crouch's devastation, and he chose to remain in the Department of International Magical CO Operation. But Fudge won't forget how popular the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement used to be during the war years. Similarly, tough former Minister of Magic Millicent Bagnold was very optimistic about Barty Crouch taking over her position, but unfortunately, fortunately, it went so wrong. Fudge thought about it and asked about the organization of the Quidditch World Cup. This time Scrimgeour didn't look too good. It's not going very well. Mr. Bagman's work has only just got off the ground. He then sent his staff Bertha Horkins to investigate the site environment, but Miss Horkins is notorious for her poor memory. She can confuse even the simplest reports. Fudge's face turned red and looked as if he wanted to hit someone. He held back his anger and said, Bagman, what is he doing alone? He went to a fan party of the Wimburn Wasps 2 days ago, and as you know, despite retirement, he is still one of the most popular beater. Fudge of course knew, that the young Ludo Bagman had been a very good beater, which was how he had ended up as director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and even the fact that Bagman had once been accused of passing information to Death Eater August Lakewood, but because he had done so well in a Quidditch match the week before, people had felt too fondly of him and let him get away with it. Barty Crouch was the judge of that trial. A thought crossed Fudge's mind, and he asked Scrimgeour gently, what do you think, what if I put the 2 of them together? What? Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, they don't need to divide anything between us, they can simply finish the Quidditch World Cup and the Triwizard Tournament together. This. Scrimgeour wanted to scratch his head. These 2 people didn't get along well, and he couldn't help but remember the impression they left on him. The impression that Barty left on the members of the Ministry of Magic is that he was tough and decisive during wartime and cold-hearted during the post-war trials, and he even personally judged Barty Crouch Jr. guilty. Ludo Bagman, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. He is an international-level athlete, with ample physical strength and a simple mind, and despite his not-so-young age, anyone who meets him for the first time will be attracted by his round blue eyes, blonde hair, and rosy complexion, all of which make him look like a big boy. Scrimgeour tried to imagine the 2 working together, Mr. Crouch preparing to communicate about issues, only to find that there is no Bagman to be found. He is either in a meeting with a fan or busy placing a bet on one of the Quidditch matches. But having said that, Mr. Bagman's vision is indeed accurate. A small part of his fortune is won by gambling. Would he be involved in this year's Quidditch World Cup betting as well? Mr. Bagman is said to be quite generous and happy to bring others along to play. Rufus Scrimgeour came back to his senses and thought carefully before finally giving a painless suggestion. Mr. Crouch is serious, Mr. Bagman is affectionate, and a partnership between them might have unexpected benefits. Then it's settled, Fudge said decisively. You bring it up in the next meeting, I will cooperate with you. Understood. Also, what is Umbridge up to? How did I hear she ran off to Diagon Alley? Quite a few people have approached me with complaints. Minister, actually it is Nocturne Alley. We received accurate information. Sirius Black appeared in Nocturne Alley, and sneaked up on a wizard. Should be a dark wizard. Anyway, then snatched his wand. Fudge furrowed his brow. This is not quite what he had in mind. You let her go back to Hogsmeade. He actually wanted to say Hogwarts, but Dumbledore firmly disagreed, but also because of the previous Dementor's out-of-control thing had unpleasant memories. Thinking about it, he again felt a toothache. This matter can also be associated with Felix Happ. God knows how surprised he was when he learned that the Dementor shrunk. Since then, he had paid attention to this person. Calming the Ilvermorny students in France who attacked the international conference venue, curing the Longbottoms, the war heroes who were sentenced to death by St. Mungos, and making Azkaban guards Dementor shrink. Seemingly unconnected, but this actually all represents one word: strength. This Felix Happ has an extremely strong practical combat ability. Could he be another Dumbledore? How can I make him work for me? Fudge's mind revolving around this thought. Number Gabriel Navaki and number Hayden Flo. Thanks for your support. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 270, Chapter 270 The club's first cooperation. Felix and Newt exchanged their addresses, and he learned that Newt was retired and lived with his wife in the Dorset countryside, where they owned a huge underground basement where magical creatures in need lived. I don't always raise them, I am more like a healer, and I let them return to nature once the patients are healthy again, Newt said to him. Despite guessing the answer, Felix asked, Mr. Scamander, if you are not going to get something out of them, how have you kept your love for them for so long? Newt smiled and said, how do you keep the love? Of course because of the love itself. The next weekend, at the Magic Runes Club gathering, Felix showed the members the ring of the Ouroboros snake. He flipped the dark green coin in his hand, letting it nimbly pass through the tips of his fingers. His actions quickly caught the attention of these students, and the next second, the coin transformed into a small snake and curled up into an Ouroboros snake ring on his right pinky finger. He waved his wand and dozens of coins flew out from the table in the corner, landing precisely in front of each of the young wizards. Count this as your belated Christmas present. It can replace the copper nut that you received before, and has two forms within coin and ring, as you choose. If you want to turn it into the latter, all you need to do is to meditate, infinity, and then inject magic power. You can try it now. The club members held out their hands and let the coins fall into their palms, feeling heavy. Neville, who is attending the assembly for the first time, rubbed the lines on the coin, its surface glowing with a unique thick sheen, but not like metal when he touched it. He looked up at Harry, who is sitting next to him, and Harry mouthed to Neville, basilisk scales. This is what Hermione told him, he then relayed to Neville. In fact, when Harry knew about this, he felt surprised. He thought the basilisk was thrown back into the Chamber of Secrets after the exhibition, but Hermione told him that the basilisk is full of treasured magical materials, which have been divided by the Professor Hap and Snape. Neville's heart thumped like he is completing some kind of ritual, and he clearly and precisely recited, Infinity. The coin in his hand changed and became a small dark green, slender snake in the blink of an eye. Neville held it up and asked tentatively, do you know how to do that? The little snake swam to his right pinky finger, twisted twice, and morphed into an Ouroboros snake ring. The most excited ones are Slytherin. Draco Malfoy almost as soon as he saw the coin turned into a small snake, he could not help but reach out his index finger to gently touch its head, not as slippery as one might expect, but a kind of tender texture, as if carved out of a dark green gem. The little snake tilted its head, its dark, shiny eyes locked with his. Draco reached out his finger, the snake's body shifted and wrapped around his finger, gently swaying the snake's body, the head and tail connected to form a circle. He looked to his left and right with delight, then glanced at Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass, whose eyes were wide open, and all their attention got drawn away. The others reacted more calmly, they neither rejected the snake look, but neither did they show any particular liking for it. Cedric got tempted to ask if he could change the form, but he thought that the snake is not the symbol of Slytherin House, but the symbol of alchemy and rune, the symbol of the Ouroboros snake, which represents the Magic Rune Club and Professor Hap himself, so he gave up. Then he heard Professor Hap's voice. Its material comes from the 1000-year-old basilisk, which you should have some impression of, the one from the Chamber of Secret last year. I found that the scales of the basilisk are extremely magically inert, making it difficult to channel magic, but they are also excellent materials for isolating and preserving power. I used the basilisk scales as a medium and drew the runes with the powder of African boomslang skin and alchemy eggshell, thus the ring of the Ouroboros snake you see created. When the African boomslang skin was mentioned, Hermione quickly glanced at the professor. She did know that this material is one of the important ingredients for making polyjuice potion, but did not know that it can also be ground into a powder used to draw runes, but she understood when she thought of the professor had a headache for a long time about how to use the basilisk scales and made a lot of attempts. Felix began to demonstrate. He waved his hand to let the students see a bunch of practical rune symbols near his wrist, then the ring on his right pinky finger approached them, the ring of the Ouroboros snake suddenly swam, the snake's mouth released its tail, the body shot out to swallow these runes one by one before returning to Felix's hand and changing back into a ring. I found in practice, it can store magic runes for a long time, and extremely slow down the process of magic overflow, although, for me, it has no use, for you guys, the benefits are very obvious. Under the eyes of the crowd, he knocked the head of the little snake, which opened its mouth and spat out the string of magic runes it had just swallowed, and Felix revealed the answer by saying, as long as you succeed in outlining a magic rune, you can retain and analyze it for a long time until you are completely familiar with the structure of that magic rune. Felix curled up his lip, and so, we have our theme for today: cooperation and exchange. In the previous few activities, you have mastered at least one practical magic rune, now I need you to swap it with others in exchange for a magic rune that person specializes in, you should exchange at least 20 of them. He glanced at Hermione and added, you can exchange a maximum of 3 magic runes from the same person. Otherwise, these students would only need to find Hermione to get it. Draco couldn't help but complain, Professor, that's not fair, there is the least number of Slytherin students here. Well, that makes sense. Felix agreed. In that case, let's add another condition, the exchange cannot be with the same house you belong. The other students looked at each other. Felix smiled and said, you should see that I want you to get to know each other. In the previous few assemblies, you all sat together in the same house, this cannot be conducive to future cooperation. Now, let's begin. The members of the club began to move, and it became apparent at this point who among the four houses is most popular. The students of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Slytherin subconsciously gathered around the young Hufflepuff wizards. Petter Sheldon, a sixth-year Hufflepuff girl, couldn't help but say, what an unforeseen development. Oh, Warren, you have your day. She giggled. Warren Pertwee of Ravenclaw scowled, stop it, I've helped you quite a few times. Ever since he was called up by Professor Happ last year to compete with this girl in an ancient rune knowledge contest, even before the answer space became available, she has been going toe-to-toe with him, but the two of them occasionally go to the library together to write assignments and look up information, and they have sort of built a unique bond of combative friendship. At least that's what he thought. Harry pushed his way out of the crowd. He was never great at dealing with such situations, especially when he is asked to take the initiative to befriend some people. But when he noticed that Draco Malfoy's face also isn't looking good, his mood suddenly cheered up, like returning to Diagon Alley, eating ice cream from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in the summer sun kind of feeling. Draco caught Harry's eye and said in a mocking whisper, Potter, you're as annoying as McAdams, so why don't you go back to your boxing ring? Harry looked at him in dismay. He didn't really care about Malfoy's bad attitude, their relationship had never been friendly, but the information that popped out of his mouth is quite surprising. You've read The Strange Adventures of Mick the Little Wizard? No, no. Draco immediately denied it. Harry affirmed, you've definitely read it. McAdams and boxing ring are things from the book, he said with a stifled smile, and you've seen at least the third volume. Draco's face instantly darkened, and he opened his mouth several times, but he could not think of anything to say in retort. There are 300 chapters on P_Atreon, if you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 271, Chapter 271, The Accident in Practicing the Patronus Charm. The bickering with Draco Malfoy put Harry's panic aside for a moment, but Professor Happ seemed determined to have his way with them, as he said languidly from the sidelines, there's a little time, boys, and you need to hurry up. The crowd scattered even further, and everyone paired up with each other like headless flies. Which magic rune have you mastered? Light, fire, and cut, and you? I only know light and cattle. Time is running out, and they could only say the most important magic runes, that is, the core one they had. The good thing is, everyone has the same idea. Until Harry finished a set of exchanges, he didn't understand what the opposite guy's name is, what house he's from. He found that it didn't seem that hard, so for the next 3 times, he deliberately looked for people who were left alone and whom he didn't recognize for the exchange, but he always remembered to politely ask for names, and as for the house, everyone tacitly omitted that. When he expressed his thoughts with Ron in the middle, Ron glared at him, you don't think people don't know who you are, do you, Harry? Harry slapped his own head, he hadn't thought about it at all. He saw Hermione appear joyfully and pulled her in. How many did you exchange? 15, Hermione said happily. The secret is to find girls in the senior years who are friendly and have less overlap with your knowledge weight. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she walked up to Daphne Greengrass on her toes, whispering something with a glowing face. Harry looked aside for a moment and finally noticed that the two seemed to be moving together to a corner. They're friends? Harry asked. He knew the girl is a Slytherin. Rivalry, Ron said. Golem versus Golem duel, at least that's what Hermione said. Felix watched quietly, mentally making quick notes of the students who could be put into groups. While he wanted to break down the barriers between the 4 houses and facilitate their interaction, he also had no interest in having completely inappropriate people come together. The good thing is that, except for a few people, the majority of people did not have as strong rejection in their minds as they had expected, they just needed a suitable excuse. In this way, it seemed that some of his next arrangements will not be abrupt. When the last student exchange got completed, the majority of the students had already finished the process of trying to use the ring of the Ouroboros snake to collect the magic runes, and Felix clapped his hands and told them to stop. Wordlessly, their seats changed, originally distinct now staggered. Let's talk about how to perceive the structure of an object. You should have been exposed to it in other classes, especially the Transfiguration class. Perceiving magic rune is also a similar line of thought. There are some tips here. Let your magic touch it gently, not a rough injection of magic, that will blow them up. Think of raindrops falling in a puddle and spreading a ripple. Felix's fingertips tapped on the air, which seemed to take shape with a slight dent, followed by light blue magic spreading out. Mobilize your magic as subtly as you can without interrupting it, and I will remind you that this is not a spell. Bang! A student blew up the magic rune as if an orange-red firework had burst. Eddie Camilch, hear me out, Felix pulled them into the thinking room, practice here for a while or the magic rune you just exchanged will disappear faster than the invisible beast. After the assembly, Felix asked Neville, can you keep up with the progress? Neville scratched his head, it's a little hard, but it's easier than I thought, and I got 4 magic runes now. Out of the thinking room, Felix only allowed them to get their hands on analyzing the magic runes, and the subsequent session was like a fireworks show, though most of them barely got the hang of it after 7 or 8 failed attempts to put the skills they had honed from the thinking room to use in reality. And Neville as a first-timer, with no previous relevant study, hadn't even mastered a single practical magic rune. You're doing well, I noticed, you signed up for the dueling tournament. Neville's face flushed as he whispered, I wanted to try. Well, go ahead and prepare, I remember Potter and the gang have a dueling self-study group, it might help you, Felix suggested. Neville looked up and told him, I'm already a regular member there, I'm pretty good at using a stunning spell. Regular member? Felix asked in confusion. Harry, they don't forbid anyone else to get mixed in, a lot of students have come to play once or twice, and they volunteer to invite some upperclassmen. Those who come regularly will get a copper nut distributed, and as long as the nut is glowing, it means there is an event. Neville pulled out a coin from his pocket, and Felix took a look at it, dumbfounded, isn't it the fever nut he made earlier? Except for the design on it is changed to a lion's head. With the depth of the content of the Magic Rune Club teaching, some students can no longer keep up and choose to quit voluntarily. There is no way around it because, in the selection of members, he actually thought only 7 are qualified, for which he had to relax the conditions. Some people were actually not ready to invest a lot of time and energy, and when the novelty passed, they decided to leave. Before leaving, they returned the copper nut that was used to inform the assembly time. These things are of little use to him, Felix made them without even adding the most basic safeguarding magic, in fact, it is only a bridging item, which has now been changed to the ring of the Ouroboros snake. He casually put the fever nut into the disposal area, ready to find time to dispose of it. Now it seemed that his own assistant should have found them and studied them privately. Gryffindor Common Room. Harry told Ron and Hermione about his accident yesterday when he went to Professor Lupin's office and practiced the Patronus charm. Hermione said pointedly, you saw Voldemort, you saw that Dark Lord. The others in the lounge looked over, and she covered her mouth, how is that possible, didn't you say you are just afraid of Dementors? I thought I was too, Harry said rather fearfully. Professor Lupin found a boggart from the faculty common room, he said there is some way to fool a boggart, to which I turned it down though. I really thought I was most afraid of Dementors, as a result, the boggart became Voldemort stuck in the back of Quirrell's head, and later became a basilisk. Ron said incredulously, it must be out of its mind, how can someone have 2 greatest fears? Harry explained, Professor Lupin said it is possible, but usually the same type of fear, such as your fear of spiders, a boggart is possible to switch between different spider forms. My case is relatively rare, Professor Lupin speculated that it may be that the boggart could not find something that would make me lose my mind, so it had to take turns, and with that, he grinned. Hermione raised her eyebrows, I think it might be the influence of that Dementor doll, how many times have you guys taken it for a play? Ron said emphatically, that wasn't playing, Hermione. We were getting ourselves used to the feeling of facing a Dementor, and you see, Harry isn't that scared now. Hermione grunted as she asked Harry, but how are you going to practice the Patronus charm? Professor Lupin has temporarily fooled the boggart into thinking that my greatest fear is still Dementors, but he told me to bring the Dementor doll over to him next time. Harry shrugged, the professor said he had never heard of anything like that before. Number TIMI and number Kunta. Thanks for your support. There are 300 chapters on P_Atreon, if you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 272, Chapter 272 Absolutely no spikes. Perhaps Professor Lupin, hiss. The cold wind blowing over suddenly burrowed into Ron's collar, making him swallow the rest of his half-hearted words. He surveyed the lounge window, then cautiously picked up a piece of broken glass. Unexpectedly, there is a broken hole here, no one fixed it. Hermione said impatiently, it's a matter of a spell, please move your hand. When they returned to the dormitory, Ron said to Harry, maybe her cat did it, I think it's a bit strange, especially the way it looks at me. Harry did not continue the conversation, nor did he tell Ron the fact that he had thrown Crookshanks out of his bed 2 or 3 times. In his mind, the cat seemed to be extraordinarily attached to the smell of Scabbers, even after its disappearance he often came to visit, perhaps it simply lamented about the absence of the snack? However, Harry could not guarantee that if Scabbers were still around, whether he will be stimulated enough that he will suddenly become a dark wizard, maybe he just couldn't stand the harassment of Crookshanks that he left. In a way, he thought, the cat had sort of saved his and Ron's life. Harry undressed while looking for a new topic, by the way, what were you trying to say? Ron put down his hand to take off his shoes, frowning lightly to recall, I was going to say, maybe Professor Lupin is planning to use your Dementor doll instead of Boggett. After a few seconds, Harry suddenly came to his senses and said excitedly, you're right, Professor Hap wrote on the card that the doll could help me with the charm. I had thought I could use it to overcome my fear of Dementors and to prevent the Quidditch match accident from happening again, and now it seems that Professor Hap had anticipated this day. Ron grinned as he changed into his pajamas, not a big difference, after you used it to convince Wood to let you play in the game, remember, he almost passed out in fear the first time he saw it. Even if Ron said a little exaggerated, but Harry could not help but laugh out loud, especially at the thought of the sturdy Wood shrinking himself into the back of the chair like a kitten. From the next bed, Neville said sleepily, Harry? What happened? Nothing, hurry up and go to sleep. He said hurriedly. Lying in bed, Harry thought hopefully, hoping he wouldn't miss the rest of Quidditch practice, like Hermione had never missed any of her elective lessons. Pretty amazing, but he just wanted results. Over the next period of time, Felix spent quite some time putting together the step-by-step instructions for teaching the ancient magic, light, in addition to his daily classes, trips to the library, and studying the pensieve he borrowed from Dumbledore. This is his final reward for the club members, although this magic can only be considered an infinitely enhanced version of the Lumos spell, but both the effect and safety are satisfactory. The only consequence of this magic getting out of control would be draining the magic power of the adventurous learner, which could be so much friendlier than some spell backfiring and burning you into a pile of ashes, or being drained into a dry corpse. Felix intends to break this ancient magic apart and integrate the knowledge into the next gatherings, to be taught at the end of the semester's exams. In addition, his communication with Nicholas Flamel resumed again, although the two only communicated through photos. He keenly sensed that Nicholas Flamel's words were full of twilight, and he couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart as Dumbledore's words resurfaced, Nick's wife might not make it through the winter. But Nicholas Flamel avoided talking about it, and he could only pretend not to know, to avoid opening up the old man's scars. Perhaps during the summer, he could talk to Nicholas Flamel about going to live with him for a while. In the meantime, Mundungus contacted him several times, sending over several ancient alchemical products. He also brought out a beautiful silverware. Felix judged from the workmanship of the silverware it created in the hands of goblins. Such things have always been worth a lot of money, you can tell from the way the owner used it. Felix guessed that it might be from some pure-blood family. The fact that Mundungus tentatively asked if he wanted more, and that he had a steady source of goods, made Felix confirm it even more, and he couldn't help but feel that there are some pure-blood families that are shiny on the surface but selling their family assets. In the first dueling class in January, Felix explained the rules of the small dueling tournament and arranged for some senior students to demonstrate it, and there are not many restrictions except no dark magic, no semi-permanent transfiguration, high-risk vicious hexes and potions are not allowed as well. This tournament will be as close to reality as possible, the venue is not a ring, and with the research of several professors, we decided to make full use of the 7th classroom, yes, that modified practical classroom of the Ancient Runes class. There is still 1 month before the official commencement of the dueling competition, so you can be well prepared. In this dueling class, apart from the news revealed by Felix, the most remarkable one is Neville, whose silent stunning spell managed to knock down several opponents, which startled those who knew him. Neville's heart thumped, his first clean win, and he grinned as he watched Harry give him the thumbs up. When Seamus Finnegan awakened, he hammered Neville's chest exaggeratedly, "Hey mate, are you on some fierce potion?" Although everyone is happy for Neville's progress, his changes have also provided many people with a sense of crisis. The most visual example is the small dueling study group formed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione is on fire. In an abandoned classroom, Ron said with a determined face, "Come on, Harry." A small group of people gathered around him, making his expression look even sadder. Harry hesitated a little, but obeyed, pointing his wand at Ron and shouting, "Incarcerus." A thin rope of magic wrapped around him, binding him head to toe together like a ball, and Ron hit the mat with a thud. He ran over, lifted the spell, picked Ron up, and asked in a whisper, "More." "Again, I want to feel your magic a few more times." "Hiss," Ron said with a grimace, "is your magic mutated? I feel like my butt is pierced by spikes." The students surrounding them took a step back in unison, and many girls like Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil looked at them with disgust. Harry explained in a panic, "No, he should have a tingling sensation because his skin is swollen, I've experienced." He stopped, feeling like he is making it worser and worser. Now, even Ginny looked at him strangely. Harry hung his head and gave up trying to explain, glaring at Ron and saying unkindly, "Are you ready?" "Wait." Bang. Ron fell to the ground again, and Harry said sincerely to the rest of them, "You can check, there are absolutely no spikes. There are 302 chapters on P_Atreon, if you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 273, Chapter 273 The Confiscated Things. Felix came down the grand staircase, empty-handed, as he always did, unlike other professors who carried books, papers, and the like with them. As he passed by the caretaker's office on the ground floor, he heard Lupin's voice. "I'm sorry, I'm bothering you, if you can find it, please do let me know." Lupin's single figure emerged from the office and brushed past Felix. "Hello, Professor Hap." He flinched for a moment and smiled. "Hello, Professor Lupin, you look well," Felix said back. When he left, Felix knocked on Filch's office door. "Mr. Filch, are you there?" The door is pushed open and Filch's face is revealed from the shadows, a pair of goldfish eyes staring back at him. "It's Professor Hap, I thought," he muttered, moving aside, and Felix followed in. It is a rather small room, next to the foyer of the castle. No windows inside, even in the daytime. It looked dim and cramped. The only source of light is a green lamp hanging up on the ceiling, with many wooden cabinets lined up around the walls, some already stuffed to the brim, poking out from the cracks with yellowed and old parchment corners. There are few chairs in the office. Although Felix has no idea of sitting down, he covertly applied an air-freshening spell on himself, and finally got rid of the widespread smell of fish. Felix locked eyes with a bony cat on the desk, its eyes large, bulging, and bright. "She looks very human," Felix said. Filch is pleased that he used the word she and said with a quivering jaw, "You'll never find a smarter cat, more like a human if you ask me. At least she won't break school rules and will do you a solid favor." Felix listened patiently, about how Mrs. Norris was patrolling the corridors alone, a cat, for a while until Filch is out of breath when he answered, "She looks a little malnourished, though." Filch froze, as if no one had ever asked about it before, and stammered, "She's a bit of a picky eater, I've persuaded her, but she only eats the fried fish I make. I have some nutritional supplements here, very cleverly formulated, and crucially harmless," Felix said. His right hand brushed over the ring on his left hand, a square wooden box appeared in his hand. He opened the lid of the box, gave it a brief glance, and said with some regret, "There's only half of it left." Filch said hesitantly, "Norris may not like." He took a small glass bottle from the square wooden box, opened the stopper, a strange aroma spread out, diluting the smell of fish in the room. Mrs. Norris immediately raised her head to stare at the glass bottle, showing a longing expression. But it did not move, but looked up at Filch, and Filch said, "It's okay, Norris, drink it." The cat immediately let out a seeping purr, leaped off the table, ran quickly to her master, stretched out her tongue to lick the bright red liquid in the bottle. Only when she licked the last drop clean, she stretched out contentedly and let out a purr sound. Filch's eyes shone with a strange light. He could not help but say, "Norris has never been like this, she does not care about the pet store tonic." Felix smiled and explained, "The recipe came from a master of potions who won the second-class order of Merlin. Professor Belby left it behind, although he only made it at his leisure, but the effect is certainly far more than the products on the market." "Then the recipe? I can give it to you. The brewing method is very simple, and it doesn't even require you to use a wand, though some dragon blood might be needed." "That's not a problem," Filch said quickly. "Do you have any parchment here?" "Yes." Filch nimbly lifted the drawer and flipped out a stack of blank parchment. Felix hooked his fingers and let a piece of parchment float to him, a smooth string of letters automatically appearing on the paper as he gazed at it. In the process, Filch kept his eyes on the parchment in the air, as he kept his hands together with his knuckles flexing. Felix inquired carelessly, "By the way, I just saw Professor Lupin." "Yet?" Filch unconsciously replied. "He came over to ask for something confiscated," Filch said, his eyes still fixed on the parchment. "Professor Hap, don't blame me for picking on him." "Why do you say that?" Filch snapped back to his senses, and with a wary glance at the door, he lowered his voice and said, "He was misbehaving when he was in school and loved to break school rules, of course not as much as his two friends, but I can recognize him, he's the one with the worst ideas." He looked at Felix and complimented, "Unlike you, you were a decent guy when you were in school." Felix said with some amusement, "I got into a lot of trouble when I was in school." Filch said slyly, "Not the same, sir, not the same. You never caused trouble to anyone else unless they came to you first." He pointed to the filing cabinet by the wall. "There's a drawer that belongs to them Lupin and his merry friends. If Hogwarts hadn't abolished corporal punishment." He muttered disgruntledly, "Mr. Pringle managed to be in a good time, unlike me." "Oh, Pringle was the former keeper of the castle, he left a lot of tools behind, I kept them all." Felix looked at the carefully polished chains hanging on the wall and shook his head. The young wizards loathed Filch for good reason. He had learned early that Filch liked to physically punish his students, and even though the physical punishment had been abolished, the mental punishment remained. And Filch is trying to find ways to push the art forward and develop it. "Mr. Filch, you just said that Professor Lupin came over to claim his stuff." "That's right, a dozen years ago, he and his friends were wandering around, and I searched them and recovered a suspicious, rolled parchment from them. which I suspected contained some secret, so I confiscated it. Filch said as his face twitched. You don't know how bad they are. They still looked indifferent after the parchment was confiscated, he said viciously. They must have thought I couldn't decipher the secret on it and would just throw it away, so they could pick it back up secretly. But I didn't. Instead, I kept it, just locked in the drawer. And what about the parchment now? Have you returned it to Professor Lupin? Felix asked curiously. Lost it, Filch said discouragingly. I don't remember when I lost it, maybe they took it away from me. But you said it, Professor Lupin came over to ask for it. Who knows, maybe his friend didn't tell him, or some other little wizard stole it from me over the years, Filch said with a regretful look on his face. The parchment fell from midair and Felix handed the recipe to Filch. Please keep it. Thank you, then you. You're welcome, Mr. Filch, I got what I wanted, too. Filch looked at him in dismay, and Felix chuckled. You see, isn't Mrs. Norris satisfied? He gestured to the cat at his feet, which is lazily nuzzling his leg. There are 302 chapters on P_Atreon. If you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 274, Chapter 274 Vanity Fair. Coming out of Filch's office, Felix pondered about what Lupin wanted to get back. All he knew so far is that this item is related to his school days and most likely involves either Black or Peter the Dwarf's secrets. Removing Filch's subjective filter, he gets two more useful pieces of information. 1. Lupin and the others didn't care that the item got confiscated back then, at least not on the surface, but now Lupin desperately wants to get it back. 2. The item has been lost, and it's hard to find out exactly who took it because it's been a long time. Many of the young wizards who had violated the rules back then had graduated. Lacking the key information, Felix could only secretly write it down and remember it for later use. He made his way to Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid is clearing the snow from the pumpkin patch behind the house, and Fang is running around him back and forth happily. A grey hippogriff is chained a short distance away, and when it saw Felix approaching, it smacked its razor-sharp beak and tracked his footsteps. Hagrid! Felix shouted from afar, patting Buckbeak's pointed beak. It already became very familiar with Felix, so it tilted its head and squinted, enjoying his touch. The burly man straightened up and casually stuck his shovel in the ground as he walked over, saying joyfully, Felix, Mr. Scamander wrote back that he finished the job. The case has been called back for a retrial. Felix nodded. That's what I came here for. I received a letter too. We need to do something now, Hagrid. Do something? Hagrid repeated, staring at him in confusion. That's right, Felix said in an affirmative tone. Buckbeak's case is called back and there will be a retrial, which could take 10 days or half a month, and this is not the time for us to wait. He looked at Hagrid's puzzled expression, and let out a sigh. There is no distribution, it means they didn't characterize it yet. The situation is still against us. If we can pay a fine now, this matter is likely to end early. Hagrid woke up. So, hearings, trials, there's no need. The premise is that we have to be proactive and get involved. Felix said seriously, my suggestion is for you to visit the Ministry of Magic, ask about the progress of the incident, and submit a fine if possible, and if not, justify the nature of the case. This is not a tamed magical creature that suddenly went out of control and hurt someone, but an accident caused by improper teaching operations. He finally looked at Hagrid and said, the initiative cannot fall on their hands, if the Ministry of Magic is focused not on whether Buckbeak is guilty or not, but on the severity of the charge, we will be in an extremely passive situation. Then I will go to the Ministry of Magic this afternoon. Hagrid said excitedly, and he looked at Buckbeak through the window and said happily, you hear that, Buckbeak? We see the light. As February approached, Felix found himself interacting with the outside world more and more frequently. Lady Dorothea Bonham, Belby, and the Longbottoms, whom he expected, but in succession. Some pen pals also wrote to him unannounced. In the letters, they expressed their congratulations to him. Felix waited quietly, and within 2 days, 3 beautiful official letters arrived at the same time, one from the St. Mungo's Magical Medical Association, although the name has a St. Mungo's, but in fact, it has little to do with the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. At most, it can be said that they are both established in memory of the same person, Mungo Bonham. The St. Mungo's Magical Medical Association, similar to the Wizarding Court Wisengamot, were here circles of top healers gathered together, except that this association members were more closely connected to each other and owned its own academic journal under its name, Bezor. In the official letter, it enthusiastically praised Felix's outstanding contribution to the cause of magical healing, and it focused on 2 points. First, it invited Felix to name his own healing plan. Second, it proposed to award him the St. Mungo's Medal and invited him to become a member of the Magical Medical Association. Regarding the former, he really couldn't think of any good name, so he simply followed the conventional naming method and set it as Hap Memory Healing Technique. As for the latter, Felix gladly accepted and replied with a thank you letter. The second official letter came from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The letter introduced the clinical data of his treatment plan, which is highly effective so far, and also has achieved positive effects on some stubborn memory damage, and the current dean invited him to make a magical portrait, which is an honor for every pioneer. Felix could hardly imagine his portrait being hung. But the thought of each portrait being the equivalent to an ear and eye, made his slight discomfort immediately disappear, and he asked in the letter if the portrait could be done by himself, and St. Mungo's would only need to provide some measurements. The last official letter came from the Ministry of Magic's Wiesengamot administration, and the wording on it is a serious one, announcing that he has been nominated as a candidate for the Order of Merlin, and asking him to provide information as per the attachments for all Wiesengamot members to review and use. Felix complied, one by one, which is the process that everyone who receives the Order of Merlin in the academic field goes through, and Belby did the same last year. His name began to appear frequently in the newspapers, and the Daily Prophet devoted 3 days in a row to highlight his contributions, including a recap of his exploits in France, stating that this is a belated honor. During meals in the Great Hall, he always found the young Hogwarts wizards carrying various newspaper clippings and whispering in the corners. In addition to the newspapers, it also related to the fact that he had been receiving a lot of letters from various owls lately, and Felix got tempted to cast some shielding charm on himself, but such things can only be thought of. One afternoon, Professor McGonagall brought in a young witch with a strange expression, and she introduced her. This is a reporter from Witch Weekly, and she is here to interview you. After the regular interview, the reporter asked him to pose. Felix felt like a mannequin, and after a dozen photos, he firmly stopped the process. The female reporter said with a frustrated look on her face, "We can take better looking photos, Mr. Happ, you will be a strong candidate for this year's Most Charming Smile Award." Felix winced, "Sorry, I have no such intention." He hurriedly ended the interview, and while dining with Snape, he couldn't help but lament, "I don't even have time to do research these days, Vanity Fair is also an arena." Snape scoffed at his sentiments. Only in early February, everything eventually subsided, and the ice and snow gradually melted, the open space at the entrance of the castle, unknowingly already full of life. The young wizards took off their thick winter coats and cloaks, took off their scarves, and sat in groups by the lake on the south side of the castle, lazily basking in the sun while watching the giant squid swimming in the lake. In this laid-back atmosphere, Valentine's Day arrived. There are 303 chapters on P_Atreon. If you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 275, Chapter 275 Valentine's Day. Hogwarts doesn't celebrate Valentine's Day, or at least the professors don't bring it up, and yesterday the homework that is left on Friday isn't missing a point. But for young wizards, it's a pretty important holiday. Think about it, it's the only day of the year when the girls change into nice clothes and wait with passion for someone's invitation. Up early in the morning, Harry walked out of his dorm room listlessly to see the Weasley twins pushing the couple's mirrors towards a tall, freckle-faced boy. "We have 2 styles right now, if you think the heart shape belongs to hot love and doesn't really suit you, you can try the rectangular one, and we can mix it with some little Eros decorations." "But I don't have anyone to give it to," the freckle-faced boy said hesitantly. "Opportunity waits for no one. Buy our product, then go back and change into a formal dress, and send out an invitation while the morning is still young," Fred said in a tempting tone. George also put an act on the sidelines. He put his right hand to his chest and bowed deeply. "Madam, can I invite you to join me for a walk?" The boy then bought it happily. Harry gave a thumbs up to the twins, who returned it with a big smile. "Will anyone else buy them?" Valentine's Day represents sweet love, and it's like the mushroom suddenly popping up after a rain, even people who originally didn't intend to buy it will be tempted. Harry walked over to Hermione, glad to see that she is no different from usual. She's grading a thick stack of papers, and he glanced twice, sheepishly noticing that it turned out to be a third-year Ancient Runes paper. The graded papers had a different appeal. The first one belonged to Dean, with 6 errors circled, and Harry secretly guessed how many red circles his own paper would have. He reached over and Hermione slapped his hand. "Don't mess it up, it's what I've been working on all morning." It didn't take long for Ron to walk out, one of his pant legs tangled in his sock, and when Harry pointed this out, he yawned and fiddled with his pant leg. "Any activity?" he asked. "We've asked Neville and the others to go to Black Lake to read a book, which is one of the few things we can do as a group, do you remember?" Harry stated as Professor McGonagall initially seemed to want to keep him cooped up in the castle to mold, but after he argued reasonably, some places outside the castle were reluctantly made available to him. For example, the Black Lake is a good place, it is behind the castle and surrounded by a clear view. Black won't appear in such a place even if he thinks with his toes. Just in time, Ron perked up a bit. "I can try the newly learned Incarcerus spell now. The dueling tournament is about to start, and I don't want to lose in a first round." Because of the overwhelming number of registrations, the dueling tournament has been rescheduled to the second day of the weekend, which starts tomorrow at 10 AM and will be held the whole day. Harry said matter-of-factly, you're pretty good in the dueling group. At least, Ron had learned the spell as the third person after him and Hermione, although the price paid was a bit high. The small jar of ointment for bruises that he had asked from Madame Pomfrey is running low. Ron's excitement is clearly high, and in the following time, he began to talk about his own experience of learning this spell. As Professor Hap said, you have to understand the spell. How to understand? Personally, I think you have to experience firsthand the feeling that magic gives you. Ginny, Neville soon came out, and by then Hermione also finished grading the last paper quickly. She then looked at the time then said, let's go. Coming out of the common room, they were surprised to find some people already in the corridor, a couple holding hands and skulking around openly. And some guys and girls gazing around with tangled eyes. He or she had a sweetheart within sight. They passed by a group of second-year girls and the wind blew their conversation over. What do you think of? Professor, my card. What's going on in their heads? Ron said incredulously. Hermione did understand, maybe they just want to send a festive greeting. They waited at the castle door for a few minutes and Luna popped up, taking Ginny's hand. It's good time to go out of the castle, so you can avoid the rackspurts in the mistletoe. Rack? What? Ron asked. The rackspurts, it makes people unfocused and confused. Well, that explains why witches like to kiss under the mistletoe. Ron teased and Harry wanted to laugh, but Ginny and Hermione both glared at him. There were little witches sitting in a group 2 or 3 in the grass and shade by the Black Lake, and they picked a clearing and enjoyed a leisurely time. It isn't until the third girl handed Harry a card with the encouragement of her friend. Ron said sourly, why don't you accept their invitation? Harry's face heated up a little, and he stammered, because. Luna said cheerfully, you have someone you like. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ron and Ginny immediately stared at Harry's face as if seeing a flower. Harry growled in exasperation, no. Luna stared at him with a surprised expression. You're scaring her. Hermione said sternly, and Ron defended Harry by saying, Luna's usually like that, isn't she? Luna said in a trance, I don't think she was talking about me. She pointed to a whomping willow by the lake in the distance, and the crowd looked in the direction of her finger. Ron narrowed his eyes, it appears to be a boy. He looked meaningfully at Harry. Harry said embarrassed, maybe because I just shouted, only. However, after 10 minutes, the boy still staring over here, and even Harry felt uncomfortable. Hermione stood up, why don't we go and ask him, maybe he has something important to say. She went to the whomping willow tree and talked something, reaching out and pointing at Harry in the middle. After a while, Hermione returned and looked at them in confusion. He refused to say a word. Ron laughed, the only way is to let Harry do the work. Harry got up from the grass and shrugged, definitely not what you think, just wait, I guess it might be inquiring about the dueling study groups. He walked over and saw what the boy looked like, supposedly the first year, wearing loose old robes with the fabric flaring at the edges. It reminded him of Ron, and Harry flashed a smile, mentally wondering how he should make the tone of voice both polite and firm if the boy really is his admirer. One Colin Creevey is enough of a headache for him. 60 feet, 50 feet, the boy across the way looked at Harry with equal surprise and opened his mouth to say something. Buzz buzz. Harry's pocket began to vibrate, and immediately a piercing beep sounded abruptly, so loud that it could be heard halfway around the Black Lake. Harry's smile froze, time seemed to slow down all of a sudden, he could see every shift in the expression on the boy's face, and even had a mind to guess who he is. But the next second, he realized a fact: the sniakoscope. The sniakoscope went off. It's Sirius Black, run! Harry yelled out, he nimbly stepped to the side, reached out and drew his wand, a red light flew out in the blink of an eye. But the spell missed, the boy, no, Sirius Black also drew his wand, the oncoming thick rope deflected by Harry, then he turned and ran. Harry thought nothing but chasing after him, the sharp beeping sound made him unable to hear his surroundings, his heart racing as he pounded towards Black. Harry, don't take any chances. Percy panicked and held him, one hand still holding the peanut flake candy. Harry struggled, let go, let me catch him. He kept his eyes on Black as he ran away. The surrounding students watched this in bewilderment as Ron, Hermione, Neville and Ginny came running over. Harry, oh that's. Hermione shouted under her breath, trying to drown the beeping sound. It's Sirius Black. Harry yelled, but even he can't hear it. Neville asked with a bewildered look on his face, what are you talking about? Whoosh. The crowd saw Professor Hap descend from the sky with a flash in his broom, his wand pointed towards Harry, and the beeping disappeared into thin air. Professor Sirius Black, he's here. Disguised as a student, it's a polyjuice potion. And he's got a wand in his hand. Felix asked calmly, which direction did he run off? Harry hurriedly pointed in one direction, he suddenly realized that it's impossible to use apparition around Hogwarts, Hermione had told him, which meant that there is still a chance. There are 303 chapters on P_Atreon, if you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 276, Chapter 276 Sirius Black. The edge of the Forbidden Forest. Felix saw from a distance a young wizard desperately fleeing in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. He raised his wand, gauging the proximity range, and flung out a spell with a shake of his hand at the moment of landing. The young wizard, as if he had expected it, shifted his body to avoid the spell, so agile that it did not match his age. Sirius Black, we might as well talk. Felix took a step towards him. The effect of the polyjuice potion that Black had taken earlier is wearing off, his body gradually changing, growing a little taller, his body being stretched and widened. He gasped and stumbled forward, and when he stepped into the Forbidden Forest, his whole body felt like it had been heavily slammed, and his body stiffened for a few seconds before he finally collapsed. The transformation began. He curled up, his body trembled, a hoarse gasp came from his throat, the skin on his flesh seemed like boiling hot wax with fine bubbles, his fingers began to grow larger and thicker, a dry, thin, adult hand grasping the brown, wet dirt on the ground, his bony knuckles popping from the force, his nails sinking deep. Black let out a low growl, his shoulders became broad, the originally loose robe stretched out, but did not tear up, the man had no semblance of flesh on his body. Felix waited quietly, it might take 2 or 3 minutes before someone to rush here, and he had plenty of time. The transformation is over. Black laid on his back, panting heavily, as if giving up resistance, and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" So young, it should be. He got up and shot a stunning spell from his wand. Felix had been on guard against this, even in the most painful moments, Black did not drop the wand in his hand. He waved his wand to flick away the spell, and a red flame flew towards him, exploding in midair. With his humanoid shield charm, he remained unscathed, looking at the spot where Black laid on. At the moment only a wand remained there while Black's figure had disappeared. Felix made sure the wand is genuine, not the one made of transfiguration, which surprised him a little. Changing into animagus to escape? This is simply giving up the resistance, right? Without the wand, how can you possibly oppose me? You've even lost your last hope. Apparition. Felix tapped the ring on his left hand, a flying broom suddenly appeared, Felix flew up into the sky on the broom. Below him there is a vast blur of brown and grey hues, and he gently lifted the broom handle, and his whole body climbed upward, 50 feet, 100 feet, in the distance he saw a big black dog sprinting along the rugged road of the Forbidden Forest, and it's amazingly fast, like a faint wisp of black smoke. But the weather is barely warming up, the forest trees left only with dark brown dead branches, with sparse leaves on the branches, which will not serve as a shield or obscure his vision at all, thus making it impossible for Felix to lose the chase. At a small stream, he caught up with Black, a blazing red beam hit the big black dog and sent it flying far away. 6 or 7 meters in between, Felix stopped, change back into your human form, Sirius Black. The big black dog struggled to raise his head and look at him, and a moment later, his body began to morph again, this time quickly, but just as oddly, his body shrunk, and a dirty man appeared in the original spot. If he didn't move, he would look like a corpse, and there would be no shortage of people who would think he had suffered inhuman torture during his life. Long, dirty, tangled hair that hung down to his elbows and looked unkempt as if it hadn't been tended for a long time, his body sticky with mud, and you could vaguely see the ghastly pale skin attached to his cheeks without a trace of flesh. Black laughed hoarsely, his eyes looked like wolves. And he said in a hoarse voice, "Are you a student of the Snivellis?" Felix Happ, a big name, I saw the cover of Wizard Weekly, and to be honest, it's not as good as you in person. Felix said calmly, although I have a lot to ask you, but... He pointed his wand at Black, scour jiffy. A string of bubbles gushed out of Black's mouth, and he let out a cough that took a long time to stop. He looked at his teeth without slowing down with the help of the stream, very creative idea, we used it on Snivellis when we were young, James got a scar on his face for it. Felix shook his head, I've heard your story from many people, in their eyes Sirius Black is handsome, wild and unruly, not to mention a touch of elegance, and then look at you now. He waved his wand, and from the stream swirled a vortex of water shaped like a tornado, which swallowed Black completely upside down. Black's eyes went wide for a moment, and he opened his mouth, Old Rat sounded with difficulty, but the water muffled his speech, and he choked twice instead. The water streamed over him, and after almost a dozen seconds, a cloud of dirty, muddy water got tossed back into the creek. After cleaning, he looked much better than before, although still thin and skinny, but you can vaguely see a glimpse of his youth. Black hovered in midair, tilted his head, and said with some surprise, You don't want to kill me. Why? As I said, I have a lot to talk to you, your betrayal, your jailbreak. Oh, the latter goes without saying, animagus, it's already pretty obvious. Take me to Dumbledore. I will confess everything without reservation. Can't you tell me now? I'm curious, as it happens there are some questions that are not appropriate to ask in public, such as the feud between Severus and the Potter, or some information about Voldemort. Hat. Are you going to sell me to the Ministry of Magic or offer me as a gift to Snivellus? You must be his favorite student, he even told you those secrets. Black scoffed, a sudden gust of wind swept up, and he couldn't stop his body from trembling. I do not like the way you speak, if you still insist on provoking me. Felix gestured his wand and winked, you will certainly suffer. Black said with disinterest, torture? Against a man who has spent 12 years in Azkaban? All you'll do will only make me feel like I'm still alive. His teeth chattered from cold, but his eyes remained fixed on Felix. Felix's wand tapped on Black's chest, and a large cloud of steam rose from his body, and he became dry in an instant. Black landed on the ground, he moved his hands and legs, his eyes looked at Felix with disbelief. You're not afraid of me escaping? Not binding me up? You can think that I am expressing my goodwill to facilitate the next communication, Felix said. Black's sunken eyes stared at him as he grinned, I kind of like you, though I still can't trust you. You and Snape are too close. Felix noticed that his expression became subdued, so he asked tentatively, does it matter whether you believe it or not? Do you have a choice? Of course, never underestimate anyone. Go back and tell Dumbledore that boy Weasley, the one Harry went to school with, his pet mouse is an animagus. Black said, still unaware of Scabbers' disappearance. Animagus? Felix said repetitively. That's right, he's Peter Pettigrew, and he's not dead. Damn. I thought he was dead. Black suddenly said grumpily, cursing wildly, and after a few seconds he managed to calm down, I'm sorry to make you see this, but I've been repressing it for too long. You're trying to say Peter is a traitor? With you being the secret keeper? Felix said. Not me, we ended up swapping places. Me and him, we swapped, and he was the secret keeper. Dumbledore will understand, and once Peter is caught, everything will come out. I think it's best that you tell Dumbledore these things in person. There are 305 chapters on P_Atreon, if you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 277, Chapter 277 Number 12 Grimmauld Place. I'll appear before him, I'll go by myself, but not today, and as usual I don't trust you. Black spread his hands, I don't know if you'll turn around and send me to the Ministry of Magic, simply because of Snape, I won't place a bet on you. You mean if I understand you correctly, you don't believe me, but you want me to tell Dumbledore about Peter Pettigrew and to do you justice? Don't you think your logic is strange? Felix asked with some amusement. Ha, justice? That word is too far from me, and I have my own solution, a second plan, do you understand? I don't trust you, yet I'm not worried that you'll leak it, because Snape is also Peter's enemy, provided he knows the truth, it's something you can tell him. Felix silent, Peter already escaped, according to Lupin, he is likely to hide near Hogwarts, closely watching the progress of events, but no one can catch a rat. Moreover, the secret keeper, the Potters had surprisingly changed the secret keeper of the safe house in secret, even Dumbledore did not know about it, that's why everyone was firmly convinced that Black is the traitor? The biggest question is solved. The next step is wrapping this up, give Sirius Black secretly to Dumbledore, let him worry about it. As for Black's reluctance, knock him out is a good choice, you can get a little bit of his blood in the process, to unlock the number 12 Grimmauld Place ward. Felix raised his head, I insist on taking you with me. He raised his wand and a slim stunning spell flew out, since Black is not a traitor, this level of power would be enough. But to his surprise, Black blocked his spell. Black took several steps backwards, while taking out a wand from behind, and looked at Felix smugly, look, I said. The next second, his entire body twisted and turned into smoke. Apparition. Spare wand. Felix instantly figured out everything, he disappeared in place even faster, appearing in front of Black in the blink of an eye, reaching his hand into the smoke, he could even make out Black's surprised but distorted face. In the next second, the two disappeared in unison. Spaces shifting and distorting, Felix staggered out, he followed Black's apparition, with no control over the destination, an unfamiliar slope appeared in front of him, trees oddly growing, black stones scattered all over the place. He caught a glimpse of a dark hole from the after image, some beast's lair where Black was hiding. He discerned the direction, this should still be a forbidden forest, only extremely deep, probably close to the other side. Blake rolled twice on the ground, but he didn't even look around, during his first moment of consciousness, he used apparition again. If it is twice, that terrible guy will not come after him, right? He simply did not want to believe that such a person existed who could enter apparition while he started the apparition, can someone follow apparition? His body began to twist into a cloud of smoke, and he knew he had succeeded, which is very rare. Using this spell back to back is extremely taxing on him, and he's nowhere near his best. But what made his scalp tingle is that he felt a hand grasping his neck. He opened his eyes and his surroundings is hazy with mist. The scenery quickly passed by, but he knew that the speed of the apparition is forcefully reduced. He saw Felix's calm eyes, the two eyes met, and Black read the meaning in his eyes, "You can't escape." The next second, Black is flung out, his stomach kept churning, causing him to heave dryly, but he immediately forced himself to use the apparition a third time. This time, he is nearly exhausted, the tattered corner of his robe is silently sliced open, a stinging pain burns on his brow, warm liquid covered his eyes, splinching, this is splinching. The apparition is over, his vision went black, and he couldn't help but pray that it would work. Then he heard a familiar voice, "Why did you think of coming here? Still can't forget your home after all these years." Black rolled over and sat up, wiped his eyes, and in blood-red perspective, he found himself in a Muggle community, where everything is both familiar and unfamiliar, a place he didn't return since he left when he was 16. This is Grimmauld Place, where the old Black mansion is hidden from the world. Black crawled up from the ground and touched his forehead, blood running through his fingers, indeed splinching, but not so severe, no arms or legs missing, and not immobilized in place. The young man in front of him looked at him with a speculative gaze and had absolutely no intention of doing anything. "Are you trying to get me to admit defeat voluntarily? Dream on. He just had a good idea." Black waved his wand and a spell flew out mixed with a large puff of red flame as he shouted at the same time, "Kriaker." Felix relaxed and slowed down his attack with a heartbeat. An ugly, aged, house elf suddenly appeared next to Sirius Black, "Take me in." Black said, doing his best to be on the offensive, but the occasional spell or two Felix fired back at him had overwhelmed him. Kriaker stood next to Black, as he babbled, "The young master is a nasty, ungrateful lowlife who broke his mother's heart, and after being gone for more than a decade, brought a powerful enemy on his very first return, and didn't do an ounce of his duty. Shut up! Take me in, right now!" Black yelled, his wand bursting with dazzling white light as the powerful magic condensed into a dozen rusty iron arrows in midair, which sliced through the air with a haunting whine and reeled toward Felix. Meanwhile, Kriaker reluctantly stretched out his dried fingers and rested them on Sirius Black's knee, and they disappeared from the place. Felix flicked his wand, turning the iron arrows into thin ropes and letting them fall loosely on the ground. His eyes pierced through the layers of enchantment and saw Black sitting limply on the steps of an old mansion, his ill-fitting wand tossed aside, as he grinned and breathed heavily. He then laughed gleefully, "I've won. The result of teasing this Lord Black, isn't this quite a bad experience? Woohoo!" He shouted loudly as if he was venting. Kriaker stood next to him, covered in nothing but a dirty rag, now murmuring in a hoarse, low voice, "How foolish it is for the loser young master of the noble Black family to celebrate his escape and to provoke a powerful enemy he cannot fight against. Shut up, Kriaker. Let me enjoy it for a while, can't you?" Grimmauld Place. Felix walked to the place where Sirius Black had disappeared before, squatted down, and squeezed up a drop of blood from the ground. "Number Zach Munsana, number El Gordo, and number Yordle Davidson Swan. Thanks for your support. There are 305 chapters on P_Atreon, if you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 278, Chapter 278 Meeting in the Study Room. The next day, Sirius Black woke up from his bed with a groggy head feeling as if Kriaker had knocked his head halfway through the night and his head hurt so badly that it felt like it will crack open. Although I know it's a consequence of abusing apparition, I somehow always suspected it is related to Kriaker's constant nagging. Sirius went to the run-down washroom and washed in front of a mirror that had dubious dark red markings. He regroomed his hair and shaved off his dirty beard. While he showered, the mirror in the bathroom said, "You look like a moving piece of ribs." He angrily pulled the curtain closed, and the bad memories of his early life seemed to come back all at once. Half an hour later, he rummaged through his old closet and replaced his dirty, ragged old clothes with a new one, and now he looked decent. Then he carefully fished out an old, tattered piece of paper from his pocket, which looked crumpled after being soaked in the water yesterday. He struggled to spread it out, trying not to spoil the moving picture on it. It showed Ron Weasley's family winning an award, with a fat rat standing on Ron's shoulder. He stared at the photo for a couple of moments with a blank face and then walked away. "Kriaker, help me prepare a breakfast." Sirius shouted towards the door, and after a moment's consideration, he added, "No spitting, no deliberately bad cooking, and no." He added a string of conditions. Kriaker bowed deeply, cursing in a low voice as he left. Sirius took the time to go to the entrance of the house, and looked for a while without finding any suspicious figures, only to see a Muggle woman who had risen early to buy vegetables. Maybe he left. Sirius thought to himself, as he slammed the gate shut, the silver-coiled snake door ring slammed into the mottled black gate with a thud, and he went quiet for a few seconds, and nothing happened. Something doesn't feel right, he thought to himself. But he could not find anything strange. He sniffed, the air still smelled like damp, grimy rottenness, everything from the foyer to the corridor looked eerie, his eyes flickered over the peeling wallpaper, the blooming threads on the dusty carpet, and the shimmering magic chandelier overhead. Everything looked the same. Even the portraits hanging crookedly on the walls are very quiet today. Quiet? Sirius carefully examined the figures in the portraits, they looked asleep. He moved closer, stood in front of a portrait of a possible ancestor of the Black family with a glorious history, and knocked on the outer edge of the frame. The nobleman with long curly hair that trailed down to his waist is slumped back in his chair, snoring slightly. Suddenly, Sirius felt as if a piece of ice had been stuffed into his stomach, cold and jerky, and his forehead began to hurt. He moved around nervously, took a few big steps to a curtain, and pulled it open with a jerk. Behind the curtain, there is a huge portrait of an old woman with a thin face and high cheekbones, somewhat like Sirius at this moment, and although he did not want to admit it, it is his mother. The old woman, who had been arguing with him for a half-day yesterday and was very active, is sleeping soundly, not abruptly jumping up and cursing him for being a dirty and sinful son. Now she's sleeping with drool over her dress. Sirius returned to his room, with his wand in hand, his heart stabilized a few points, maybe they are just scaring him. He started from the lower floor, searching room by room, and just in case there are any accidents, he called Kriaker back. If that man from yesterday shows up, don't ask me, just get me out of here immediately, Sirius warned the house elf. Kriaker looked reluctant as he muttered in a voice Sirius could definitely hear, after more than 10 years away from home, the loser young master is now ordering the old Kriaker around, and I heard he killed someone. Shut up! Sirius yelled in a low voice. Crunch! Sirius held his wand in one hand, the tip of the wand glowed slightly, the magic spell is ready to be fired, the other hand twisted the snake-like knob, the door opened, he waited for 2 seconds, and probed keenly to look inside, it is empty. Kriaker bowed down, and looked around his legs, nothing, the loser young master has been locked up for more than 10 years, even his spirit has gone abnormal, oh, poor Madame, if she knows it from the underworld, I wonder what she will think. Poor old Kriaker. Sirius said, she's fine, just yesterday she had a fight with me, now sleeping soundly, and drooling all over the place at night. They went all the way up, the old wooden floor is in a bad condition and has been hollowed out by insects, stepping on it caused a creaking sound, while Sirius's heart couldn't help but rise to the top. It's like going back into the war days. He muttered, but his eyes couldn't contain his excitement. He moved more concisely and efficiently, checking the doorknob every time he opened the door for any signs of use, and after checking the dining room, the storage room, and the second-floor bedroom, nothing happened, so his tense mood relaxed somewhat. Even when he bumped into an old mirror spirit in the second-floor washroom, he still had the mood to joke, your ugly face isn't the worst I've ever seen, Azkaban is where the demons and monsters are concentrated, although I count myself as one. At the door of the study on the 3rd floor, although Sirius's movements were still cautious, he is no longer so wary in his heart, he pushed open the door and walked in. The study is empty and a little brighter, and he saw the old, bug-eye-riddled bookshelves along the wall, with rusty silver and green decorations. Behind the heavy desk, there is a high-back armchair which he remembers as his father's favorite place to spend time when he was young, of course, every time he will be reprimanded for coming without permission. Whoosh! What dong? The candle holder in the door suddenly moved and twisted around Sirius's body, his hand which holding the wand got bent to the side, Sirius struggled hard, but the candle holder seemed like a living person, forcefully twisted his hand and snapped his hand open and his wand fell to the ground, rotating a few times and remained motionless. Sirius's chest rose and fell violently, gasping for air, and in the lingering glance, he caught a glimpse of Kriaker being tied up as well. The sound of turning pages in books came from behind the high-backed armchair behind the desk. He growled out a name with immense anger, Felix Happ. The high-backed armchair turned around, revealing Felix's figure, holding a black-covered book in his hand, carefully flipping through a page that had become as brittle as a thin cracker, and without looking up, he said, "Hold on, I got to the key part." Kriaker. Sirius said in an inaudible whisper. Kriaker seemed to have just figured out the situation, his figure appeared illusory for a moment, and he tried to use his movement magic, but the next moment he got imprisoned again. Sirius tried to continue talking, but the sharp tip of the silver candle holder moved closer to his mouth, issuing a silent threat, and he could only stare blankly, as if he wanted to kill Felix with his gaze. The study went quiet for 10 minutes, the only audible sound throughout the room coming from Sirius's gasping breaths. Just as he felt his wrists being strangled out of consciousness, Felix closed the book Advanced Dark Magic Unmasked and said with a sigh, "It's wicked as hell. I don't even want to eat any breakfast." Sirius couldn't help but say mockingly, "It's not like your teacher, Snape loved these things when he was young." Who doesn't have some hobbies? Felix answered evasively. Sirius fell silent for a moment and looked up to stare at Felix. How did you get in? Felix smiled. I got a little help from the Black family. No way. Sirius retorted, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm the only descendant of the Black family left, and I'm the only one who can get in. Felix glanced at Kriaker. He's not the same. Exactly. Kriaker said proudly, old Kriaker has served the noble Black family for generations and generations. Then he glanced at Sirius with malice, not counting the current master, who has nothing but his bloodline, but poor Kriaker has no choice. Sirius glared at him, wanting to choke him to death. Felix stood up and carefully examined the wound on Sirius's forehead. Potter's scar is on the right side, yours is exactly the opposite. How odd, is it a coincidence? You. Sirius glared at him. He now didn't worry much about his safety. He intuitively believed that Felix wouldn't kill him, but he also found out that Felix is even more hateful than Snape. His words are more potent. There are 307 chapters on P_Atrian. 279, Chapter 279 Map and Magic. Half an hour later. Sirius sat on the couch with a grimace as he heard the terrible news. Peter Pettigrew had run away, or rather, is hiding in a place where no one knows and pretending to be dead without coming out. He thought dejectedly, did he do useless work all this time? Felix picked out another book from the shelf, which surprisingly contained a full list of ancient magic known through history. The portrait of Headmaster Phineas Black did not deceive him. The collection of books here is certainly extraordinary, although some of them were moved from the forbidden book section of Hogwarts. It seems that when the old man served as a headmaster, he had never spared any benefits for his family. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable. The Black family has fallen to this point. Have you guys tried the Marauder's map? Sirius suddenly asked. Marauder's map, what's that? Felix looked up from his book. Sirius said sullenly, a map to track the movements of every person in the castle, recorded with every location and secret passage in Hogwarts. It would appear like a folded-up parchment. We made it together when we were at school. Me, James, Remus, A&D. Peter Pettigrew. The Marauder's map can tag everyone within the confines of Hogwarts, even Dumbledore. Felix blinked. He already knew exactly what Lupin had asked Filch for, and he said with certainty, this map should have been confiscated by Filch. We did it on purpose. Sirius scowled. That happened when we were about to graduate and wanted someone to inherit our sacred cause of mischief eagerly, so we found a suitable opportunity to attract Filch's attention and make him take the map. Felix nodded slightly, so there is such a past. Sirius wondered, Remus did not tell you. Felix said softly, the map got lost. Filch admitted it himself. That old rice kettle. Sirius shouted unhappily. He then smashed the wall hard, and deflated. Even if there is a map, it may not necessarily work. Peter Pettigrew can mask his name. Mask? You used the homunculus charm. More than that, tracking spell, trail manifestation enchantment, name enchantment, miniature modeling enchantment, concealment enchantment, anti-disturbance enchantment, protection enchantment, and later a combination of transfiguration, arithmancy, as well as alchemy, too many things. Felix looked at Sirius in amazement. He only mastered a portion of these spells now. Sirius explained, initially James brought a magic map-making book from his home. We relied on this book to make the prototype of the Marauder's map. Of course at that time there was no name when you move. Then we went through the library and found spells from all kinds of nooks and corners that would lock the trail, and kept adding it, and in the end, even we had a hard time keeping track of just how many spells we used. He spread his hands. You know, when we saw Headmaster Dumbledore's name on the map, we thought we are invincible. No one can escape the Marauder's tracking. If you can avoid the detection of a certain magic doesn't mean you are safe, because can you avoid the second, third, the fourth? Felix could not help but stroke his hand in admiration. If Sirius did not say it, who would know these things? He even saw the shadows of the other three makers through Sirius. A stunning artifact emerged from the hands of 4 students who had yet to graduate. The story of what happened afterward is even more saddening, as the war interrupted their normal life trajectory, and if Sirius hadn't mentioned it, it's possible that even the existence of the Marauder's map itself would have been silently submerged in history. How did the 4 of you divide the work up? Felix couldn't resist inquiring for more information. It would definitely not be inferior to any known magical artifact if it could be reproduced. Sirius glanced at him oddly. James is good at transfiguration, I'm good at charms, especially silent spell casting. Many of the spells I learned were added on. Remus knows all kinds of things. He glues a bunch of bits and pieces together, and as for Peter Pettigrew. He frowned and said with a strong sense of malice, he is a little more meticulous, can find fault and fill in the gaps. Sirius finished and paused thoughtfully. Half-heartedly he looked at Felix and said slowly, maybe he can't necessarily mask from the Marauder's map. Why? I remember there was a spell that only James and I knew. During the 7th year Halloween break, we went home together and James found an interesting spell from the old mansion. He looked at Felix, a gleam forming in his eyes. It is a curse, or slavery magic. No, that's not accurate, he frowned, I should say a contract. A magic pact. That's right, Sirius affirmed, glancing at the study door as he said in a low voice, it is a very old book, and the author of the books participated in the House Elf War. At the time wizards invented a spell specifically to enslave House Elf. Felix raised his eyebrows, and he said in a tone of exploring magic, what does this have to do with the Marauder's map? Wait, it occurs to me, a connection between master and servant. Sirius amazed at his perceptiveness, you're right, there is a strong bond between House Elf and master, a bond that runs deep into the bloodline and is passed down from generation to generation. Few people know about it anymore, that's why House Elf will never betray their master. That's not necessarily true. Felix thought to himself, relying on enslaving magic is always inferior, there is no such thing as eternal and unbreakable magic. Dobby is an example. Even the side effects of one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus curse, was not cracked by him. Along this line of thought, for him, the Cruciatus curse actually no longer has any effect on him. Pain? He has too many ways to shield the pain perception. What is terrifying about the Cruciatus curse is that it transcends the physical body and reaches the deepest part of the mind. And when he protected his memories in layers, the Cruciatus curse would have an extremely limited effect on him, and in turn, it can be used as a disguise to fool his opponent. Sirius went on, think about it, a master can summon House Elf no matter where he is. Oh, not in Azkaban, I've tried it, maybe it's too far away. Maybe the Ministry of Magic has this part of the information and made appropriate precautions. Felix speculated. Anyway, James and I tried to add part of this magic when the master summons, the House Elf senses the master's location, that contract effect into the map, and we devised a little trick. Sirius smiled happily, when you walk into Hogwarts, you sign a temporary blank contract by default, with no binding force, and you can even refuse. Felix smiled, provided the person finds out about the contract, but I don't think you would let it take effect, but rather you would simply leave it in a state of waiting. That's it. Sirius said excitedly, letting out a weird grunt, totally harmless, but your location will be exposed. The best part is that Peter Pettigrew didn't know this, and within days of returning from Halloween break, we decided to leave the map at Hogwarts with the help of Filch's hand to find the next master. Only the most adventurous students would appear in his office, and we also set some restrictions for that. Sirius, lost in a happy memory, his eyes narrowed, and he murmured softly. Half a moment later, he said with a grim expression, too bad the map was lost. Felix mused, if you were asked to recreate the Marauder's map, can you able to do it? Lupin's at the school too, he might be able to help. I know he is, Sirius said, thinking for a long moment, it would be hard to recreate it, I don't remember a lot of things. We can try it together, I'm interested in it. We? Sirius stared at Felix blankly. Felix didn't answer as he glanced at the time, 2 hours until 10 o'clock, plenty of time. He said cheerfully, I'm going to take you to Hogwarts, of course, first we have to get in touch with Headmaster Dumbledore. Well, I'll probably face questioning from the Ministry of Magic, and I'll lie about not catching you and letting you get away. I don't know if they will believe. Sirius glared at Felix, feeling like he is being mocked. Excuse me, where is Phineas Black's portrait? I didn't spot him in that row of portraits on the wall. In the second bedroom on the right-hand side of the second-floor balcony. Felix left with a stride and returned again a few minutes later. The deal has been made, Dumbledore told us to move stealthily. He gently touched the ring on his left hand with his wand and took it out of a candy box with the words Honeydukes on it. What is this? A little wizard gave it to me for Christmas, I haven't finished it yet, and I'm a little tired of it, but I thought I could use it to hold someone now. You applied an undetectable extension charm. Oh, no, Felix asked skeptically, who would cast an undetectable extension charm on a candy box? He looked at the frozen Sirius and said, I just happened to have an appropriate spell in mind. He pointed his wand at Sirius and an intense blue glow erupted from the tip. Number R3D3V3. Thanks for your support. There are 307 chapters on P_Atreon, if you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 280, Chapter 280 Little Sirius. Hogwarts, Office of the Ancient Runes Professor. Fireplace. A bright green flame flared as Felix walked out carrying a candy box, patting the dust off his body with one hand, and then he pushed open the door of his office. It is the last day of the weekend, the corridor is full of bustling, noisy little wizards. Felix knocked on the candy box package and whispered, You're already in the castle, what do you think? I'm going to pass out from the sweet fragrance here. A grumbling voice came from the box, I originally planned to eat a sweet treat, now I feel sore and sick. Felix walked into the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had been waiting for a long time. Bang! The candy box landed on the long-legged desk, a scattered clatter and a cry of pain came from inside. Ouch! Dumbledore looked at Felix in surprise, and Felix returned an affirmative look. Just what you think, our guest is a tiny one. So Dumbledore's fingers touched the candy box, the top cover immediately popped open. The box contained half a box of sweet like creamy chunks of nougat, exploding bonbons, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, ice mice, crystallized pineapple, peppermint toad, most of the merchandise in the Honeydukes. A hand poked out of the candy pile, and the palm-sized Sirius grimaced as he pushed away the chocolate ball pressed against his head, pulling himself out from deep, squirming, and drip of candies to stand on top of the candy pile. He looked up, as Dumbledore's enlarged face is beaming at him, and the phoenix with its golden and red feathers let out a low chirp as Fox flew around the office and landed on the long-legged table, cocking his head to survey Sirius in the box. Sirius looked at it warily. Don't come any closer, Fox, I fed you, remember? Fox gave two short cries and turned his head away from him. Dumbledore's blue eyes curled in a quick arc behind his half-moon lenses as he said gently, How wonderful, I didn't expect to meet you on this occasion. Me too, Sirius muttered, as he stepped over the edge of the candy box and, with a strong push of his arm, he jumped over to the table. He looked around as a small puff of smoke spewed from the oddly shaped silverware on the table, looking like a terrifying monster. Hurry up and change me back, he said resentfully. Unlike Dumbledore's hidden smile, Felix laughed heartily. He used his wand to point at Sirius's head, then his body involuntarily expanded and enlarged. He hurriedly jumped down from the table. When he landed on the ground, he already regained his original size. Sirius stood straight, his back held straight, as he looked at Dumbledore. A complex emotion welled up as he said, I'm back. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Sirius, although Phineas sent back some information, but I still want to hear your story in person. Sirius did not refuse. He remained silent for a moment, then sat down in a chair and began to tell the story. He did not look at anyone, but the two people in the office, including the portrait on the wall, were staring at him with rapt attention. And so, I broke out of prison, swam back to England, and then all the way north, like an evil spirit who has come a long way to seek revenge. Dumbledore concluded, So, you're here for Peter Pettigrew. And what about Harry? I haven't had a chance to think that through, Sirius said frankly. When I found out that Peter Pettigrew is still alive, all I could think was revenge. But then again I did see Harry several times. The day he left his aunt's house before school started, on a Muggle street I wanted to get a look at him before I went north, but my distorted appearance might have scared him. The second time was at the Quidditch pitch. He flew well, just like James did, but I didn't dare stay any longer and left halfway through, and during the Christmas holidays, when I ambushed the Weasley boy near the Whomping Willow, trying to catch Peter Pettigrew and to be honest, I was shocked at how fast Harry reacted. The last time we met was yesterday. I used a polyjuice potion to disguise myself as a Muggle child. He looked to Felix. This Professor Happ's little prop has got me twice. Felix bowed slightly. How did you know where Harry lived? The place is under a spell. Yes, Dumbledore flashed a smile. James must have told you about it. I should have thought of that. Sirius shrugged. James visited them in the 7th year, but that family wasn't exactly friendly. They seemed to think he is a bum when he mentioned his favorite broomstick and Quidditch. His words were full of sarcasm. Mr. Dursley probably can't accept the existence of magic, Dumbledore said regretfully. I've met him once, very much a rule follower if you ask me. Next, Felix spoke up about the Marauder's map, focusing on the magical ability of this artifact in finding people. Neither animagus, polyjuice, invisibility cloaks, nor any conventional concealment spell can shield it. He suggested seriously, I think we can try to recreate this Marauder's map. Dumbledore pondered quietly, his long fingers tapped on the table and prompted, Felix, has it ever occurred to you that the Marauder's map is probably still at Hogwarts? Felix replied slowly, I did think about it, and it's not impossible. But the scope is too large. Students, professors, or wedged in some library book. If I had acquired it, I would certainly keep it hidden. Dumbledore blinked. I think you may have overlooked one possibility. He said to Sirius, the ideal heir you have in mind would be a Gryffindor who likes to play pranks, right? Sirius nodded. You're right. Felix's eyes lit up. So, the Weasley twins. That is the first name that came to his mind. Very likely. In fact, I have a few more candidates in mind. I'm going to write a few letters. It won't really take much time, Dumbledore said. Felix had some regrets in his heart, but quickly cheered up. Regardless of whether he could find the map or create it, he is happy to see it. If found, he can borrow it to study the finished product, and create one more efficient. If not found, he will form a team, re-research and develop it, along with more features. Actually, the worst kind of possibility is that Peter Pettigrew may have stolen the map. He cautioned. That's what worries me. He had plenty of time and reason to do it. Dumbledore said, The only other possibility is, he didn't think he would be on the map, so he didn't take any action. Felix agreed with this. He looked at the time. Headmaster Dumbledore, there is a small dueling match today at 10 o'clock, if there is nothing else, I'll leave you to it. He pointed at Sirius and said, he'll be in your hands. Sirius's eyes suddenly lit up. A dueling match? Harry should be in it, right? Can I come along to see it? Felix looked hesitantly at Dumbledore, who also frowned. Sirius, you'd better stay in Grimmauld Place, it will keep you safe. The Ministry of Magic is still looking for you, and if you get caught, we have no evidence to prove your innocence. Just once, Sirius said pitifully, let me see Harry up close, I could pretend to be a doll and no one would think twice. His words silenced Dumbledore as Felix cast another spell. This time Sirius jumped back into the box of his own accord, and Felix nudged his wand and applied a silencing charm around the box's exterior. Sirius lost his sense of the outside world. Felix looked at Dumbledore. He is not good at occlumency, right? Dumbledore looked at him with a smile, so Felix understood what the headmaster meant. He lifted the candy box and walked out of the office with brisk steps. There are 309 chapters on P_Atrian. 281, Chapter 281 Duel Competition. Felix carried the candy box towards classroom 7, his heart still recalling the question he had just asked Dumbledore. Both he and Dumbledore are not easy to be persuaded. Hoping to convince them using a story, that Sirius is innocent, is not an easy task. Both of them are the masters of legilimency, although they rarely use it normally, but at the critical moment, there will be no hesitation. The difference is that he is not familiar with Sirius, so he only read his surface thoughts and emotions, therefore he wanted to confirm it with Dumbledore. Since he said Sirius is not good at occlumency, that means he's very credible. Felix walked to a secluded corridor, opened the candy box. The shrunken Sirius sat on the candy pile as he reached out and pulled out a small piece of cake, and asked blankly, we're here. Not yet, there is some preparation that needs to be done, you don't want to run into Severus I suppose, and Harry has the sneakoscope with him to guard against you, all of which needs to be sorted out. How are we going to fix that? Felix did not answer that, but he used his wand to touch several sweets in the box, and they transformed under the effect of magic into a set of full-body armor. The style is very similar to the armor in Hogwarts Castle, even the enclosed helmet. Quickly put these on, he said to Sirius. I like your idea. Sirius eagerly changed into the new armor and tried to move his body. I feel like a real knight, but I'm still missing a knight's sword. Felix complied with his request and transformed the licorice cane into a knight's longsword. Sirius wore a tightly covered armor, and dexterously swinging the longsword in his hand. If you ignore that he is only palm-sized, he truly looks like a classical medieval knight. This looks a lot like a knight golem, and I can introduce you to other professors. Next, I have to figure out how to mask you from the sneakoscope. The surface layer of armor on Sirius' body began to glow with a magical glow. Finally, glowed in the location of the eyes in his helmet. Felix then let Sirius choose whether he wanted black or red, and he picked red. So the knight's eyes got covered with a layer of scarlet smoke, making him look a little more fierce and majestic. 9:40 a.m. Felix walked into the 7th classroom, which is packed with hundreds of people gathered in a large and spacious open space, as they enthusiastically chattered. The open space is artificially divided into 7 grids, each with different terrains, categorized into flatland, forest, hillside, rocky beach, swamp, winding maze, and an ice land. On the east side, where the best view, there stood a high spectator seating platform. The platform has a row of seats. Flitwick and Snape have arrived. In addition to the 2 regular professors of the dueling class, there are some other professors who came on their own initiatives. They conjured up their own chairs with a somewhat excited look. Felix walked to the high platform, casually putting the palm knight on the table, as he greeted others warmly. Filius, Severus. Professor Lupin, you also showed up. I came to join in the fun, said Lupin. When I was in school, there was no such a novelty. Snape said slowly, but you also have a rich off-campus life, wandering east and west, causing trouble. Lupin said flatly, looking back at our younger selves, weren't we all ignorant oafs? The Sirius moved around the table with his close-fitting armor with a clack, clack, clack sound, as he swung his long sword around intensely as if he is protesting against Lupin's statement. Flitwick, who intended to change the topic, searched around and his eyes lit up when he saw the knight. Felix, this golem of yours can move on its own. Felix smiled. Very early on, I tried to let them handle some simple tasks. Well, to free my assistant from grading work, she doesn't need to consolidate such a simple knowledge anymore. Miss Granger? Lupin asked with a smile. She's a very smart witch who does well in every class. Flitwick looked at the knight on the table. Sirius' movements are all distorted. Still, this makes it look more like a rusty metal puppet. Am I reading it wrong? How can I believe that I saw embarrassment in its movements? Felix took out some golems from the ring and distributed them to the professors. I tried to make them understand some simple commands, the principle is similar to magic portraits, but the effect is not considered good, I need your opinions. He grabbed the knight in his hand calmly, shaking it along the way, and in response to Flitwick's puzzled expression, he explained, this guy is not that smart. The time soon approached 10 o'clock, Percy and Penelope stood in the middle of the open space. Percy acted so hyper that his vocal tone went off by 2 degrees. Ladies and gentlemen, this dueling tournament is hosted by Hogwarts student body, and I, Percy Weasley, will be in charge of maintaining the order of the whole field with Penelope Clearwater. Let's start by providing some basic information. There are 218 participants, and they will be matched randomly on 7 different fields. 7 games will be played at the same time, starting with the first year. Penelope Clearwater said, the rules of the tournament are clear to you all, and I will say that the professors will comment on some exciting duels or will vocalize warnings regarding violations. Please be sure to follow the rules, especially the use of dark magic is strictly forbidden. She scanned the circle with a sense of authority, and Percy cleared his throat next to her, that's right, that's it. Those whose names are called will come to me and draw lots for terrain, and once the terrain is determined, your opponents will also be determined. The crowd erupted into booming cheers. Harry nervously gripped his wand, his heart is pounding crazily, the people around him looked even more nervous than he is, Ron's lips were quivering and Hermione kept mumbling something. He took a step closer and heard her quickly reciting the dueling system essay she had just finished revising for the 3rd time. Opposite to Harry, Draco Malfoy looked paler than usual, and his 2 followers Crabbe and Goyle kept swallowing, and Goyle choked on his own saliva and coughed constantly. Draco furrowed his brow and walked to the opposite side, his nervousness surprisingly calmed down when Harry appeared in his line of sight, and he smiled impishly, at least that's what Harry thought. He would gladly give Malfoy a good thrashing all over his face if he had a chance. The game had officially begun. The first-year competition is rather lackluster, except for one student who managed to cast a nasty hex, which drew sparse applause, while most of the rest kept chanting spells with their eyes closed. After only 3 rounds, it reached the final match, and a cute little girl won the first year's championship. Next came the second year's competition, where Ginny simply used a stunning spell to knock out her opponent, followed by several more victories to win the title. Ginny's already that good? Ron asked in surprise. Yeah, actually it's not that surprising, she's been following us in our group activities, Harry said. Percy's serious voice came through. There is a larger number of 3rd years, 14 in the first group, Millicent Bulstrode, Seamus Finnegan, Hermione Granger, Daphne Greengrass, Blaise Zabinai, Justin Finch-Fletchley, these contestants, please come up to the stage. Hermione walked shakily to the front, almost tripping over Neville. She moved over to the draw and noticed to her surprise that the rest performed pretty much the same as her. The student whose family name is Zabinai is light on his feet and he seems like he stepped on a ball of cotton. Hermione drew a rocky beach terrain. She could not help but sigh with relief. If she picked the ice-based terrain, she can't stand firm enough to fight. After 14 third-year students took their places, Percy announced in a long, drawn-out voice, the duel begins. Daphne Greengrass stood opposite to Hermione. The two are old rivals, but their disputes are only limited to the golem. It is the first real duel between them. Expelliarmus! Hermione shouted loudly. The words of the dueling system essay flashed quickly in her mind. I struck faster, she will dodge, and I have to use my advantage too. But things didn't go as she expected. Daphne, although she is a step slower than her, but she still insisted on casting a spell, Stupefy. Hermione watched as her disarming charm hit Daphne, as her wand escaped her hand and spun towards her, but at the same time, a red spell grazed her hair and hit the stone behind her. Hermione froze for a few seconds, as she subconsciously caught the flying wand. When she saw her exasperated face, she realized that she had won, but Hermione did not feel any joy in her victory. She could not help but go over and whisper, "Why you did not dodge? You should have ducked." Daphne glared at her, "Why should I hide?" But Hermione is filled with questions. You're not as fast as me, according to the reason. Whose reasoning? You used the disarming charm, I used the stunning spell, if I hit you, I win. Hermione wanted to continue to retort that she made no sense in a real battle because it is too risky, but Percy had already reminded the students, who had finished the game, to leave as soon as possible, so she glared at Daphne and went down in a huff. Back in the Gryffindor house crowd, Hermione still said indignantly, "She's totally gambling on her luck, I can't believe she would dare to do that in a real battle." Harry persuaded, "Actually, she is quite reasonable, under normal circumstances she simply cannot possibly beat you, on the contrary, if her strategy succeeds." He meekly shut his mouth, because Hermione looked like a furious lion. Next, the second group whose names are called come forward: Draco Malfoy, Seamus Finnegan, Ron Weasley, Gregory Goyle. "Let's watch the game," Harry said, "it's going to be my turn soon." But there is no Harry's name in the second group, he can only wait patiently. In this group there is an accident, a young wizard pronounced the spell incorrectly, his opponent's head sprouted with a couple of tentacles, the young wizard cried. What kind of spell are you trying to use? Madame Pomfrey came over quickly, then she observed for a moment and said, it will take you at least 3 hours to recover, my boy. The young wizard touched the tentacles on his head, which didn't look that bad. Madame Pomfrey, can I stay here and watch the game? I don't want to go to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey looked at him in wonder. Yes, you can, but aren't you afraid of being laughed at? That's not a problem. The boy sipped his potion and returned to his house with gusto, showing off his new hairstyle to his friends as astonishment and envy erupted around him. Ron also returned triumphantly, saying with satisfaction, actually, I failed my first spell, but I hid behind a rock and Goyle stood stupidly in the same place, and got tied like a dumpling by my next spell. Next, the third group Draco Malfoy, Dean Thomas, Neville Longbottom, Vincent Crabbe, Ernest Macmillan, Harry Potter. The dueling tournament proceeded as fast as it could, and by the time the third-year rematch session came around, even the upperclassmen couldn't help but look serious. Who's that little round face? He and Potter fought back and forth. Not sure, he seems to have popped out of nowhere. It should be Potter's friend, look how happily they are laughing. I kind of remember seeing him at Potter's dueling study group. In the third-year final, Harry looked surprised as he stared at Draco. I never expected you to come to finals, Malfoy. They drew the forest venue, with a dozen old trees spread around in a random pattern. Draco grinned, you should have seen how I taught that Weasley a lesson, with my newly learned magic. Harry glanced back at Ron, who sat dazedly on the ground with a blank expression that looked a little similar to Luna's. The match begins, he heard Penelope's clear and calm voice, as Percy had grown a little tired. Harry instinctively took a step to the side, a silent disarming charm flew out at the same time. This first charm is not that powerful, as he was trying to get a head start. Draco took a step back, he hid behind a sturdy-looking tree trunk. Potter Mimblewimble. Harry hurriedly jumped out of the way, the spell went a little awry. He gauged the distance and countered with an Incarcerous spell, and a magically condensed rope flew past and wrapped tightly around the tree trunk. He heard Draco grunt, and he just wanted to step forward, his heart burst with a sense of crisis. So he quickly cast a shield charm in front of him, Protego. He called out, and an invisible barrier formed before him, blocking Draco's carefully prepared spell. Flipendo. Dang. A heavy bell chime rang out, and Harry felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer so hard that the magical barrier cracked like a spider web. Even if he is hiding behind the shield charm, he is affected, his ears buzzing and trembling. He endured the discomfort and stared at the opposite side with wide eyes, and after 10 seconds or so, his vision became clear again. Is this the spell that Ron endured? Even when it's blocked, it still makes you briefly dizzy, like being hit by a pendulum in a clock tower. Harry looked at Draco, who is hiding behind a tree and did not come out, occasionally releasing the flipendo with a jerk, so he could not help but feel anxious. He quickly closed the distance between them, a red light flashed, slightly off, almost hitting him. Harry jumped in fright and flashed behind the tree. The field went quiet. Malfoy, didn't you want me to see your new magic? I did see it, need a reminder, I just associated it with construction workers, who knock around with a sledgehammer in their hands. Harry half-crouched, waited 2 seconds, as he cast the shield charm in advance, and sure enough, a red light flew in and got stopped. He didn't even think about moving beyond the protection of the shield charm. Draco is peeking out, and an exaggerated red beam of light shot out from Harry's wand which hit Draco straight on his chest. Draco sent straight away and crashed into a tree, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out without saying a word. Win! Harry shouted out excitedly, this battle is much more difficult than he expected, the biggest reason is due to the terrain limitation, his spell is simply not powerful enough to destroy the 3-foot diameter tree, his advantage is completely ineffective. He thought of the instruction given to him by Professor Hap. Mastering more spells meant that he could face different situations with ease. He couldn't help but think, if he had mastered the blasting curse or the fire-making spell, would he be able to finish the battle more simply? Now he knew what he had to do next. Wonderful! The onlooking students held their breath and enjoyed the high-level duel until the result came out, only then they broke out in unison with loud applause and cheers. Harry scratched his head and looked up at the judge's seat. Lupin smiled at him, Snape looked at him with a stern and expressionless face, Professor Flitwick looked thrilled, Professor Hap smiled lightly as he rubbed his hand, and there is also an iron puppet waving its hand, no, sword, at him vigorously. Is that the professor's new golem? Harry held back his inner joy, trying not to grin excessively, and waved similarly. Thanks for your support. There are 309 chapters on P_Atreon, if you have some extra pocket money, support me on P_Atreon, www.p_atreon.com/crazy_cat. 282, Chapter 282 Lupin and the Knight. Wonderful match. The short Professor Flitwick said excitedly, Malfoy flexibly borrowed the surroundings and constantly looked for opportunities to counterattack. Potter's critical reaction was perfect, and his response was very clever. Draco, who had just been awakened by Madame Pomfrey, showed a smile on his originally gloomy face. Both of you are excellent, this is exactly what I want to see, maybe in a few years or a decade, there will be a new dueling champion emerge from among you. Flitwick choked out, and Felix patted him on the shoulder as he seated. Applause erupted in all directions. Harry and the students clapped enthusiastically together. Well said, I look forward to that day. Other professors also came forward to comment several words. Snape praised Malfoy for being nimble, and making good use of the terrain to create favorable conditions, without mentioning a word to Harry. I would not expect you to understand my following words. This knowledge will only be really needed after you graduate. Lupin stood neutral and praised both players, while Felix reminded the young wizard that when there is only a single pair of wizards competing on the field, they can ignore the limitations of the field and expand the battlefield into the 7 terrains. Harry froze for a moment, something he hadn't thought of. Thinking about his duel with Malfoy, he could actually ignore the big tree and go through the rocky beach, and of course, Malfoy could run up the hill and confront him from above, at which point the scene would become even more complicated. Felix's suggestion is applied in the 5th-year championship fight. Cedric Diggory and Slytherin's prefect Miles Bletchley offered an exciting battle of chase. The two occupied a corner of the rocky beach and hillside terrain respectively to shoot magic spells in the early stages, and then Cedric used transfiguration to turn a rock into his own form, and the real Cedric quietly moved to the ice terrain and appeared out of nowhere from behind the hillside, and the battle might have ended early if not for the shrieks of the audience alerting Bletchley. Percy was forced to loudly demand silence from the students outside the field as the game went on. Too bad, Neville said blankly. Yeah, it is. Harry next to him replied, staring unblinkingly at the field, wondering how to break the game, and after wondering for a while, he found himself subconsciously substituting that Slytherin prefect. All he thought about the whole time is how to counter Cedric. He looked around vaguely, no one noticed him. Cho Chang looked at the field with a worried face, her eyes glued over that handsome boy. Harry suddenly felt the game become tasteless. The match lasted a full 10 minutes, and when it ended, the young wizards broke out in applause. Harry couldn't help but think sourly, I can do it too, and maybe I can do it better. In the stands, Felix said in a relaxed tone, the first-year winner is Slytherin, the second and third years are Gryffindor, the fourth year is Ravenclaw, and the fifth year is Hufflepuff, and so far their level is fairly even. Bletchley is playing too conservatively, he wants to win so badly that he's afraid of taking a little risk. Flitwick objectively commented on the match that just ended. Actually, Davy's real level is not that bad, but unfortunately, the mistakes he made are too low-grade in nature. Flitwick was talking about fifth-year Roger Davies, captain of the Ravenclaw House Quidditch team, tall, sturdy and handsome, but he was so concerned with his image that he took a moment to smooth his hair in a match against George Weasley and was swept away by a stunning spell. And the victorious George then unexpectedly encountered Fred. The twins exchanged blows in the maze zone, only to have a dung bomb suddenly burst out, and the match had to be interrupted for 5 minutes, as Percy pinched his nose and went up to use a dozen scouring charms. When he came out of it, he looked particularly frustrated, and the job of maintaining order was handed over to Penelope. The twins were both thrown out of the ring as they denied having thrown the dung bomb at each other. Felix stared at the twin. Would they have a Marauder's map in their hands? Professor McGonagall did complain about the amount of time they spent on pranks, but did not mention the issue of night trips. Have they never wandered at night, or have they not been found? It is a question worth pondering. Felix said gently, Professor Lupin, my knight seems to have run into your side, can you hand it to me? Lupin froze for a moment, he looked down at the palm-sized knight. It somehow ran over to his side, on his left-hand side, looking a little creepy with its pair of scarlet eyes. Sure. Lupin grabbed the knight, who tapped him 3 times on the back of his hand with his longsword, and his outstretched hand stopped in midair, and his eyes widened. Professor Lupin. Oh, here you go. Lupin then went quiet, his eyes occasionally darting over the night golem. It didn't come over again, and when it tried to stab Snape's fingertips with its night sword, it got thrown over to the young Professor Hap's side with a slap. Mind your own business, Felix. Lupin watched Felix's expression carefully as the young professor smiled and said to Snape, Severus, do you have the feeling that you are suddenly in a better mood? Snape looked at Felix suspiciously, but he couldn't tell, this student's mind is always impenetrable. So he said sarcastically, you'd better think about how to face that woman, Umbridge. Why her? The person Dumbledore allowed is Tonks, right? Snape curled his lips, with his eyes fixed on the field, he whispered, everyone saw you chasing after Black, and Potter himself admitted that he saw you grabbing Black from afar and using an apparition. That woman was frantic. Did you catch him or not? Felix's eyes blinked, there is still this? Black performed an apparition. Felix said something half-heartedly, Snape wondered and sneered, it's his style of doing things. Flitwick interjected, so, the news brought by the Ministry of Magic is true, he obtained the wand in Nocturne Alley. I think so, and not one wand, but two. Flitwick understood, and he said pointedly, the Ministry of Magic won't come after you for this, Felix, and look at the fact that they themselves haven't even touched a strand of Black's hair in the last 6 months. Professor McGonagall appeared in a hurry as the tournament progressed to the 7th year, and she looked a little exasperated. Oh, Felix, someone's here to see you. The investigator from the Ministry of Magic is here, and she insists on seeing you. I can't stop her, she's carrying a warrant from the Minister of Magic. Felix stood up and laughed lightly. Well, let's go and meet her then. I happen to want to ask where Blake got the polyjuice potion and the second wand from. He grabbed the knight on the table and prepared to follow Professor McGonagall out. Wait, Professor Hap, Lupin called him out, and when Felix looked back, he said gently, I happen to know something about alchemy, may I see the golem in your hand a little further? Felix stared at him and raised the knight in his hand. Do you have any suggestions? Lupin said cautiously, I need time to verify. Felix looked at the knight in his hand, and he is gesturing to Felix to agree. Well, Professor Lupin, if you have a good idea, you are welcome to come to me. I think I have time this afternoon and all day tomorrow. He tossed the knight, and Lupin hurriedly caught it in a panic. The game continued, but Lupin's mind is no longer on it. He no longer dared to look at the knight in his hand. The guy almost poked a hole through his hand, so he casually found an excuse to leave early. Snape stared at Lupin's distant back, with a thoughtful and intriguing expression. There are 311 chapters on P_Atrian. 283, Chapter 283 False Memory. In the hallway, Felix asked, that woman was here yesterday, too. Came twice, Professor McGonagall said meaningfully, so she moved out of the Minister of Magic for this occasion. In the entrance to the Deputy Headmistress's office, Tonks looked at her face in a pair of polished, shiny armor, then her face swelled into a puffy blob as she held her breath. Her hair, which originally was bubblegum pink, immediately turned dark brown. Tonks. Tonks turned her head in the direction of the voice, as her eyes morphed into a pair of glowing bulbs. Professor McGonagall. She got taken aback and hurriedly patted her head to get everything back to normal. Got a little bored and came out for some fresh air. I can see that, Tonks. She's still here? McGonagall asked. All the time, that's why I couldn't catch my breath. Tonks said as she saw Felix next to Professor McGonagall. Hello, Hap. Hello, Tonks. Felix nodded at her, coming in with us. Oh, no, Tonks declined, and she added, you can put a bubble head charm on yourself in advance. Well, I'm just kidding. Felix pushed the door open and suddenly understood what Tonks meant. The room smelled of luscious perfume and pink bubbles after pink bubbles were floating in the air. One of the pink bubbles suddenly exploded, as a pink mist filled the air along with a thick fragrance, causing Felix to cringe. Oh my god, you've taken over my office, McGonagall gaped as Umbridge stood up, grinning broadly. Minerva, I've waited too long, so I found something to do by myself. I got the latest peachy witchy perfume in my hands, not released yet, from what Corey told me. She giggled. McGonagall scowled and added, if you don't put those bubbles away, I'll do it for you. She walked quickly to the window and took a big breath of fresh outside air. Umbridge pulled a delicate vial from her pocket, tapped her wand on its mouth, and a bubble flew off. I recommend you to give it a try, of course, wait until 3 months. Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes covertly and decided to go out for a while, so she left with the young ministry member named Corey. The sweet smell in the air lingered, and Felix waved his wand, and a whirlwind appeared out of thin air, sweeping the pink air away. Ms. Umbridge. He sat across the table. I heard you wanted to see me. Of course, my dear. Umbridge said, her hands folded politely. Where do we begin? Minister Fudge has mentioned you several times, young talent, the future of the wizarding world. Say my thanks to him for me, ma'am. You've arrived at a bad time, there are hundreds of students waiting for me. Umbridge said in a soft tone, you are referring to that minor school competition? Oh yes, Minerva mentioned it to me, an excuse for stalling time. Oh, Mr. Hap, let me finish. I brought an order from Minister Fudge, clearer than the previous one, not an empty word. Everything I said represents what Minister Fudge himself meant. Felix curled the corners of his mouth. So what, you're going to represent Fudge and giving me an order? It's Minister Fudge, Umbridge corrected. I think you lack the reverence for authority, which everyone at Hogwarts has. Oh, far from it. I have inquired about an interesting fact. Mr. Hap is also a children's author, one of the books. She pulled a book out of her pocket, turned a page with her stubby fingers, and said smugly, it's a comic series? How childlike. If I hadn't looked it up, I wouldn't have known that Mr. Hap had long been in contact with the Ministry of Magic. So. Felix smiled, I'm also a holder of the St. Mungo's medical badge, a candidate for the Order of Merlin, and I maintain correspondence with members of the Wizengamot, as well as high officials of the Ministry of Magic in several countries. Umbridge's smile faded. But that doesn't mean much, I've voluntarily given up some of my so-called contacts. Felix said, just to cut down unnecessary interactions. So why do you want to teach at Hogwarts? If you want to. No, I don't want to, Felix gave her a look, that's my answer. Let's get to the point, I have about 7 minutes. Umbridge's hand trembled as she gripped her wand, the pile of old-fashioned rings on her fingers rattled, not with fear, but with anger. Her chest rose and fell like a toad with a bulging belly. But she just said mildly, then let's proceed now, Mr. Hap. Where is Sirius Black now? Who knows, maybe with his accomplice. You didn't catch him. Obviously. But you were seen running off with him in an apparition, can I take that as a sign that he gained your help? I heard that you and Damocles Belby are close friends, and you are also the favorite student of Severus Snape, so with the friendship of 2 potions master, you can easily obtain a polyjuice potion. Felix smiled blankly, he had just talked to Professor McGonagall that he would question the Ministry of Magic about the polyjuice potion, but he did not expect the black pot to be thrown at him so quickly. So he said, I could have asked you to produce evidence, and if not, I'll teach you a deep lesson that some things cannot be said lightly. He is pleased to see Umbridge puff up her eyes and glare at him, but I thought it might be good to show you the scene, so you won't come back to annoy me later. Felix gazed at her, a picture darting through his pupils. This place is? I'm warning you, kidnapping a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official, Umbridge said pointedly, looking around in a panic. This is a forest clearing, and she could see from afar Felix and Sirius scuffle scene. Don't you want to know what's going on? Then she saw the battle belonging to a wizard, not a simple spell against a spell, but gorgeous to the extreme magic, with large flames, lightning, and magical rays of various colors intermingling. Trees fell and broke apart, and stones as big as a man's head made a heart-pounding whistling sound as they flew past her, leaving a shrill roar in her ears. Felix held a bright flame in his hand, ancient runes looming, and the next second, the overwhelming flames like mercury, instantly swept through the entire forest, magical flames raging and spreading wide as hundreds of feet away, and everywhere they went, trees and rocks would all turn into ashes, almost in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of them. Umbridge let out an ear-piercing scream, followed by her entire body being engulfed in flames. Ah! Umbridge screamed and jumped up, still in front of her eyes is Professor McGonagall's office. Fake, it's all fake, she told herself over and over again, the tongues of fire reflected in her pupils. She heard Felix's voice continue, seemingly unaware of her abnormality, and said with a sigh of emotion, Sirius is awfully strong, isn't he? I suggest you to send some hit wizard. Umbridge gulped as she sat down again and kept adjusting her sitting posture. Ahem. This is what happened then? If I were to ask you to testify. I should remind you that memories can be fabricated, and the Wisengamot court will not use memories as evidence, so you can absolutely assume that I was just teasing you, Felix said. Umbridge looked at him with his jaw agape and heard him continue, now the question is, do you believe that I can do what I remember? Believe? She didn't really want to believe it, but the feeling was too real, and whenever she tried to refute it in her mind, the image of being drowned in a sea of fire came out of nowhere. She hurriedly ended the cross-examination and dragged her short, fat body away, saying on her way out, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Hap. She is in a dire need of cute cat teacups and colorful bows to soothe her broken heart, and she wants nothing more than that today. Felix crossed his legs and couldn't help but think, who said thinking room didn't have the ability to attack, it's not bad to use it to scare people. There are 311 chapters on P_Atrian. 284, Chapter 284 Professor Hap's Reward. By the time Felix returned to Classroom 7, the dueling tournament was over, leaving only with a couple of first place of each grade, Percy and Penelope, behind. Percy reported on what happened after he left. Less than half an hour after he left, things progressed in a way that he couldn't help but frown. About 10 minutes after he left, Lupin was the first to leave. Not more than 5 minutes later, Snape also suddenly left. In addition to a professor who came to join the fun and pass the weekend, only Flitwick, a regular dueling class professor, left in plain sight. When the 7th grade competition is over, according to the plan, there will be awards and cross-grade challenges, but you are not. Percy stopped tacitly. Professor Flitwick let the rest of the students go back first. Felix nodded. He is actually more curious about whether Snape guessed something, so he went after Lupin. At this point he is afraid they're probably fighting, no? He raised his wand, and out of the tip flew a slender, swift silver swallow, and the eyes of several young wizards fell on it, gawking wide-eyed at the professor's patroness, which had been talked fondly of by the young wizards ever since it had made its presence known on the Quidditch pitch. A few bright-headed little wizards had even managed to make a profit by selling information about the patroness and the patroness charm, something that Harry knew that the twins and his best friend, Lee Jordan, had done. Rain Swallow Patroness circled the crowd for a while and disappeared with a silver stream of light. Well, if it is truly a fight, at least you can persuade them, or drag Dumbledore to clean up the mess. The headmaster should be aware of this headache, right? Felix thought unkindly, the corners of his mouth naturally curled up. He brought his attention back to the firsts of each grade and said pleasantly, next is the part where you can pick the prize you are interested in, a galleon or a magical artifact. With each wave of his wand, a prize would appear before him. A dazzling gold galleons, an advanced golem, several types of sneakoscope, a memory disc, the ring of the Ouroboros snake, a nameless book, a shiny silver artifact, and an amulet, of 24 of kinds. Professor, what is this? A small blonde curly-haired girl with cute dimples gestured at the palm-sized snake as she asked, liking it at first sight much like her family's crest. A device on which you can stand, like this. Felix tossed the snake and with a soft bang there appeared a 15-foot big snake. The big snake is completely inky black in color, the snake's head is raised high, on both sides of its head, a broad wing like a hood spread wide open, with turquoise blue eyes, as if inlaid with 2 emeralds. It lowered its head, in the back of the snake's head, there is an inconspicuous smooth space, just enough for 1 or 2 people to stand. Felix smiled and said, don't worry about falling off, I borrowed some idea from the firebolt to keep the rider stable. Harry could not help but ask, Professor, are you also participated in the dismantling and study of the firebolt? He had only got the firebolt back from Professor McGonagall a few days ago, though it had performed well and helped him easily defeat the Ravenclaw team. It's the credit of Professor McGonagall and Flitwick, I just happened to see it by chance and studied it in passing. At this moment, that little girl had excitedly jumped over the big snake and shouted loudly, what should I do, how can I start it? I want this. She stood at that smooth area, and looked around, won't it be imposing to stroll around with this? You can experience it first, once you choose it, you cannot change it. Felix cautioned her, she looks like a young girl from a big family or not, he is not afraid, but they raise their children with quite a personality, which will give you a headache. He is more glad that he teaches the students only from the 3rd grade. I just want this. Just this. This one. The little girl shouted at the top of her lungs. Astoria, were you raised like this? A girl said sternly, it is Daphne Greengrass. The little girl slumped, oh. Felix laughed softly, a Greengrass. Professor, she is my sister, just started her 1st year, her name is Astoria Greengrass, Daphne said. Felix nodded and said nothing more. His wand nudged on the snake's head, the snake made a hissing sound, which was only understood by Harry, it was not some meaningless sound, but it rather said in the Parcel tongue, finding this noisy little girl, he suddenly wanted to laugh. The next second, the snake twisted its body and leaped out abruptly, whoa! Astoria shouted, the position under her feet is very smooth, the slight wobble of the snake's head and the twisting of the snake's body did not affect her. The crowd watched Astoria standing on the snake, as it smoothly went over the hill, rocky beach, as she shouted excitedly, her golden, long curly hair fluttered. Daphne tried to redeem her sister's image, Astoria grew up frail, and the family kept her away from sports, but she loved Quidditch, and today she is more, excited. After a minute, the big snake returned to its original position, Astoria jumped off the snake and leaped into Daphne's arms, Sister, I love it. Professor, is there anything similar? I don't want a snake, is there a lion-shaped one? Percy asked, being first in the 7th year. The eyes of the rest of them were glowing, and Harry is already imagining himself riding a tall, majestic lion and flaunting it around the school. The only person from Hufflepuff, Cedric had a bit of a headache, of course, he also wanted the symbol of his house, a badger. But it is truly unsuitable for a mount. How about an eagle instead? Felix smiled and said, don't rush to make a decision, I'll first give you an introduction, so that after choosing, in case you still don't know about other rewards. Gold galleons, no need for me to say more, the number is 100 coins. Advanced golem, it can understand some commands, such as helping you get things, can talk and remind you of tasks you didn't finish, it doesn't have human wisdom, but it can answer vaguely. Textbooks of 7 grades for different subjects are stored inside, the advantage is that you don't need to turn the book when you write homework. Percy asked excitedly, Professor, can I store new books in it? He intuitively felt that it would be extremely helpful to him. Sure, it has that function, but it takes time, for a book, it may take 2 or 3 hours, Felix explained as he took a book out of the ring and tossed it to the golem. It flipped the book open by itself and started reading from the first page, using the word reading is not accurate, I should say recording. It brushed its palm over every corner of the page, finishing before flipping to the 2nd page. Professor, how many books can it store? Well, you have asked the right question, I don't know its limit either, Felix spread his hands, you can give it a try. Percy didn't hesitate to pick this one. I'll continue with the introduction. The sneakoscope, which you should all know, the memory disk, which can reproduce a piece of memory, the ring of the Ouroboros snake, which currently only has the function of storing runes, but by choosing it, you will automatically gain membership of the Magic Rune Club. Ginny and another Slytherin student chose the ring of the Ouroboros snake. Ginny is a second year, originally not eligible to join the club, but now a little over half a year earlier, and without assessment as well. She had heard from Hermione that the selection would only get harder. After weighing her options, she gave up her imaginary flaming lion mount. Another sixth-year Slytherin student got excited now, as his parents told him to do everything he could to get on good terms with Felix, but unfortunately, there had been no chance in the past year or so. Cedric and the fourth-year Ravenclaw boy had selected the memory disk. Now only Harry is left to decide, and for him, all the previous prizes are good, but nothing helped him to truly make up his mind. Hermione would have preferred an advanced golem that could store books, and Ron would not hesitate to choose the lion mount, but he felt torn now. Felix continued to introduce them. They were all made by him when he studied the runes, incidentally. What mattered to him would be the process of turning inspiration into something physical, and by the time the things were made, they wouldn't really have much use to him. Shiny silverware, can spit bubbles, ahem, just kidding, I got the inspiration from Headmaster Dumbledore. It can be used to exercise magic. With the injection of different magic, the color of the bubbles will also be very different, comes with a simple instruction manual. An amulet that can withstand 7 or 8 regular vile hexes, and not so advanced dark magic. Professor, what's this book? Harry asked, pointing at the nameless book. Something looked familiar to him as if he had seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, he recognized that he had seen Professor Hap flipping through something similar at the Black Lake during his second-year Christmas break when he was playing snowball with Ron and the twins. Only that book had a name, perhaps a collection of jokes, but the common feature is that they all have the same transparent pearly white color as ghosts. This couldn't be a book for ghosts, right? Oh, I'm glad you asked about it. Felix said cheerfully, it's an attempt, albeit far from the finished product I had in mind, and one can even say I'm just on my first steps, but it's magical enough. Its main material is memory, mixed with some other materials, such as the thestral tail hair. Felix reached out and touched the nameless book. It automatically spread open. Harry and the rest came over. Inside it is a blank image like Mercury, silver and blue light hopping between the pages, like a flash of lightning. What does it say? Harry asked, holding his breath. Nothing at the moment, but if you choose it, you can ask me to inject a memory, about any magic. Felix gestured, from level 1 to level 5, it can replace me and teach you to master that magic. Harry's heart thumped. His first thought is disarming charm, then he thought of the patroness charm he studied with Professor Lupin for a month, still unable to fully form the patroness, he only knew it is a big one. But he did not want to choose that, because he is very confident in mastering that magic, and more crucially, he enjoyed his time with Professor Lupin. Harry hesitated for a moment and his eyes lit up. Professor, I'll go with apparition. Oh, no, he heard Professor Hap telling him, you won't be exposed to this spell until the 6th year at the earliest, and I won't break the rule. Harry got a little disappointed, only to see the professor wink at him. He seemed to understand something. I'll take this book. As for the magic, I'll go back and think about it. Is that okay, Professor? He asked tentatively. Sure, Felix said with a smile, and he wanted to add a few more words, but he suddenly froze in place, and a rapid image swept through his pupils, and Harry caught a glimpse of it. Snape and Professor Lupin pointing their wands at each other. Professor, Professor! Harry shouted out, is this true? But Felix didn't respond to him. Percy Weasley, take it over and look over him for some time. He stepped aside, a silver gleam brewing in his eyes, and with the help of the patroness perspective, he whispered, Severus, Professor Lupin, please stop. There are 313 chapters on P_Atrian. 285, Chapter 285 Accidents occur frequently. A few minutes ago. The atmosphere inside the professor's office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is tense. Snape's wand in his hand pointed straight at Lupin, his eyes shining with a strange light, and he asked lightly, what are you hiding? Lupin, who also holding his wand, said with a sigh, you're the one who suddenly appeared and startled me. Did I? Snape's eyes settled on Lupin's feet, where there is a palm-sized knight, with scarlet eyes kept staring at him. Associated with the previous speculation, he had an intense desire, why not find an opportunity to stomp it flat? It is too much of an eyesore. Bombarda. He pointed his wand at it, but the next second, Lupin swiftly interrupted his spell. I can't let you do that, Severus. Snape's eyes shone dangerously as he took a few steps to the side, and Lupin took a few steps forward. The two remained face to face. I have long told Dumbledore, Snape said slowly, there is a traitor in Hogwarts. Lupin said impatiently, use your head, Severus, this is not what you think it is. why don't you go to Professor Hap and ask him about it? Give it to me. I don't think I can do that, Lupin said, then suddenly a thick snake-like rope flew out from the tip of Snape's wand, and Lupin stabbed a section of the rope with great precision, and it fell hard on the floor and broke into 5 to 6 pieces. There is a good chance he is an innocent, think about it, where did I get him from? I can go with you to ask for proof. Snape said murderously, you want to prove his innocence? Give him to me, and I'll see for myself. Severus, you're obsessed, there's something you don't know, that we know Dumbledore knows it, too, that Ron Kid's pet rat has some issue. Lupin dodged a spell and the jars in his office exploded with a bang. Are you going to start telling some stories, Lupin? There's not enough time left for that, you need to speed that up. Snape shook out a dark mist that quickly converged into a dozen chirping birds, and as he thrust out his arm like a sharp sword, these black birds all flew straight at Lupin in unison. You incorporated dark magic into a regular spell? Lupin asked in surprise, as he moved swiftly as he could. He had more access to these dark spells than the average person, though he didn't learn them, but studied how to counter them. He waved his wand, and the parchment papers on the table flew up splash, forming a solid wall in front of him, in which the blackbirds stuck, shaking their wings desperately, struggling as they dissolved into wisps of black smoke. The black smoke came together and turned into a big snake, its head raised high to the ceiling, and then its head fell sharply. The big snake broke through Lupin's defense, so he grabbed the knight and threw it out of the office window smoothly. Go find Professor Hap. As he lunged to the side, dodging the big snake. Buzz. The whole office trembled, the tables, chairs, boxes, and cabinets in the room bounced in unison. Flipendo. Thumb. A flash of red light brushed past Snape's cheek and hit the file cabinet behind him, and Lupin stood up from the dusty floor. Can't let you go just like that, fool, I've always wanted to fight you. Snape had a smile on his face, but no one would think it is an expression of goodwill, really? Not going to pretend to be a good old boy anymore? Like a tamed werewolf. I've never been faking it, Protego Maxima. Lupin blocked a suspicious ghostly blue spell, his reasoning didn't seem to be working out, so he waved his wand. A stream of red lights burst out in succession. Snape's wand repeatedly flicked it away, knocking the spells away one by one, and he took 2 steps back, as he stabbed his wand straight out. Diffindo. Whoosh. A row of wooden boxes got sliced neatly in unison, which Lupin hurriedly avoided. A tiny cut scratched through his cheek. This spell is impressive. Then he flicked his wand. Snape rushed to prop an invisible barrier up, and the deflected spell hit the locked cabinet. Don't! Lupin exclaimed. A red-headed woman walked out the cabinet door. Severus, why? Snape's eyes went wide, and he stumbled back. His wand slipped from his hand and his body flinched. No. Why? Lupin panicked and stood in front of Snape. The illusion in front of him disappeared and turned into a full moon. He sighed with a complicated expression, and raised his wand for a while. Riddy. Boom. The full moon suddenly exploded into smithereens. Lupin turned back in shock to see Snape expressionlessly holding up his wand. Remus Lupin. Snape said through gritting his teeth. Severus, that was an accident, the boggart was for Harry to practice his Patronus charm. Lupin backed away warily. Snape is not in the right state. Sniff. A violent fire lit the office up, igniting everything. Snape waved his wand with disheveled hair. Lupin stumbled back. He could only brace himself, using the stunning spell in between Snape's attacks. What's happening here? Oh, my. A cheerful female voice appeared at the entrance. Lupin could only see that the visitor had bubblegum pink hair, but then she got knocked off by a stunning spell and disappeared from his sight. Snape, stop, someone, got hurt. But Snape lost his nerve, so he ignored Lupin's shouts. The spell became stronger and stronger, and he used strange dark magic unrestrainedly, a black glow appearing on his face. Lupin is gradually losing the fight, and Snape coldly waved his wand. A crisp chirping sound suddenly heard. A silver rain swallow condensed in midair, dividing the battlefield into 2 parts. Severus, Professor Lupin, please stop. A black spell flew over, and the silver rain swallow slightly vibrated its wings to dodge the attack. Severus, you. Get out of the way. Lupin rushed to say. Snape hit the box where I stored the boggart, and she stepped out of it. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Lupin. Snape interrupted him furiously, a terrible magic brewing as the room began to tremble, and the ground rapidly eroded externally with him as a center. A dazzling ripple of light spread out like a large wave, and Snape's unformed magic made a zipping sound, bursting forth with dark red lightning at one side of the room. The 2 sides of the rooms looked quite contrasting, one side being corrosive and dark, and the other side being warm and light. A gentle voice came from the rain swallow patroness. Severus, calm down. Lupin hurriedly said. Severus, we found a new clue. Peter Pettigrew is not dead, he is still alive, everything is staged by him. Snape seemed to come back to his senses. He took the initiative to lift the magic. the patroness light spread on him, constantly washing away the black gas around his face, then he leaned on the wall and slowly sat down. The rain swallow patroness left a sentence, "I'll be right back," then turned into a dot of blue-white spark. A few moments later, Felix appeared in the office. Most of the room was ruined, a small half of the furniture eroded, another half still burning slightly on fire, a row of wooden boxes was neatly sliced, the cut was smooth as a mirror. Scour jiffy. The smoke in the room is carried away, the flames extinguished. Snape sat leaning against the wall, staring at the ceiling without moving, his black eyes were like stone, and there is no visual clarity in his eyes. Lupin is tending to an unconscious young woman, and he glances over to see who it is. Surprisingly, it's Tonks. Felix frowned, what was this fight for? Because of Sirius Black? He looked around and didn't see Sirius in his night candy costume. He can't be wiped out, right? Snape had absolutely no intention of communicating with anyone, he could only walk next to Professor Lupin. How did it come to this? Lupin said with a bitter smile, it was all an accident, a series of accidents. Felix looked at Tonks on the couch, why is she here? I don't know, seems to have popped out of nowhere, maybe trying to dissuade the fight? As a result, she was knocked out by my stunning spell. Just a stunning spell. Felix surveyed Tonks' face, she showed no sign of sobriety. There's nothing wrong with her, Lupin explained, I didn't undo the spell, and in this situation now, it's really inappropriate, so I couldn't take her to the hospital wing. If he lifted the stunning spell before, he was bound to let Tonks see the scene of the two Hogwarts professors fighting to the death, although she already saw it, but it could easily implicate Sirius. Now he worried about Snape's side of the problem, so he didn't take her to the hospital wing. Understood, Felix gave Tonks another stunning spell, later send her directly to the hospital wing, don't say anything. Felix picked a back-chipped-off chair and sat down, then he gave Lupin a look and raised his tone a bit, Professor Lupin, explain, what happened, didn't you tell Severus that Peter Pettigrew was the culprit? He gestured to Lupin, signaling him to drag Peter Pettigrew in the conversation. Lupin understood, so he said in as much detail as possible, the day school started after Christmas break, in the staff common room next to the Great Hall, we and Headmaster Dumbledore speculated that there was a huge suspicion in the murder of James and Lily that year, because Sirius had a good chance to kill Harry, but he didn't do it, and his target was Harry's friend, Ron Weasley. I can't quite understand, Felix said. Then I'll explain again. Sirius Black is an animagus, he can turn into a big black dog, likewise James can turn into a stag, and Peter Pettigrew can turn into a rat, Lupin said, laughing to himself. They're there to keep me company during the full moon, a werewolf. In that case, the reason why Black can escape from Azkaban is clear, but why did he attack Ron Weasley? Felix continued to ask, and in the afterglow, he saw Snape rolling his eyes. Ron raised a rat, their family did, to be precise. This rat suddenly appeared in the Weasley house and stayed there for 12 whole years, only to disappear without a trace after Sirius attack during the holiday. But we saw an image of it that looked exactly like Peter Pettigrew's animagus. So, he's not dead? Peter Pettigrew, the holder of the first-class Order of Merlin and a war hero, not only didn't die, but he went incognito and hid as a pet in a wizard family. Lupin looked at Felix oddly, but could only follow his words, yes, this is the biggest suspicion, so we suspect that there is another hidden agenda. Professor Hap, how is Sirius got into your hand and turned into a golem? I captured him, and after that Dumbledore and I intend to set up a trap to draw out Peter Pettigrew. By that time it will certainly require your cooperation, so keep it a secret for now, Felix explained. Lupin apprehensively asked the biggest question in his mind, hoping to get an answer, so, Sirius is innocent? But he is the secret keeper of James's house, and the Fidelius charm is simply unbreakable, like an unbreakable oath, if he is innocent. You didn't ask him. Didn't have time for that. Well, Felix thought about it and decided to use the opportunity to explain clearly, and the words were also addressed to Snape, because the secret keeper is replaced. Sirius thought he was too obvious, and privately replaced the secret keeper with the inconspicuous Peter Pettigrew. So, Lupin murmured, at that time, the operation in the Order of the Phoenix repeatedly leaked out, everyone suspected that there is a traitor, and people are on edge. So Snape stood up, Peter Pettigrew was the real undercover agent of Voldemort. Lupin looked at Snape in surprise, he actually called the Dark Lord by his name Voldemort, the original suspicion disappeared at once. You know, when Dumbledore protected Snape that year, he was very shocked. Snape said nonchalantly, swap the secret keeper? Stupid. Severus. But he ignored Lupin and limped away, while saying, as for Peter Pettigrew, what I need to do, Felix tell me later. Lupin opened and closed his mouth, saying nothing, as he watched him leave quietly. Let him be alone, Felix said, looking around. You guys fighting too hard. In the whole room, apart from the sofa where Tonks is lying, there is no other place to stay. Oh, it's all an accident. Lupin sighed, he sighed too many times today. This office is no longer usable. You discuss it with Dumbledore and modify or switch it. That's the only way, Lupin said. Fortunately, he released the magical creatures used for teaching a few days ago, otherwise few would survive, and the only other living creature, Boggett, was blown to pieces, not even a wisp of blue smoke remained. By the way, where did you hide Sirius? Felix asked him nonchalantly. Lupin got startled, he had long forgotten about it. I threw him out of the window during the fight just now. Looking at Felix's strange eyes, he said guiltily, I asked him to look for you. Well, okay. Felix shrugged, I hope he won't be picked up by some mischievous little wizard. There are 313 chapters on P_Atrian. 286, Chapter 286 Tonks and Lupin. Hospital Wing. Tonks woke up from the hospital bed, touched the clean white linen sheets, and felt a little confused for a while. What's with this situation? She remembered that she had got rid of that old toad, no one was bothering her, and she decided to have a nice stroll around the campus, including going back to the common room to lie on the yellow and black striped soft seat sofa for once again, and going to the kitchen to eat Yorkshire pudding. So how did she end up in the hospital wing? Ahem, are you awake? Tonks, by the way, I know your name from Professor Happ. Felix Happ. A voice said. Tonks jerked her head around and looked at the other side of the hospital bed. It belonged to a middle-aged, male wizard. His face still looks quite young, but his appearance looks frazzled, his hair is mixed with grey, and at the moment he is looking at her with an apologetic face. Let's see, before I passed out, what was I doing? There is the sound of fighting and brawling, and I wanted to go over and see the lively. Did you knock me out? She asked incredulously. Lupin coughed twice in embarrassment, and although Professor Happ's advice was for him to leave the person at the hospital wing and leave her alone, he decided to stay, or at least apologize. It was an accident. He suddenly paused, the fourth time he had said that today. Tonks shrugged and jumped off the hospital bed. Wait, Madame Pomfrey suggested for a second observation. Lupin said. Observe what? The awakening time of the stunning spell. Tonks showed pride. I'm guessing 10 minutes, I've done counter-training in the ministry and the best I could do was 7.5, but it's usually 10 minutes. Lupin's mouth opened slightly, and he wisely did not tell her the truth, that she had been hit by more than one stunning spell and had passed out for more than 10 minutes, hoping that it would be a secret that only he knew. But I was lying here for 2 hours. Tonks looked at Madame Pomfrey in surprise, and on the way out, the matron in charge stopped her and insisted on checking again. Or then? Madame Pomfrey said impatiently, well, even if you sleep all day, I wouldn't care if Remus hadn't said you might be on an official mission. It's fine now. She rambled away, and Tonks turned her head to look at Lupin and asked again for confirmation, I was asleep for 2 hours. That's right, I was going to tell you, Lupin said stiffly. Ugh, forget it, Tonks said cheerfully, you're a professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class? That's really something. Not me. Well, how do you know I'm the professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Or else? One of the things I look forward to most when I attend the school is to see what the new professor would look like. Miss Tonks. Call me Tonks, I haven't formally introduced myself, Nymphadora Tonks, but don't call me by my first name, she muttered in a small voice. Virgin Martyr is the English equivalent of my name, which is not that pleasant term to hear. Hello, Tonks, my name is Remus Lupin. Gryffindor Common Room. Harry is fiddling with his new haul, a very spooky nameless book. Ron curiously reached out and touched it. The surface of the book felt like water. As he touched it, lightning-shaped lines would suddenly emerge. Hermione asked worriedly, you really want to learn apparition? That's right, Harry said decisively, I think it suits me best. Listen to me, Hermione, I've been thinking about it for 2 hours, and now I still think I made the right choice. Coming back from classroom 7, or rather being escorted back by Percy, he was originally indignant, and he had the urge to cloak himself in his invisibility cloak and check out Professor Lupin's office, but Percy Weasley was just 2 seats away, and he had been following Professor Happ's instructions to keep an eye on or protect him. Especially since he had been attacked just yesterday, and now the whole school knew that Sirius kept targeting him, and like 1,000 rumors and legends in the school, it isn't true. He had to give up this tempting idea and started to study the dueling match prize Professor Happ had given him instead. He told Ron and Hermione his idea, I had this idea when I was writing my dueling essay. Professor Flitwick said to find what you're best at and make the most of your strengths. What am I best at? It's Quidditch, Harry whispered, and Professor Happ told me once that he envied my reflexes. Ron smacked his lips, you mean you can whoosh later? He gestured haphazardly with both hands, mimicking a continuous apparition. Harry said, that's what I have been hoping for. Hermione. The twins came in from outside, Fred carrying a ginger cat in his hand. Crookshanks has been lingering at the door, I think he's brought you a present. He said with a smirk. Hermione lowered her head, Crookshanks, Come here. The ginger cat had something in its mouth, she just hoped it isn't a big spider, or she'd have to clean it up again, and Crookshanks gently jumped up on the table and spat the stuff out of its mouth. It's Hermione's eyes widened. It's the golem Professor Hap brought along with him today, Harry affirmed, fiddling with it for a moment. It looks like the armor model in the castle, and he was saying hello to me. Hermione patted the big cat's head. Why did you take the professor's stuff? We should give it back to the professor. That's right, Harry immediately agreed. He especially wanted to ask about Professor Lupin. If there is a legitimate reason, Percy will not stop him, right? The knight at the table, or rather, Sirius, had a depressed look on his face. He was thrown out by Lupin, knowing that he couldn't help and staying would just add to the mess, so he rushed off to find Felix. First he went to classroom 7, no one was inside, then he went to his office, dodging the little wizard's dirty paws along the way, tapping hard on the door, no response. He barely climbed up the window, only to find it empty. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Maybe looking for Dumbledore would be a good option. But he simply didn't know the password. From the office, he met Crookshanks. Crookshanks is his ally, providing a lot of information about the castle to him. He has been grateful that this cat is smart enough to distinguish that he is a human, but can also judge whether he is good or bad. This time too, Crookshanks recognized him and kept trying to communicate with him, but he was under magic and couldn't speak unless he got rid of the candy armor he is wearing. He could only gesticulate, but unfortunately, Crookshanks, although smart, is obviously not that smart enough. After some ineffective communication, Crookshanks took him to the common room. Ron looked at him with interest. Can you talk? Hey. Percy has one which can talk. Ouch. Sirius angrily stabbed Ron's finger with his knight's sword. Ron felt so painful that he fell on the table, making him groggy. Come on, Ron. Sirius heard the voice like the sound of nature. What is this little girl's name? She is also the owner of Crookshanks. She is really a good girl. Hermione picked up the knight. Let's go, let's return it to the professor. They walked all the way to the door, Harry staring nervously at Percy, but he didn't stop them, maybe thinking that 2 hours is more than what Professor Hap expected. Harry is glad to see him bow his head again, fiddling with the advanced golem, and beside him, the twins kept spinning around him. You should let us see it, maybe we can add some new features, like suddenly pulling out a dung bomb and throwing it at someone's face. Harry closed the common room door, shutting the Weasley brothers' ruckus behind him, and then 2 seniors approached their way excitedly. Have you heard? A little girl in Slytherin set off a big mess. What happened? His companion asked with interest. You would have never guessed it, she let out a big snake in the Slytherin common room. There are 315 chapters on P_Atrian. 287, Chapter 287. Would you care to join me for a drink? When the trio knocked on the door of Professor Hap's office, they heard a deep, calm voice from inside saying, I got it, Felix. The 3 of them looked at each other. It's Headmaster Dumbledore. But when Professor Hap opened the door, the room is empty, no one else is there. Professor, was Headmaster Dumbledore just here? Harry couldn't help but ask. Felix smiled. That was just a message from him, he wasn't here in person. He gazed at the knight figure in Hermione's hand and asked hesitantly, how is this, in your possession? He is uncertain if the trio knew anything, so he mentally groaned, Sirius, you are too crappy, right? But the good thing is that, the next conversation let him realize that they did not find Sirius, but only brought his accidentally lost golem. Hermione apologized for her naughty big cat. Crookshanks probably considered it as a toy. We cleaned it before coming over. Felix stared at the knight figure, its scarlet eyes flickered, sitting on a cup holder, his back looked a bit lonely. Thanks, guys. The main business finished, so Harry pulled out the nameless book from his pocket. Professor Hap, I have already selected it, it is Apparition. Felix didn't rush to refuse, but looked at him fixedly. Do you understand the risks of this magic? Harry nodded. Do you know how to solve this splinching? Now it's Harry who is speechless. He looks at Hermione for help. Hermione once again lived up to her name. Less serious splinching can be treated with Dittany, preferably Essence of Dittany. If it's more serious splinching, like separating the head from the body. Harry looked at her in horror, but she continued with a serious introduction. This situation will require professional treatment. I found out the information from the Ministry of Magic's occasional case section. Ron added, and fines. I mean, if the Ministry of Magic finds out that you don't have a certificate, and you are in trouble, you will be fined a large amount of money. Felix nodded slightly and said approvingly, that's pretty much all there is to it. So, Harry, are you still sticking with Apparition? Harry said stiffly, why yes, Professor. Felix looked at him, don't rush, I still have one more question for you to answer. Once you know this information, what do you think is the most important precaution that you should take to practice this magic? Harry opened his mouth, preparing the Dittany. Felix dumbfounded, that is the most basic, if not, I would have to wonder if you have troll blood. Think again. Harry frowned and racked his brain. Ron and Hermione were also trying to think. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she raised her hand as she looked at Felix. Felix shook his head at her. She put her hand down with some regret. I'm guessing, needs some guidance. It's close enough, Harry. After another minute, I know. When practicing apparition, you must have someone watching over you to prevent a serious splinching from happening with no one to rescue you. Felix showed a smile. That's it, the most serious problem of apparition is splinching. Over the past century, there are 21 recorded cases of death because of an apparition. All of them happened when they attempted apparition in private, and they got splinched badly and left in the same place, unnoticed. The consequence of is that they watched themselves bleed dry in remorse. Harry shivered hard. How can Professor smile while saying such horrible things? The point is it was too graphic, that he worried that the next time he faced the boggart, the object of his fear would become his split self. So, Felix twisted his head to look at Ron and Hermione. You'll supervise Harry and keep him from messing up, won't you? Ron and Hermione nodded vigorously together. They were also frightened by the serious consequences. Very well, let's talk about my arrangement now. Felix said to Harry, first, you need to master the theoretical knowledge of this magic. I need you to write an essay on apparition. His finger tapped on the nameless book, his fingertip glowed with bright silver light. Various images began to appear on the pages of the nameless book, in which they saw a figure of Professor Hap suddenly disappear and then appear again. This book will help you, Harry. I set some restrictions, you need to crack it layer by layer, very simple, like playing a game. By the way, you know what is game, right? It's a TV handle game? It was in the birthday present that Dudley received a few years ago. Harry said with envy that he had seen it when his cousin Dudley was opening his birthday presents. However, not many days later Dudley bashed it, then Harry found a button of the joystick in the bin. Well, it's somewhat similar to the game level. Felix continued, you can break the first layer of the restrictions by writing a thesis. And the second layer, with practice, I will take you through the first few training sessions until you initially master the magic. After that, it's up to you to work on your own, never be reckless, and make sure you have someone with you every time you practice, understand? He looked at Harry seriously. Harry nodded hastily in agreement, his heart in turn relieved after hearing the professor speaking. Now he had a very clear idea of what to do next. Professor, are we going to practice in the Forbidden Forest at that time? He asked. I've heard that you can't do an apparition inside Hogwarts, as the anti-apparition spell has been cast, placed around Hogwarts. Hermione nodded along in agreement to Harry's words. No, Felix denied this, there is a place where you can get around that prohibition. Seeing that they wanted to ask more, he clapped his hands together. Well, little ones, you'll find out in due time. Finally, Harry tentatively asked about Professor Lupin and was assured that everything is all right. As they walked out of the office, Ron muttered, we're not that young anymore, I'll be 14 in another half a month. Harry said regretfully, I have almost 6 months left. He then said teasingly, Ron, did you remind us not to forget to prepare your birthday gift? Ron turned red and chased after Harry, trying to hold Harry's head in his armpits as Harry ran away playfully. In the office, the retransformed Sirius sat on the couch and said sullenly, Harry is too young, you are not supposed to teach him this magic, you should be more cautious. Felix looked at him with interest, I'm surprised you know the word cautious. Sirius looked at him in exasperation and heard Felix continue, did you know that Harry is learning the Patronus charm from Lupin? What? He asked in shock, the one that wards off Dementors. Felix made a glass of butterbeer float in front of him and Sirius gulped it down, it's nostalgic, makes you want to shed some tears, life is still pretty good. You're not against it. Sirius leaned back on the back of the sofa and said lazily, actually, you are quite well considered it, at least more than me. I just thought about it, if it is me, I will either refuse or immediately take him to practice. Knock, knock. There is a knock at the door, and Sirius chokes on the beer in his mouth. He looks nervously at Felix and gestures, make me smaller. He looked at the candy on the table, he had just eaten a piece, not sure if that is his helmet, or his upper body armor, anyway the knight's sword is already gone into his stomach. Professor Hap, it's me, Lupin. The voice at the door said. Felix looked at Sirius playfully as Sirius walked to the door with a dark face, Hap hey. He pulled Lupin inside as soon as he could. Padfoot, Lupin froze, and hugged Sirius, as he whispered, forgive me, for wronging you. Oh, Moony, please forgive me too. There. The two looked up and saw Felix fiddling with his wand and making a fire in the fireplace. I temporarily connected an abandoned flow network line to my office, so let's go to your place. If anyone finds you here, we can't hide the news that Professor Hap is harboring a big felon together with Potter's killer. Sirius grabbed a handful of fluo powder and muttered, you're jealous. The next second, he got tossed into the fireplace. You. Number, at present, 12 Grimald Place. Half an hour later, Felix and Lupin returned from the fireplace, and Lupin said thankfully, "Thank you for everything, Professor Happ. No need to be polite, I was also entrusted with the job." Before saying goodbye, Lupin couldn't resist asking him, "When did you know I am a werewolf?" "Why do you ask that? When I said I am a werewolf before, you didn't show any surprise." "If I couldn't guess, then I would be too foolish." Lupin laughed by himself. "It doesn't matter, you've been a good colleague so far." When Lupin left, Felix sat down on the couch and said emotionally, "Long weekend." "Well," he drew his wand and a rain swallow patroness flew out of the tip, "go ahead." After a short while, he whispered, "Severus, are you at, is your patroness a doe?" After a moment's pause, he muttered, "Oh, that hurts a bit. I actually wanted to ask, would you care to join me for a drink?" There are 315 chapters on p_Atrian. 288, chapter 288. Get the map. In the evening, Felix walked down the corridor in the underground of the castle, carrying his candy box. "Professor Happ." Felix looked at Draco Malfoy, and the two large boys behind him, as he nodded towards them. "Professor, I've mastered a new rune," Draco said excitedly as he extended his right hand and the ring of the Ouroboros snake on his index finger began to swim, spitting a light blue rune symbol out of the snake's mouth. He held the rune symbol, with his face slightly turned red, and after 7 or 8 seconds, the light blue rune turned into gushing water. "You are progressing quickly, I remember this is the 6th rune you have mastered." "Yes, Professor." "Well, good." Felix reminded thoughtfully, "Put more thought into the runes taught in the previous assemblies, they will be very useful." Draco stunned for a moment, "I see, Professor." Felix carried the candy box and continued on his way when Malfoy called out behind him, "Professor Happ, are you planning to go to the head's office? I just checked earlier, and the door is locked. Perhaps Severus is brewing a potion? In any case, I'd better go check it out," he said vaguely. Draco looked at Professor Happ's distant back and muttered to himself, "I always get the feeling that the professor is a bit odd today." Crabbe and Goyle smiled curtly with a silly grin. Draco had got used to the scene. He shrugged and led the way in the direction of the common room. "You guys, what's up with Daphne's sister, the one named Astoria?" In the potions class professor's office, Felix tried a few unlocking spells and got the door open. He walked in as if no one is around. The place is not small. In addition to the office room, there is Snape's private storage room as well as the bedroom at the far end. He walked through the dimly lit wall with glass specimens and pushed open the bedroom door, which flourished with flowers and herbs. "Severus, I'm looking after your face in front of your students, if they watch you being brought back by a levitation spell, sheesh." He opened the candy box, the same one Sirius had used, and inside slept an unconscious, palm-sized person, Severus Snape. Mrs. Rosmerta was wondering how you, a large living person, suddenly disappeared, but fortunately I managed to evade it. With a flick of his wand, he restored Snape to his original form and then used a levitation spell to put him on the bed, with Snape's wand placed on the edge of his pillow. The next day, Felix kept the Weasley twins behind after the 5th year's Ancient Runes class. Marauder's map. The twins looked at each other and communicated with various small gestures. Felix could see they know something about this. Fred said hesitantly, "Professor, this is what we..." "From Mr. Filch." Felix nodded. Fred's expression looked a bit embarrassed. "You know all about it." "Know some of it, and my main concern is it still in your possession?" "We gave it to George," said, but Fred hurriedly covered his mouth, making a wink desperately, and then said smartly to Felix, "We gave it to a friend. If you need it, we'll get it back for you, and don't worry, there will be absolutely no delay." George blinked and understood that they had given the Marauder's map to Harry, and Harry had been to Hogsmeade Village with the Marauder's map, and this could not be elaborated. Although they often violated the school rules, but self-explosion is something that should be avoided as much as possible. "You should know the Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, right?" Felix asked. The twins' eyes widened and Fred asked in surprise, "You know this too? Professor, you can't be one of the 4, right? Or the last map user?" George guessed. Felix smiled, "I didn't have that chance when I was in school, but I know 2 of them, and I'm looking for you today because I was entrusted by one of them to temporarily borrow the Marauder's map for a while. Don't worry, it will be returned to you." Fred's eyes shone brightly, and he kept rubbing his hands together. "Oh Professor, can you introduce him to us?" "Yeah, who are they? We owe them a lot of favors." George asked eagerly. "All I can tell you is that the man's code name is Padfoot, and as for whether he's willing to meet you," Felix looked at their eager faces, "definitely not now, he can't afford to show his face." He watched the twins with great interest. Their expressions resembled that of devotees on pilgrimage, and it is clear that although they have never met them, the two already regard the map maker as a predecessor and role model for mischief. They ran away in a huff. Professor, we'll go first, to find the map. By noon that day, Felix got the Marauder's map, his first chance to get a good look at the map properly, having only heard of it before. It is rather an old piece of parchment that doesn't look that great, in fact, it is folded up in layers, and when unfolded it resembles a tablecloth. This is the secret of our success. Fred patted it with great affection and sighed with an expression of reminiscing about his youthful years. Felix smiled, not saying anything. His wand clicked on the map, and he murmured in his mind, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. This is the password he obtained from Sirius. Sirius now can only stay in Grimmauld Place, but Felix would secretly connect the fireplace in his office to Black's old mansion in order to conveniently go over to read in his free time, which is switched on whenever he uses it and closed up when he doesn't, to avoid being noticed by the Ministry of Magic. Lupin also promised Sirius that he would visit him during the weekend, and when they left, Sirius and the old house elf Kriaker were cleaning the house fervently. In Sirius's words, at least have to clean the living room out and prepare 2 more bedrooms for guests. In the blank parchment after using a password with his wand pressed on it, dark ink lines like spider webs emerged, they intersected, stretched around, and outlined the buildings in Hogwarts Castle with a few simple strokes, as well as some surrounding area, including the greenhouse outside the castle, Hagrid's hut, the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with all kinds of special points. The most striking thing about the map is the sheer number and chaotic movement of ink dots, each labeled with a name in very small letters next to the dot. Felix found his name at first glance, and next to it were 2 other dots that read Fred Weasley and George Weasley. He looked all around. Dumbledore is in the study, Snape is in the potions classroom, Professor Sprout is in the greenhouse. He also wanted to see the location of the room of requirement, but he couldn't find it. It may be masked. He expected this and wasn't surprised, but in passing, he saw Trelawney wandering around her little attic alone, and from the trajectory of the ink dots, he guessed that the divination class professor seemed to be doing some kind of dance. Above the middle of the parchment, a curved line of fancy lettering began to emerge. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs are proud to present the Marauder's map. Felix fondled the map, and after a while, he snapped back to his senses. Very clever structure, I need to look more thoroughly. There are 317 chapters on P_Atrian. 289, Chapter 289 Normal Day. Professor, are you going to capture Sirius Black? Fred asked. Felix looked at him expectantly. Guess. Fred said without thinking, me and George, oh, and Lee Jordan, we thought you were definitely going to do something, you know, after that day. He squeezed his eyes. People were talking about it and being scared. George picked up, saying with an admiring look on his face. Black swaggered around the open space in front of the castle and disguised himself as a muggle boy. The nerve. Felix isn't sure what the young wizard thought about the attack. He spent last weekend with so much to do that he didn't go to the Great Hall for dinner and didn't know about the latest gossip and rumors. It seemed that Dumbledore had absolutely no intention of dispelling the rumors, and this kind of public opinion would reassure Peter Pettigrew, who is hiding in the shadows, but there are pros and cons, as the Ministry of Magic has used this as an excuse to trying to claw their way in more than once. In times of peace, the Ministry of Magic represents orthodoxy, and its name is more useful than its strength. But once the war comes, the Ministry of Magic is disqualified without the strength. The personal strength will trump everything, and will shine like a glorious sun over the entire wizarding world. The Castle Great Hall. Harry stabbed a piece of potato hard, and dipped it in the sauce, then suddenly lost his appetite. They look at me like I'm some kind of rare magical creature. No, like a lucky one. Ron said with a grin as he sliced the sausage from his plate and took a large gulp of the broth. They look at you like you just escaped from the 3 big maws of a 3-headed dog. Harry grinned as he suddenly thought of the shrunken 3-headed dog being jerked around by Ron. Hermione glanced at the two. Speaking of magical creatures, we could just as well meet Hagrid in Care of Magical Creatures class and ask about the progress of the Buckbeak case. Hasn't the fine already been paid? Ron asked, commenting objectively, that's as good as it gets, Hermione. Harry agreed with this, just spending a little money to solve the trouble of Buckbeak. He believed Hagrid would not care about that money. It's hard to say, although the money was collected, but the Ministry of Magic has been dragging its feet without giving an official conclusion. Hagrid has been distracted lately. Harry recalled, I think Hagrid is in pretty good shape. He didn't bring that flobberworm again. With his and Ron's ban still in place, he could only see Hagrid in class these days, and in the last class, they learned about the fire crab. This magical creature, originated from Fiji, is called a crab but looks like a large turtle with a jeweled shell. Hagrid said at the time, if it isn't for their unique habitat, Niffler would love this creature. Oh, Niffler is a little treasure hunter, I'll introduce him to you someday. That's because of Professor Hap, I have been keeping an eye on it. Hermione waved her fork. I can't believe he included a manticore in the lesson plan. What's manti, or? Harry asked, Bewildered. Manticore, Ron said in a breath as he pronounced the correct name, referring to it afterward. Charlie told me when I was a kid that it was one of the few magical creatures that could rival dragons, with a highly poisonous scorpion tail, exceptionally sharp teeth, and their skin naturally repels most spells. Harry believed Ron's words, because Ron rarely speaks fluently about the characteristics of a magical creature. He just wondered, is there such a creature in the Forbidden Forest? The last time he expressed a similar query was when he knew there was an Acromantula colony in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is huge, Harry. Hermione explained, and then huffed. Hagrid later argued that he made a mistake, that he was actually just simply researching. I'd like to see what he could have researched. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, sullenly eating food. This state of Hermione cannot be persuaded. She has a belly of truth for you, if you want it. Harry took the time to look at the faculty table. Snape sat far away from Professor Hap, with his body turned to one side. Even when picking his food, he only picked the plate on the left-hand side. He is not quite sure, is this avoidance? What in the world is happening? He remembered the image he had seen in Professor Hap's eyes, Professor Lupin and Snape confronting each other, but when he poked around, Professor Hap said perfunctorily that he was overthinking things and everything was fine. That's not normal, he thought to himself as he stared at Snape's face. He felt like he had one more task, to observe Professor Lupin's state in this afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. He was so lost in thought that it took him a long time to see that Snape is staring at him with a very frightening look in his eyes, and Harry hurriedly lowered his head. Humph! Snape grunted, his mood pleasant for a minute, but soon bad mood reoccupied all the mind. He suspected that he had been under a stunning spell, otherwise how could he agree to go to the Three Broomsticks with that boy? More to the point, he couldn't remember if he had said something he shouldn't have said. His memory is somewhat hazy, and he remembers that Rosmerta recommended a mead. You absolutely must try it, it has all kinds of flower petals added to it, rose, violet, hibiscus, iris, afghan. It tastes great, and it's not intoxicating. She said enthusiastically. Liar. In the early evening, Felix sat quietly in his office, studying the Marauder's map. A flame suddenly flared up in the fireplace and the orange flames condensed into a blurred face. Let me through, Felix. He looked up from his desk. You can't misuse the flow network and risk getting caught by the Ministry of Magic is high. Are you talking about yourself? You came to read last night, all drunk. The voice chattered from the other side. Felix waved his wand and the next second, Sirius burst out of the fireplace. Ahem. Sirius' robes are covered in dust and his face is dirty, scour Jiffy. He pointed his wand at himself and became clean again. Seeing the Marauder's map in Felix's hand, he stared in surprise and questioned, You got it? Well, lucky. Did you find him? Sirius asked lightly, holding his breath as his body tensed unnaturally. Not yet, I checked and found nothing. Felix continued to look down and studied, tapping his fingertips on the parchment. I guess Peter Pettigrew is hiding deep in the Forbidden Forest, or simply researching for a family of wizards. Sirius slumped on the couch and said dejectedly, So what are you going to do? How about I go to the Ministry of Magic and turn myself in, with Dumbledore as a witness? They'll at least listen, right? Felix glanced up at him and didn't say anything. Fine. Sirius stood up and surveyed the furnishings in the office, grunting in a small voice, Old antique. He stood in front of a half-high portrait, which is only half finished, and tsked twice. You have this hobby of hanging yourself as well. That's for St. Mungo's, Felix said without looking up. For what? You're still a healer. Studying how to tie people up. There are newspaper clippings on the workbench, besides, any more nonsense, and I'll kick you out. Sirius scowled and picked up the paper and read it. For a long moment he became slightly silent. Frank and Alice? I didn't know they went through all this bloody war. He cursed in a low voice, Voldemort simply sucks, it's a good thing he's dead. Putting down the paper, he saw a small golden snitch on the workbench and his eyes lit up. Can I pick it up and look at it? Just don't bite it with your mouth, it's been fully washed. Sirius cut in, I'm just a dog in animagus form, I don't have the habit of sharpening my teeth. He said sheepishly, reaching for the worn golden snitch on the table. Half of its wings were broken, and the other half of the intact wings fluttered at short intervals, looking breathless. After a while, Sirius came over and cautiously asked, About that golden snitch, do you have plans to fix it? Maybe, Felix replied carelessly, I found it in a huge junk pile and wanted to take it apart and study it. How can there be a golden snitch in a dump? Forget it. How much is it? What? I was asking how much this thing costs, and of course, I want it fixed, preferably with some wacky magic to make it more interesting. I can come up with ideas, and it will count as something we did together. You're going to give it away. Felix stared at Sirius, showing a smile, and said, to Harry. 6 more months. I don't know how things will have changed by then, maybe I'll be still hiding, Sirius dodged the gaze directed at him. I'm not a proper godfather, but there's always something to do, like that firebolt, I thought, even if I couldn't be there for him, but at least. The firebolt is from you? Felix asked in surprise. It was me, by owl mail, and Crookshanks was a big help, Sirius explained. After thinking about it, Felix agreed, no problem. Well, come over here, I need your experience. He pointed to the Marauder's map. I'm going to add an alarm spell like caterwauling charm to it, and if a specific person enters the map's range, it will alert. He actually had a few more plans, but the alarm spell is the most convenient means with the highest probability of success, and after capturing Peter Pettigrew, he had plenty of time to test his ideas. That's a good idea. Sirius certainly felt intrigued. We can't keep an eye on the map all the time, what if he slips in the middle of the night? Although we could leave it to Kriaker, he said maliciously, he's completely out of his mind and gets too many crazy ideas from my mother's portrait. A bad cleaning job. Sirius grunted twice, it's weird, isn't it? I always had a feeling that Kriaker is the one who owns the house, equally rotten, crumbling, and stubborn. Far from it, back to the alarm spell, there is a difficulty at present. Sirius looked at him and Felix continued, you have added a fair number of spells, and these magics have intertwined and fused with each other over a long period of time, and it is difficult for me to interfere again in fear of destroying the original structure and reducing it to ashes. I can provide the method of making the Marauder's map. Sirius said immediately. It's not that simple, I'm more interested in knowing the order in which you applied the spell. Felix said. Sirius pondered seriously for a moment, and then he said slowly, I can only recall part of it, the Dementors have influenced me a lot. You'd better ask Remus, he's more meticulous. There are 317 chapters on P_Atrian. 290, Chapter 290 Untitled Book. Memory is a very wonderful thing. If the master himself has forgotten, then what Felix can do is rather limited. This is different from the case of the Longbottoms. He is not looking for specific treasures, but rather piecing together as many memories as he can, without being bound to a particular day or event, all of which, in his opinion anyway, is a brick in the construction of an edifice of thought. With Lupin on board, Felix's dissection of the Marauder's map is on track. In a matter of days, he would be able to add the alarm spell to it. Gryffindor Common Room. In an out-of-the-way corner, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat around a small round table. Try it, Harry, Ron urged on, let's have a look at the Book of Ghosts. It's an unnamed book. Hermione corrected out of habit, her eyes fixed on the tabletop where a transparent, blue-white glowing book laid. Don't you think the ghost book would be a more appropriate name? Harry looked at the two, his heart tightened for no reason. He reached out and opened the nameless book. Professor Happ's figure is half hidden, half present in a light blue mist. He took a deep breath and pressed his palm on the pages. Ron and Hermione found Harry suddenly become motionless, his expression frozen. Ron poked his hand out, don't move. Hermione said as she thought of the thinking room, Harry's consciousness may have entered this book. Ron's jaw dropped as he looked at Hermione and then at the book on the table, Harry's consciousness is in here. He held his breath and leaned down to examine it, trying to find something on the pages, and he really did see a small, blurry Harry. Merlin's socks. Ron glanced around in slight alarm as Hermione's eyes were firmly locked on the pages. Don't be alarmed, Harry's fine. In case someone touches Harry and moves his hand away, is he going to be trapped in the book? Ron suggested sincerely, should we press his hand for a while? Hermione hesitated, I don't think that it can be that dangerous. After half a minute, she got successfully convinced, and she and Ron reached out their hands, one on each side, and pressed on Harry's hand. The next second, the sky spun. Ah! Ron yelled as he seemed to fall into a long tunnel, haplessly lurching, and he couldn't help but think back to his jump into the Chamber of Secrets tunnel last year. Come on, don't scream, Ron. Hermione said from the side. Ron opened his eyes and slowly rose from the ground. Where is this? The sky, along with the earth beneath his feet, carrying an unreal sense of illusion, as if condensed with light blue smoke. He stomped his foot, the ground burst into a cloud of fog, bringing him down to his feet with a stumble. I think this is the world of book, look over there. Hermione pointed in the opposite direction of Ron. He turned around, and sure enough, he saw Harry and Professor Happ. Not far away, Harry looked at them dumbfounded. He trotted over. What are you guys doing here? No, you guys can come in too. We saw you suddenly not moving and wanted to help you. Maybe we're overthinking it. Ron excitedly got up to survey around. It seems that the professor did not deny others from entering here. This place is massive. I asked the same question, Harry said, and the professor's answer was that there's no sense of space in the world of thought. Follow me. Ron and Hermione followed Harry to where they had just been, and Professor Happ remained unconcerned about what had happened before, still narrating unhurriedly. We finished talking about the goal and determination, the next is to be calm. Never be nervous and fearful when casting an apparition, in other words, don't get distracted. Distraction is the most important cause of failure in shifting or even splinching, it affects your concentration on the target and the degree of determination. Harry froze for a moment. I missed the second point, but that's okay, you can repeat the lesson. Ron said with admiration, that's cool. This is all fictional. He tentatively extended his arm over the professor's illusory body, but it's so real. Click. Ouch. The pale blue mist in midair condensed into a bolt of lightning that struck Ron directly in the head, his hair standing up from the roots. I think, Harry stifled a laugh and pulled Ron up, the professor doesn't like people getting too close to him. Ron looked sheepishly over at Professor Hap, who had paused and grunted, Ron Weasley, next time. Ron's eyes widened, he. Hermione glanced around for some time and said hesitantly, it's supposed to be a fixed program, like those golems of the professors, with a certain amount of autonomy. But when Harry returned the book, whether the professor will know it or not is hard to say. Ron said bitterly, I'm really just curious. An aside, Professor Hap also finished the part of the speech while they were talking. We finished the most basic knowledge, the first test content is, I need you to repeat what I just described. It's actually quite simple, and you can't possibly screw up as long as you even have a little understanding. Harry hesitated for a while, he did read some information in advance. Let's see, to learn apparition, you must apply the 3Ds, that is, destination, determination, and deliberation. First we have to focus our consciousness on the place we want to go, that is, the destination, we must know enough about it, it can be a place you have been, or within the line of sight. Harry stroked his hair, and then determination I just missed it, but I read in a book, you have to have a strong determination to use the apparition, so that this determination should fill your whole body, and mobilize the magic along with it. Finally, it's deliberation, the book said that you have to turn in a circle on the same spot, but you just didn't mention it, Professor, and from what I can see you really don't need to turn around either, cough, cough. Anyway, imagine your body becoming nothing, and don't be distracted from thinking about something else. Harry finished and looked at Professor Hap expectantly. Professor Hap smiled at him approvingly, very good, Harry. Harry still couldn't help but feel amazed, is this professor in front of him really just a memory? He was even able to counter Ron's conduct, even if Hermione said it is preset in advance, he still doubted it deeply. So, next. Wait, Professor, can they learn? They? Professor Hap looked at Ron and Hermione, do you want to try it as well? Can I, Professor? Hermione asked in surprise. I considered the possibility of Harry letting you guys study together when I left the memories, but it's still important to keep Harry's progress in mind, you can't pass beyond his level or help him break through it. Ron hesitated a little, how about letting Hermione try? I'm not even proficient at the spells I was taught in dueling class yet. It's okay, Ron, we have many chances, Harry said, encouraging him. After 10 minutes or so, they finished the step, Ron listened to it twice before he could recount it clearly, then he let out a long breath of relief when Professor Hap nodded at him. I took it more seriously than I did in class, really. Ron said, not wanting to let himself drag it out and delay Harry's learning progress. Next, is the second level. Professor Hap said from memory as intended, you guys would love this, the side-along apparition. Side-along apparition. Harry heard a new word. Apparition is something you can do with someone along with you, the one being carried is the follower, and this type of action is known as side-along apparition. During the war years, the Ministry of Magic had recommended that every child should be used to side-along apparition, and it is actually quite simple, as long as you don't shout or suddenly use a burst of magic to fight against it, it will basically work. Harry nodded and asked, do I have to repeat this, this is the second level? No, Harry. Professor Hap showed a big smile, it was just a background introduction, the real test is getting used to the discomfort of the side-along apparition. I think that when you get used to it, you will have a more authentic experience of the magic apparition. He looked at the three of them, since you all want to learn, well, then let's do it randomly. His figure abruptly disappeared and appeared in front of Ron, who opened his mouth in slow motion, his eyes bulging out, and Professor Hap's palm rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. The next second, both of them twisted and disappeared. Professor! Harry whispered, looking around, there is only a faint blue fog around him. Hermione said, the professor should be taking Ron to experience the feeling of the side-along apparition. Experience? After all, it's all fake, a world constructed by the mind, you can't mobilize the magic to form facts and habits, Hermione said like an experienced veteran. After 2 or 3 minutes, Professor Hap appeared with Ron through the thin air. Ron panted, fear lingering in his eyes, and after a long moment he looked back, I feel like I'm being squeezed out of a rubber tube as hard as possible, and any minute I might be compressed into a walnut. But not a moment later, he encouraged Harry and Hermione to try. That's an unforgettable feeling, you definitely wouldn't want to miss it. Professor Hap took a well-timed step forward and smiled. Who's next? Harry and Hermione backed away in unison. The professor's smile was just too scary. There are 319 chapters on P_Atrian. 291, Chapter 291 Warning. Harry finally experienced Ron's squeezed out of a rubber tube feeling. He felt that description is an understatement. The pressure from all sides, then their cornea issued a strong warning. Their chests felt like a few layers of iron bands is put on it, as well as the inability to breathe. If it were in reality, he should be now wet with sweat. Not only Harry, Ron, and Hermione also cannot bear it. They lasted 2 more times before deciding to quit. Harry inquired, if we cannot adapt, will we stay stuck in this level? If you can't even adapt to the side-along apparition, can you keep focused and mobilize your magic in the real thing? Professor Hap then reassured them, you're still young, there's no need to rush. The common room. All 3 opened their eyes at the same time. That's cool, isn't it? Harry asked. Ron smiled and said, more than cool, it's simply cool. He put one hand to his forehead in a weird pose, I'm a silly boy from the country. Harry laughed out loud and Hermione looked puzzled. Gentlemen, is this the latest popular joke? Oh Hermione, it's a line from the Strange Adventures of Mick the Little Wizard. Whenever Mick sees something he can't recognize, he says this. Hermione shrugged her shoulders and said dryly, that's funny. The days then passed. Felix managed to add the alarm spell on the Marauders map. As for the rest, it is just left to time to mull over the matter. He only found, to his surprise, that a month had passed when Harry handed him the essay on apparition and the nameless book. As it moved forward to March, the weather became sunnier, and from the castle, one could see a distinct green color in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, but there is also more wind, a bitterly cold wind that hurts one's skin, and every time the owls appear in the Great Hall their feathers will curl up, which makes these responsible little guys temperamental. If you couldn't open your mail in time and supplement it with a few owl treats, they would angrily peck your hand. Felix finished his portrait and sent it to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. What took the most time from him was not the injection of memories, but the implementation of heavy protective magic. If anyone dared to use a stunning spell on his portrait, that person would definitely find a huge surprise waiting for him. Originally Felix didn't think that much about it, but after going to Black's old mansion to read books more often, this worry came naturally. It was the first time he got to know a pure-blood nobleman's home so well. Almost every 2 or 3 steps, he could see traces of magic, which he treated as a relic buried deep underground and that resurfaced again, with the true and false stories he heard from Mundungus. Felix also figured out one thing in passing. Kreaker had known him for a long time, and the unpleasant scream he heard when he first tried to force his way into Black's old house belonged to the aging house elf. What could Kreaker do? When someone is found trying to force his way in, he can only activate the house's defensive magic. 12 Grimwald Place. So you already knew about this place? Sirius asked in amazement. As I told you, I got a little help from the Black family. Felix curled the corners of his mouth. Who told you that? Sirius trailed off. Wait, Phineas Nigellus Black, my great-great-grandfather. You asked me back then where his portrait is kept. He said ironically, his portrait is much more sensible than he was when he was alive. Did he make a mistake when he injected his memories? Felix said softly, he hoped I could spare you, spare the only descendant of House Black under Dumbledore's nose, even though you were the most notorious outlaw in Azkaban at the time. Though you are now, too. He added. Sirius looked at him speechlessly and said resentfully, thanks for the reminder, you make me feel like an ungrateful bastard, but if you knew what I was like as a child, forget it, there's nothing else for me to do. I'm going to go keep an eye on the Marauders map. The Marauders map has an alarm spell, no one needs to keep an eye on it. Then I'll go clean my room. He said irritably. Felix stopped teasing him and his expression became serious. Back to business, I came here to tell you not to come to my office anymore, and I'm not going to be here for a while. The Ministry of Magic is coming to visit. Sirius froze for a moment. Ministry of Magic? Come to Hogwarts, why? Because of you, Felix said, there is no more arrogant fugitive than you. The Ministry of Magic has laid a net everywhere, and you still swaggered into Hogwarts, less than 300 meters away from the castle entrance. Dumbledore's previously insisted reason thus overturned. The school is no longer safe. Parents sent him a letter. He had to compromise. Now the abandoned classroom next door to Filch has been converted into a temporary station for the Ministry of Magic. Sirius said awkwardly, I didn't think about it that much. I got 2 wands from the Dark Wizard in Nocturne Alley, as well as smuggled Polyjuice Potion, and the plan just popped up naturally. Felix shook his head as he held out his arm. Oxio Marauders map. A fold of parchment whoosh came flying, then he turned and walked into the fireplace. I take the map. In addition, I do not know if I am qualified to caution you. The world is like a chess game, so if you make a move, you should allow others to respond. His figure disappeared into the turquoise flames. Sirius stared blankly at the fireplace and muttered, playing chess? You think I don't know how to play? Creaker! He shouted. Bang! An old, ugly, house elf appeared, and Creaker bowed deeply with his back arched, putting his nose to the ground. What are your orders, esteemed loser young master? Sirius's eyelids jumped, holding back his anger. I'm going out, you continue to clean up the house, I don't care where you keep the rags, but don't let me see them, or I'll throw them all out. Mr. Hap strongly discouraged you from going out, if he knows. Creaker. Who the hell is your master? Sirius said in exasperation, or I'll just give you to him. Creaker muttered in a low voice, but his voice was just enough for the person across the room to hear. Old Creaker has served the noble black family for generations, and if you insist, master, I prefer Miss Narcissa. Sirius gasped, his nose almost crooked, and he stomped away. Where are you going? Muggle community. To learn how to play chess. You go and sue me. Number J. Thanks for your support. There are 319 chapters on P_Atrian. 292, Chapter 292 Mock Exam. The next morning, Felix is eating breakfast in the Great Hall. Flutter. An owl delivering a newspaper landed on his table. He gave the owl a nut and opened the paper in his hand, and before he could read its contents, a second and third owl landed next to him, squeezing, scraping, and stepping on the dishes. Congratulations, Professor Hap. Lupin, who is seated next to him, remarked, gesturing to the headline of the spread-out newspaper, youngest recipient of the St. Mungo's medical badge. Felix said politely, thank you. He dodged the beak of a cranky owl and pulled out the letter tied to its leg, but soon 7 or 8 more came, flapping their wings and eyeing Felix intently, urging him to hurry up with the letter. He drew his wand and tapped the edge of the cup, and all the letters on a dozen owls flew over. He nimbly took them in his hands and then told Lupin, actually, the badge was delivered to me quite earlier, only it was not published until now. These owls drank some orange juice, then took 2 cookies with them, and flew away with their wings, leaving the cups and plates on the table in disarray, and Felix no longer wanted to eat, so he gathered the letters together. He first glanced at the Daily Prophet, which showed a picture of himself receiving the St. Mungo's medical badge, standing with a group of older-looking healers, with the logo of the St. Mungo's Magical Medical Association in the background. He was standing in the middle of the group, smiling gently, holding a blue-green shield-shaped badge with a snake wand in the center with the light green letter M in the background. Next to him, Lady Dorothea Bonham, standing. Felix then began to open the letters one by one, most of them from the healer community, with greetings from new healers and invitations for exchange from healers with a certain level of reputation, which he put away, intending to take the time to reply to them one by one. A grey-covered letter caught his attention. It is an official letter from the Ministry of Magic. Upon opening it, the letter stated that they recognized his outstanding contribution to the field of memory damage treatment and awarded him with the 2nd class, Order of Merlin Award. At the foot of the official letter, there is a long list of signatures of the current members of the Wisengamot, and he saw quite a few familiar names: Amelia Bones, Barty Crouch, Tiberius Ogden, Griselda Marchbanks, Albus Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge. A 2nd class Order Merlin Award, Felix remarked, assuming that Fudge had stalled it, dragging the matter rather long. The award ceremony is scheduled to be held in 2 weeks, giving him plenty of time to make arrangements. Coming out of the Great Hall, Felix saw a short, fat witch in a pink dress, and he frowned, saying nothing. Umbridge didn't come around often, but it's just hard to ignore her, and her presence is even higher than that of Tonks and the other male aura who is stationed here. Many young wizards were aware of the presence of a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official who loved to wear pink at the school, sometimes followed by 2 aurors, sometimes by herself, smiling like a little girl. Umbridge acted low-key, she stood with Filch, and when Felix looked over, Mrs. Norris ran over to him as she rubbed and nuzzled his feet. Norris, you seem to be in a good state, Felix said as the cat's originally rough fur became smooth, and she gained some more flesh on her body. At least it didn't seem like her eyes were so bulging and weird anymore. Meow. Mrs. Norris purred lazily, her voice seeping as usual. Umbridge looked back and saw Felix. She immediately looked away and whispered a question to Filch, who loudly said in a thick voice, Professor Hap, you are asking the right person, he is really a good man. Keep your voice down. Umbridge choked and squealed. She turned back sheepishly and saw Felix smiling at her. She hurriedly handed Filch a bag and instructed 2 sentences before leaving. What did she tell you to do? Felix inquired as he walked over. Filch grunted, asking about the professors in the school, and also about you, sneakily asked me to spread some detectors around the school. I asked her whose order it is, and she refused to answer me. Mr. Filch, give it to me, said Felix, I'll consult Minerva, and by the way, is there enough tonic left for Mrs. Norris? Enough, plenty enough, there's still leftover from before, said Filch with a red face, and I asked Madame Pomfret to make a new batch, fearing that I would make a mistake. You see how beautiful Mrs. Norris is now, and those little wizards who make mistakes can't get away from us. Ahem, ahem. Felix coughed dryly twice. If you have any problems, just look for me. I'll go first, I still have class. 7th grade Ancient Runes classroom. Felix scanned the students off the stage. Try to concentrate class, we are doing an NEWT mock exam, even though you have studied well over the past few months, you still need to be in awe. The wizards off stage giggled and laughed until he reminded, 10 minutes to go. Only then did the students get busy with their final checks. The sun shone through the tall windows, creating patches of light that shone on their papers, and the tall Marcus shrank down to the small, narrow, single table modeled from the Newt's exam format. His head is bent low, his eyes quickly scanning the entire paper, occasionally correcting his answers with a quill, his other hand battling with a pimple on his face. Geoffrey, Penelope, and Percy finished their papers early, though Percy remained frowning and checking till the last moment, only then did his whole body relax with a satisfied smile. Time's up. Everyone stop writing, Oxio test papers. Dozens of test papers flew towards Felix with a clatter, he placed them on the podium, and a palm-sized golem immediately jumped on top of the papers, holding a golden feather quill in its hand, and began to correct the papers. Penelope sighed as she said, every once in a while, you can see a clear improvement, the professor's golem can already correct the test papers instead of him. Percy nodded, you know how capable my advanced golem is, but it is only stored with 100 books for now, yet it can instantly provide me with feedback on anything I ask it to look up. Penelope said regretfully, unfortunately, I didn't sign up for the dueling tournament, so I missed it, I probably won't have a chance to get it as we would graduate next year. Alright class, we need to wait a few minutes, Felix looked at the crowd, I'm glad to see you all finished answering your papers, normally this exam would last all morning, while we only took 2 hours for this mock test. Still you finished the test. Because of your thinking classroom. Wood said aloud, he had enough reason to be excited, from the original Ancient Runes academic scum to now being able to answer the paper in advance, this much of improvement only in just a few months. Moreover, he could get an E at the lowest minimum, and if he got lucky, he would get an O to boot. Wood's statement drew a round of applause, and 2 boys whistled and let out a jubilant cheer. Felix waited for the classroom to quiet down, as he smiled and stated, the knowledge is out there, but not everyone is going to learn it. With the remaining bit of time, we can talk about what you all intend to do after graduation, have you thought about it? I'm going to help out at home, Geoffrey said. The Ministry of Magic. Percy murmured with anticipation. I haven't thought about it yet, but Puddlemere United did send me an offer to be a reserve Quidditch player, and I've been hesitant about that. Wood scratched his chin. There are still quite a few people who are undecided, and those who are talking about their aspirations. I want to work for Wizengamot. I think it would be good to travel around and see the magic of different countries. A few minutes passed hurriedly. Okay, let's have a look at your results. Felix picked up the test papers and flipped through them one by one. Well. The students stared at Professor Happ. The classroom went very quiet, not even the rustle of turning books was heard, they listened carefully to every word he said. Felix announced the results, all students have met the standard. No one below E. As for O's, there are 23. A Hufflepuff wizard exclaimed, it's not impossible for all of us to get an O by the time the exams start, Professor, there's going to be a new legend in Hogwarts. Felix chuckled, a legend, is it you guys, or is it me? Of course, it's us. The boy winked and said flatteringly, and the classroom instantly filled with a happy atmosphere. There are 321 chapters on P_Atrian. 293, Chapter 293 What you worry about happens in April. That's a talent, for sure. Felix thought as he watched Eddie Carmichael showing off his newly mastered rune on a Saturday morning. Eddie held a small flame in his hand, as he is showing it to the others, he then dramatically closed his palm and slowly spread his hand open as the crowd gasped, as an orange rune glowed continuously. Look, this is the fire magic rune, want to learn it? Then he mysteriously said to his companions in a low voice, just a 2 silver sickles. Felix came out of the Great Hall when Harry, Ron, and Hermione suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Professor, we made an appointment, Harry said with a gasp. Felix looked at them. I also wanted to inform you later with the patroness. Well, follow me. He led the trio onto the 7th floor of the castle and stood opposite a tapestry. Harry first shot a few glances at the intriguing image of trolls chasing a ballet teacher, then followed the professor and faced the blank wall. There are many hidden rooms in the castle, some of them magical enough to be unaffected by the anti-apparition charm. The Chamber of Secrets is one, and so this place is, Felix explained. Throughout the history of Hogwarts, many people have inadvertently used this room when they needed it most, but afterward they found out how they couldn't get in again, so they gave it a name, the room of requirement, or come and go room. The trio mumbled the name. But in fact, it has always been here, or rather, this is one of its fixed entrances. Speaking of which, Felix somewhat lost in thought, the room of requirement is embedded into the magical defense system of Hogwarts, and it has always relied on the magic of the castle to keep it running. And as far as he knew, the door of the room of requirement could be opened from any location in the castle. If he could borrow this power, would he be able to bypass the restrictions of the anti-apparition charm? He suppressed this thought and continued, the way to make the entrance appear is simple, concentrate on the desired place you need to be and pass over here 3 times, and a door will appear on the wall, just like. He paused as a silver and white door literally appeared on the wall, and when it opened, a drunken woman stepped out of the door. Sybil Trelawney. Felix had to sigh at his luck. It seemed to be the second time the two had met in front of the room of requirement, the first time when Trelawney had come out of her office to hide a bottle of wine, and he had asked for some information about the room of requirement in passing, and the second time which is now they had run into each other face to face again. Felix. Hap. Trelawney's eyes were hazy, and she stared at him for a while before recognizing him. You, hiccup. Felix took 2 steps back. Professor Trelawney, you're drunk, and it's morning. What's the point? Anyway, it's not like I have class. She took a couple of steps crookedly and her eyes fell on Hermione. Child, I see you again. I predicted that, you would leave, forever. Hermione said with a scowl, you should have to state my name first, Professor Trelawney. Felix blinked. He happened to know about this a little while back. His own assistant had voluntarily quit the divination class. He guessed it might be because her grades in this class were not that great, not even good as those who made up some nonsense. Trelawney seemed to have sobered up, and she pulled the scarf she is wearing up a bit, the glowing beads on it tinkling. Inner eye can be a burden at times, and I don't want to sound that alien, you know. Then she left slowly. Oh, right. Trelawney turned back. Honey, what you're worried about will happen in April. Harry and Ron looked at her with disbelief. Ron took a deep breath and asked briskly, who is she talking about? Hermione said pointedly, there's 4 of us, and whoever suffers a minor accident in April, will know exactly who she's talking about then. Felix said in a relaxed tone, I would have been at the awarding ceremony for the Order of Merlin in early April. I wonder if Sybil was referring to that. Frankly, I am not that worried. They entered the room of requirement, which is a large, spacious empty classroom, where the ceiling is 50 feet high and the floor is so clean that not even a single strand of hair is visible, colored in different colors, like a colorful grid. Each grid is marked with a number, from 1 to 10, repeating over and over again. Professor, what do I have to do? When it finally came to it, Harry suddenly felt a little nervous, and he held his wand with a silly pose, which made Hermione and Ron glad that they did not need to try today. Use what you've learned in the Nameless Book. Felix said, I taught you everything you needed to be taught, and besides, you did a great job on your essay. Did I? Harry looked a little embarrassed, but he did feel a rush of relief and happiness, and he wondered whether the professor was just reassuring him, but he decided to go with the feeling. Although apparition becomes more difficult the further away you go, we don't have to be concerned about a few feet, Felix said, so pick a number that you are interested in, Harry. I'll go with. He glanced uncertainly at the grid in front of him. How about number 7? Very good. Felix said encouragingly, you can close your eyes and listen to my guidance. Imagine you are in the warm sunshine, you hear the birds singing, smell the flowers. You are now very relaxed. Stay in this state, imagine the number 7 grid, think as clearly as possible, what does it look like? Now begin to mobilize the magic. A sudden strong desire welled up in you to allow yourself to occupy the empty space in front of you. You can't wait, right now. Bang! There is a popping sound in the air, like lighting a firework, when Ron and Hermione discovered to their surprise that Harry had disappeared and appeared right at the edge of the red grid with the number 7. Harry lost his balance and fell forward. He hurriedly reached out to hold the ground, to avoid making a fool of himself. He gasped excitedly and looked down at his feet. I did it. Very good. Felix said, next, let's try it again. This time, no guidance, you should do it by yourself. Harry is bursting with confidence. He gazed at his original position, the white grid with the number 1 written on it, the destination, the determination, the deliberation. He closed his eyes, feeling light and fluffy. Did he succeed? He didn't hear any sound, so he opened his eyes and found himself still in the same place. Try again, Harry, it's the feeling that counts. The 3rd time still failed. He became a little anxious. A 4th, a 5th time. Bang! Hermione let out a scream. Harry opened his eyes. He found himself in grid number 1, the only problem his right leg remained in the same place. He expected that he would panic and faint with fear, but he didn't. Apart from the fact that Professor Hap is here, the other reason is that he has experienced the splinching in the Nameless Book too many times. Splinching, a very normal phenomenon. Felix walked unhurriedly over to Harry and waved his wand, and after a puff of purple smoke dissipated, Harry sat on the floor out of breath, his face dripping with sweat. Are you going to rest, or do you want to continue? Felix asked. Continue, Harry grinned. Professor, I'm starting to feel a little bit of the same taste as the special training. Bang. 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 Still splinched, this time your ear, can you hear it? Sure, let's continue. Bang. Poof. Nice, you're getting good at it, notice how the sound diminishes when you cast the spell, we're on the right path. Ron and Hermione went as quiet as a pair of quails, when Hermione whispered, is this the special training Harry mentioned? It's like self-abuse, isn't it? Ron described how he felt, but the effect is very good, in addition to the need of overcoming the psychological discomfort. Oops, splinching again, this time an arm. Half an hour passed, let's take a break for a while and eat something. Felix stopped Harry from continuing his practice of apparition. He looked at the empty room and said precisely and clearly, I need a table, 4 chairs. The room of requirement met his needs, a small brown square table and 4 sofa chairs appeared before him. Felix winked at them, I am showing you, so you can possibly use it later, in fact, you can just mentally meditate the request. He waved his hand and out of the ring in his left hand flew several plates of snacks and chocolates, and a large jug of fresh orange juice. Harry walked over lightly, both of his legs went floppy, as if he is stepping on cotton. He slumped in the sofa chair, his whole body felt empty. Felix conjured up a straw and let a glass of orange juice float in front of him. Harry lowered his head, and bit on the straw and gulp. Professor, if I want to practice the apparition, do I have to go through the same thing? Hermione asked timidly. You're not like Harry, Felix said, he prefers feeling. You prefer reason. So it's better for you to think and practice, summarizing the gains and losses of each spell you cast. Hermione is the smartest witch I know. Harry looked up as he said, and Ron also looked at him with approval. It's not about being smart or not, Harry. Felix said mildly, everyone is good at different things, some people just rely more on their intuition to learn magic, like you can think of it as a gift. Ron said thoughtfully, I think I rely on my intuition too, no, on experience. I learned a lot of my magic by experiencing it firsthand, like the Incarcerus spell, the Stunning spell, and the Disarming charm. Felix looked at Ron oddly. He heard Hermione mentioning that Ron created a learning by experience method, using his own body to experience the effect of the spell, and then learning the spell much faster. The most outrageous occasion is when he's learning the Incarcerus spell. He let Harry tie him more than 20 times in a row. In the end of that day's dual self-study, he succeeded in releasing the finger-thick magic rope. I heard that a number of people had tried to imitate it, but no one had managed to replicate Ron's feat. Felix guessed that either Ron really had the gift of masochism to grow or he had more potential than that, but just couldn't show it on a regular basis, so he subconsciously found such an outrageous excuse for himself. There are 321 chapters on P_Atrian. 294, chapter 294 You can trust him. After that day's practice. On the way back, Hermione kept a frown on her face as she remained silent. Hermione, you're not still thinking about Trelawney's bullshit, are you? She's just an old liar. Ron advised her, you know, I almost got bluffed too. But after thinking about the month worth of bad luck I made up to get excellent, I never believed her again. He then looked over at Harry and said with enthusiasm, I learned a thing or two from what Professor Hap did. And if you ever get splinched up again in the future, I think I can help. He gave Harry a meaningful look. Harry shivered, his heart did not gain much comfort. He squeezed the muggle coin in his hand, a heptagonal 50 pence that glowed faintly in the sunlight. Ron stared at the coin and said, I still have the one you gave me last year, but Professor Hap is quite clever to have thought of this. Before the end of the exercise, Professor Hap asked Harry for a coin. Harry originally wanted to find a copper nut, and accidentally found this in the corner of his pocket. After asking if there's no problem, Harry handed the silver-colored coin to the professor in order for him to cast the spell. It was then that the professor said to him, I can't keep an eye on your progress every day, so let's make a pact that you can't use the apparition outside the room of requirement until it turns into a dazzling gold color. Back in the common room, they saw the twins transfiguring a table. It's a dull-eyed lion with floppy ginger fur and a face that looked like it had been punched, and Harry thought the twins must have made a reference to Hermione's pet Crookshanks. It still doesn't work. Lee Jordan said in defeat as he pinched the lion's drooping ears. You have to compromise, Fred said, at least it can move, can't it? I don't want to go out on this thing and get laughed to death. Lee Jordan exclaimed in trepidation. Harry asked Seamus, who is looking on with interest, what are they doing? Seamus said enthusiastically, they want to craft a lion mount. A Gryffindor exclusive, they tried the transfiguration spell, but unfortunately it didn't work that well. Harry couldn't help but think of a little Slytherin girl who rode a big snake to show off in the corridor, although she was later detained by Professor McGonagall. But her name became well known all at once. Many people became secretly envious and wanted to do something similar. Bang! I still can't figure out why Dumbledore didn't cancel the divination class, Hermione said as she stared seriously at the lion the twins had transfigured for a while before she turned her head to Harry and Ron. In the evening Rune tutorial, Professor Happ gave her more information. Because this branch of magic did work brilliantly. And also, Seer is a true gift. Felix explained. But, Trelawney, I'm not sure what Dumbledore thought back then, and I've never seen a true prophecy. But Cassandra Trelawney. Sibyl's ancestor has been solidly proven that she has the gift to divine. And she is known as the one who can see the future. Hermione stared at Professor Happ's fingers brushed the air in front of her, and the golden smoke in midair condensed into a piece of paper with glittering words, which consisted of an autobiographical statement. I can see the vague shadow of a person, more hidden than a ghost. He doesn't always appear, he has no influence during most of the time. Until a certain time, a picture of the future is changed, and the future is visible to me. I once saw a roiling black tide in a dark wizard, and 2 months after that, he organized a massacre. I blame myself deeply for this, and the inner eye might be a burden. Hermione stared blankly at the golden paper, which swayed lightly in midair, and she said softly, "This is a letter sent by Cassandra Trelawney to a friend. I stumbled upon it after 100 years. Felix said, Cassandra did not live long, and perhaps there was a reason for that, the gift did not make her happy. A few years before her death, she moved away from her family and lived in isolation. So, you believe that Professor Trelawney inherited the gift from her ancestor? I guess it is partially inherited, judging by how she acts on a daily basis." Hermione sighed as she realized she didn't hate Sybil Trelawney that much anymore. After a few quiet moments, she patted her face and regained her composure. "Professor, shall I continue practicing illumination today?" "Yes. After all, this is the first ancient magic I intend to teach at the club. I think I should be more cautious. In all of Hogwarts, among the students, you are the only one who has mastered all the runes needed for this spell." Hermione nodded and took a deep breath. Magic runes appeared in front of her body, and these runes, with light as the core, kept piecing together and converging, as if completing a puzzle. The light blossomed at her fingertip. A milky white light that is gentle without blinding, as Hermione carefully controlled the magic, her magic pouring out uncontrollably. Must not be controlled by magic. "Oh, I still can't." A ray of light shattered in Hermione's hand, then she said with some discouragement, "I can't even use my magic a few times here, but I can obviously do it in the thinking room." Felix smiled, "You're learning fast, I expect you'll be able to master it almost by the end of the Easter holidays." Hermione wiped the sweat off her face and saw the Marauders map on the workbench in her line of sight, and she couldn't help but ask, "Professor, did that dark wizard never show up?" "Yes," Felix said somewhat helplessly as well, "what a rat, all we can do is wait." "After a long time, Professor," Hermione bit her lip, her expression looked tangled, "can the Fidelius's charm be broken?" Felix stared into her eyes, "Miss Granger, what have you guessed again?" "Oh, Hermione pursed her lips and said shakily, "Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban for the crime of committing a mortifying murder. In addition to the fact that he was a loyal spy for the Dark Lord, he also betrayed Harry's parents. And if I'm not mistaken, you have a but. Felix looked at her calmly. "But it doesn't make sense. Even if Black hated Ron's rats that much, like the Death Eaters infighting, or had a personal grudge, he wouldn't have spared Harry. I thought of a possibility and looked up the information privately, but the Fidelius's charm cannot be broken by external forces." Felix, silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Miss Granger, if things take an unforeseen turn, and you run into him Sirius Black. Granger, you can trust him, especially if Harry is in danger." There are 323 chapters on P_Atrian. 295, Chapter 295 Homework. When Hermione came out of the office, her mind remained dizzy. Although the professor hadn't said it explicitly, the implication had been pretty clear that Sirius Black is innocent, or, at least to Harry, he's harmless. She didn't know whether to tell Harry or not. But she didn't know the truth, and it would be pointless to say it, and she already had enough to worry about right now. As the Easter holidays approached, the professors of all subjects uncharacteristically increased their assignments, and Hermione felt like a spinning top. The time turner is used to the extreme. Even so, she inevitably skips some classes. Hermione felt a little glad that the dueling study group had been temporarily cancelled. Harry's full attention is focused on his daily Quidditch training. So he has to discuss various tactics with Wood in between daily sessions, and homework can only be completed in odd hours. This caused the quality of Harry's essays to drop all the way down, and he wasn't the only one who was scolded. Harry and Draco Malfoy were called into the Transfiguration class professor's office. Gentlemen, I know you're preparing for the Quidditch finals, but that's not a reason to make a mess of your homework. Professor McGonagall said with a stony face. Yeah, the Quidditch finals. Harry wondered in a trance. Tomorrow is the first day of Easter break, and the first Saturday after the break is a Gryffindor vs Slytherin game. He looked back up and stared at Draco Malfoy. He had a visible dark circle under his eyes on his pale face, and he is giving him a provocative glance. This is only a glimpse of the tension between the two houses and the two teams, where the conflict between the lion and the snake has almost been laid out in plain sight in recent times. A haze flashed in Draco's eyes. He got a lot of pressure from the team, and he is going to be used as a distraction to delay Potter's offense, which made him indignant for a while. But when he thought about the speed of the firebolt, he lost his temper. He wrote to his family about the firebolt, but his father refused him on a rare occasion. The thing cost more than his entire team's Nimbus 2001 combined. He wondered with disbelief, who on earth had given it to Potter? It couldn't be one of Potter's stupid admirers. Never did their assignment. There are 2 students who are still in the hospital wing, and 7 people detained. Professor McGonagall's voice seemed to be used by both of them as a background sound for their glaring match, and it is obvious that Professor McGonagall found this too. She said angrily, "Go ahead, I'm only going to say this once, but if you don't pull back." As she suffocated with anger, and after several moments of hesitation, she persisted, "I'll detain you up, yes. Before the final. I'll talk to Severus about it." Harry hurriedly promised Professor McGonagall, and Draco's expression also softened. He squeezed a smile at Harry, and Harry also held himself back from saying something sarcastic as he shook hands with him. After exiting the Transfiguration office, the two separated from each other. Draco grunted contemptuously and turned to leave. Harry returned to the common room just in time to hear Seamus yelling, "You call this a holiday? It's awfully close to exams." He went over to see what they were doing and found that they were counting the assignments left for each subject. Dean Thomas counted on his fingers. He had been counting them for a long time. History of Magic, 3 2-foot papers, Potions class, 3, one of which is 3 foot. Snape must be out of his mind. The title is Let's See an Appreciation and Analysis of Improved Formulas of Wolfsbane Potion. Dean cursed under his breath and barked, "It's not like we're taking a final exam. Why do we have to write this stuff?" He muttered, something about knowing the latest developments in the field of potions. He just wants to show off his research. Harry couldn't help but agree with him, as Dean continued to read. Transfiguration class, 2 essays and Dead to Living Transfiguration practice, Astronomy class, 12 astrological charts. He heard a dry heaving next to him and turned his head to see that it is Neville, who said with a pale face, "Sorry, I'm feeling a little sick in my stomach." The twins came over and asked, "Would you like some pepper-up?" Harry asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Isn't that for cold?" Pepper-up potion is Madame Pomfrey's speciality, has an immediate effect on colds and flu. The only drawback is that after drinking this potion, smoke will keep coming out of your ears for the next few hours. "We've made some improvements to make it live up to its name," Fred said with a smile, "and let me try it out for you." He pulled out a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth in one go. "We made it solid and easy to carry around, so you can take it in class." "Well, it's a little nasty. George. Make a note that it can be changed to a fruit flavor." "Roger that. Mate." George grinned as he took over the job of narration and said to a small group of little wizards, "You'll be hyperactive for the next few hours, except for the little after effects." Whoops. Fred looked like he had been hit by something. A puff of white smoke came out of his ears, a loud whistle came out of his mouth, and he said in a refreshed voice, "See, it immediately relieves fatigue, a worry-free, sincere benefit for 7 sickles." Dean got interested in this, and Harry looked at the homework stacked up on the table and felt somewhat tempted. By now, many young wizards had gathered around them. They squeezed him out of the way, and after 5 minutes in line, he noticed that every 2 minutes Fred would make a whistling sound as if he is imitating a train. He reconsidered and retreated. Then he found Ron and Hermione, whose eyes were a little red, and she yawned in small gaps. He thought, Hermione needed some pepper-up candy. She scribbled on a piece of parchment. Harry looked down twice and found it as a final revision plan. After a while, Hermione finally finished the task at hand, and she chewed on her quill. "I should make the most out of Easter break. I've finished my assignments for History of Magic and Astronomy class." Ron asked in surprise, "Don't you always finish your ancient runes homework first?" "The professor waived my homework, saying there is no point in wasting time," Hermione said. Ron let out a wail, "How can you do that? I am hoping to refer your paper." "As a matter of fact," Hermione said with a stern face, "the top 10 on the answer space list were all exempted from the assignment." Ron's gaze turned to Harry with an expectant look in his eyes, and Harry shrank his shoulders. "I had to train for most of the holiday, and we had the advantage, but the possibility of being overturned. It's the worst possible situation. Would went crazy at last. Okay, I'll write it and lend it to you when I'm done. Ron sighed. Hermione grunted, but she didn't say anything else. She just stood up and walked out of the common room, and not long after, she came back yawning and looking even more exhausted. Harry continued where he left off. Speaking of which, it's a bit strange that Professor McGonagall no longer forbids me from going out. Hermione jolted, and her whole body came to its senses. What's wrong with you, Hermione? Harry looked at her strangely. Do you know why? No, it's something else, I can't be sure yet. Hermione said hesitantly, when the Quidditch match is over, I have something to say to you. The next morning, Felix dressed up and went for the awarding ceremony. Number free, no copyright videos. Thanks for your support. There are 323 chapters on P_Atreon. 296, Chapter 296, Crouch and Bagman. Ministry of Magic. Felix pushed open the door of the phone booth and watched it rise to the surface as the crowd made their way down to the lobby. Mr. Happ, hello. Mr. Happ, congratulations. Felix nodded one by one in response, and after giving a speech at the Ministry of Magic, he got quite a few more acquaintances. He arrived at the third meeting room by familiarity. In the room, there is only one aged wizard. He looked up shakily. Felix Happ. You are Augustus Gray? I remember you from Belby's award ceremony. The old wizard grinned, but all his teeth were missing. How rare that I get to meet a brilliant young man before I retire. You flatter me, Mr. Gray. Felix said with a smile. The two chattered. Augustus Gray, working in the Wisengamot administration services over 70 years prior, handling the regular paperwork. Back then, he was a reckless young man, before slowly working his way up to the head of the administration office. He knew the Ministry of Magic very well and knew many interesting stories and gossip. That little girl Bertha, naive, and loves to help people. She asked me if I needed a pair of crutches. Felix blinked. Is that Bertha Horkins? I think I've heard that name before. A cheerful voice appeared from behind the two. Ha, what are you discussing? Felix looked back. A hulking male wizard. It looked like he must have once been tall and fit. However, now that he is starting to go downhill, his figure is more rounded and hardly reminiscent of the word stout. He moved a lot, his arms waving constantly along with his words, and his voice filled with emotion and infectious energy. Hello, I'm Ludo Bagman, and are you Felix Happ? I've heard about you from the Ministry. Arthur Weasley. I wonder if you know him. He was very impressed with your last speech. Bagman tossed his blonde hair and leaned in closer to whisper, nice work. I mean, I hate McNair pretty much too. Felix said mildly, Mr. Bagman, I was just giving a normal speech. Yeah, Bagman interrupted impatiently, a smile piling upon his face. Who said it wasn't? I was out of the ministry and there was a fan party, and boy, those people were really enthusiastic. God, I love them, but, I knew what was going on the first time I heard about it. He squeezed his eyes. I know some purebloods pretty well, it's from my father, they told me quite a few things. Felix showed a smile. I'm curious what they said. Ahem, I can't say. As I promised them, but, Bagman held his tongue for a moment, unable to resist himself, so he said in a mysterious tone, you're very famous in that faction of the purebloods, and they're all in awe of you. I think even more than they are of Barty Crouch. Oh yes, Barty! He suddenly shouted into the distance, and Felix looked along to see a man in his 50s with a straight back and rigid movements, his straight slatted wizard's robes immaculate, without even a crease in the corners of his robes. Crouch approached, as he walked in a straight line. Bagman, hello. Crouch said politely, his short mustache looked so well groomed as if it had been trimmed with a ruler. I've been looking for you, work-wise. Let's put the bloody work aside for a moment and come over for a chat. Bagman said enthusiastically, let me introduce you, this is my new friend, Felix Happ. The main character of the day, he is outstanding in the field of memory healing. Crouch calmly extended his hand, hello, Mr. Happ, it's an honor to meet you, but I don't have much time, I have to see the Bulgarian minister later. Hello, Mr. Crouch. If there is something important, you can leave at any time. That's right, Bagman said with a big smile on his face, who made you the only one who can understand their crooked and weird accent? It's really hard for you. You'll have to join me, too, Bagman. There's a lot of work over there, and someone has to keep an eye on it, or there will be 200 loose ends, and the numbers are growing, and I'm too occupied. I know, Bagman said awkwardly, but he quickly found an excuse. I'm busy too, you know, communication isn't going well on the American side. They want to change the rules, but who am I to compromise on anything? Crouch raised his eyebrows. We pledged to withhold all details until the public announcement. Oh, the details. Bagman waved his hand, not caring much, but the event is happening right here at Hogwarts, and we have to talk to them over the holidays details. You see, I bet Hap knows something. He turned his head to Felix and asked expectantly, you must know that some things simply can't be wrapped up. Dumbledore has had several meetings and vetoed some interesting proposals. You guys are talking about the Triwizard Tournament? The Triwizard? It's a quadruple now, maybe more, Bagman said. Old Fudge is trying to pull more people in. Even Uagadou from Africa, if you ask me, I think he's out of his mind. Bagman. Mr. Crouch said sternly, we should change the subject. Oh, okay. Bagman shrank back with a little loss for words. As you wish, let's talk about the star of the day then, my good friend Felix Hap. He said with a twinkle in his eye, the youngest recipient of the St. Mungo's medical badge. Well, that not easy, I was under the impression it was mostly filled with older healers. There's also the Order of Merlin, I don't know if he's the youngest one. He looked to Barty Crouch. I was under the impression it's Peter Pettigrew, who was 21 when he died. Crouch said slowly, clearly not wanting to discuss the subject. Admirable, he is a hero. Bagman said with a compliment, in a not-so-respectful tone. But Mr. Hap is not that bad. Only this year he glanced at Felix, who said briefly, 23 years old. That's right, 23, and by virtue of real ability, memory damage, I'm not too familiar in that area. I suppose it's a cure for memory weakness? I think Bertha Horkins needs an observation. She made something simply head-scratching. Amazingly she couldn't even find a venue and wandered around for a week. Barty Crouch didn't say a word, keeping a stern face. What do you think, Barty? She should be at the ministry today, better get her to come over too. She's not here. Crouch said stiffly. What? She's not here, I approved her some time off to go on holiday. But she's one of mine, Barty. Mr. Barty Crouch suddenly lost his temper, then take responsibility and spend the time you used to meet with fans on maintaining the venue instead of leaving everything to me. Bagman's momentum immediately weakened, like a punctured balloon. I didn't mean that. Well, you're right, it's good to let her take a break, there's nothing more for her. Crouch left in a hurry. Bagman somewhat felt restless, unnaturally chatted a few sentences. Then he also excused himself and left. I better talk to the Americans again. In fact, their ideas are not so outrageous. More and more people poured into the meeting room. Felix had to greet them one by one and say some nonsense devoid of sustenance. It took him a good deal of time to get rid of Cornelius Fudge. He didn't know whether Fudge had taken the wrong medicine, as he had been enthusiastic to introduce him to the high officials of the Pure Blood faction of the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, he saw some familiar faces. Phileas, Minerva, Severus, and Damocles, you've got here together. You're going to be busy today, Damocles Belby said kindly, we'll just pass the time by ourselves, there's plenty to talk about after a long absence. There are 325 chapters on P_Atrian. 297, Chapter 297 Bad News. The award ceremony went well, nothing feared happened. Felix felt that Professor Trelawney had once again seen things wrong. Moreover, he couldn't exactly enter the Hall of Prophecy of the Department of Mysteries to see if a new prophecy had been formed. The Department of Mysteries is located on the 9th level of the Ministry of Magic, and a secret department of the Ministry of Magic, that conducts secret research on specific mysteries. The majority of its operations are top secret, and even the staff of other departments of the Ministry of Magic keep their mouths shut about this place. The wizards who worked in the Department of Mysterious are known as unspeakables. They were prohibited from revealing any details about what they did, where they work, and Felix speculated that they may have signed harsh non-disclosure pacts, and while they are permitted to conduct dangerous research, they are also subject to more restrictions. These may also be rumors. However, there is a claim that a mysterious room exists in the Department of Mysterious, where a prophecy orb will automatically appear for every prophecy that appears in the world. Since the establishment of the Department of Mysteries, there may have been thousands of prophecies recorded and waiting to be verified by future generations. Felix played with a gold medal with a purple ribbon for his achievement or endeavor beyond the ordinary, and Belby told him that the first-class medal came with a green ribbon, representing Slytherin House. Merlin is not from the Middle Ages, he and Slytherin House can be related. Felix asked curiously. Some pure-blood families tracing their genealogy and claiming that their ancestors once followed Merlin. Really? Who knows? But some families do have such a long heritage. Felix returned to his office, and with the next 2 weeks of Easter break, he could freshen up his recent work. But the first thing he had to deal with is the pile of Easter eggs that filled half the room, and he suddenly got a little toothache. These chocolates and candies can simply let him eat them till a decade from now. He took some of them and gave them to Sirius, passing on the result of his recent attempt in analyzing the Marauders map. It is rather a simple map, only palm-sized and with irregular design, like the result of a child's scribbling. The map is simply marked with the castle, the Forbidden Forest, the Black Lake, and Hagrid's hut. Sirius took it with a disgusted face. It is dense with dots, dizzying to look at, but some names marked out in small golden letters, those are the people Sirius cares about: Harry Potter, Remus Lupin, Severus Snape, Albus Dumbledore. Actually, there's Peter Pettigrew, only unseen. Sirius tore open the wrapper of an Easter egg with his teeth and took a hard bite of the chocolate on it. Thanks, or I'd be suffocated. He kept staring at the palm-sized piece of paper. Creaker lowered his voice and said, the loser young master goes to the Muggle community every day to play chess and returns with a stench. Shut up, Creaker. Sirius growled in annoyance. Day by day, Felix took the time to rearrange the magic items he had researched this year, including the research files of the thinking room. Mundungus made a trip to the Far East as planned, bringing back many magical items, and Felix made only one request: ancient. While enriching his insight, he also felt more and more like the young Phileas, mastering too many runes, but only a small percentage of them could really be used. This is also the reason why I intend to write a book about magic runes in the first place. Felix thought to himself, and as his thoughts raced, one after another magic rune appeared in the air, gold, red, blue, green, like rivers of color, as they flowed through the office. Next, the unnamed book. I remember Ron Weasley calling it the ghost book, it's kinda like that. In front of Felix, a half-virtual, half-real book appeared. The first few pages, which were solid and physical, and after that were all virtual. It is very similar to the nameless book Harry had, but there is no comparison between the two. He opened a new page, and one after another magic rune flew out of the colored rivers, leaping into the pages, and the pages manifested with various types of magic forms. A waterfall falling from the sky, a lightning bolt cutting through the sky, a bridge connecting two places, an ever-spreading green mist. Felix looked at it all with satisfaction. If he included all the magic runes he knows, it would mean that he had completely mastered those runes. Although this process might take a long time. A question suddenly occurred to him: where did the original ancient magic and runes come from? Is it somewhat unrealistic to think that wizards were born with it? He is inclined to think that ancient wizards were studying magical creatures and magical plants when they accidentally got this result. The difference between the two is that for magical creatures, their talent is an instinct that does not need to be learned. Just as people can run and jump, they are born to release lightning and change their forms. But inevitably, they are also limited by their bodies. Ancient wizards, however, were accidentally freed from this restriction when they transformed their talents into ancient magic. Their dilemma, in turn, was that they had to exhaust themselves trying to control it from getting out of control, but on the other hand, they also made the magic more powerful. Felix's thoughts turned, and he took out a stack of parchment, a manuscript left behind by Slytherin. He once decided to seal the information because of the cruelty of Salazar Slytherin's methods and the fact that it did not fit his path of magic runes, but now it seemed that the two had crossed paths. Unknowingly, he had been able to use his own path to analyze the paths of others. Felix skipped over the bloody, brutal methods and looked at a record of magical creatures, especially the 3 parchments he had picked out earlier that he considered suitable for himself, which recorded the thought process of Slytherin's early research in bloodline magic, how to strip magical creatures of their gifts to transform them into spells used by wizards. This seemed to coincide with Felix's speculation Salazar Slytherin had thought of retracing the ancient wizard's path and gaining inspiration from the wider magic world. But unfortunately, he eventually gave up on that line of thought. Felix couldn't help but guess, if Salazar Slytherin chose to give up, then what was it that he was pursuing? Associated with what Helena had told him, Salazar Slytherin went deeper and deeper into the realm of the forbidden and became more and more terrifying in appearance, which seemed to imply that Slytherin was experimenting on himself, incorporating the bloodline of magical creatures. Most likely, there could be more than one species. Did Salazar Slytherin finally become completely inhuman? Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's words still ringing in his ears: we count as magical creatures in our own right. What qualifies as a magical creature? Or to ask it differently, what happens to a wizard when he qualifies to be considered as a magical creature? Felix had no way of knowing that, but he thought that since Lady Ravenclaw had told him so solemnly, it meant that it is a huge threshold. And most likely, Salazar Slytherin was relying on the transplanted bloodline to cross this threshold. What about the other 3, and what did they rely on? So far, he only knew a little about Rowena Ravenclaw, and from the manuscript she left behind, she was a true all-rounder: alchemy, transfiguration, magic spells, potions, all of them. But she researched most deeply into memory magic. As Felix delved deeper and deeper into the field of memory magic, the more he wondered, was the Rowena Ravenclaw he saw in the room of requirement at that time really just a memory? Or is that she herself? What will the memory node develop into in the end, and is it related to the soul? He had so many questions, but no one could answer them. All he could do is travel alone. On the last day of the Easter holiday, Felix prepared himself for the last part of the school year. But then Dumbledore suddenly appeared with a gloomy expression, bringing him a piece of bad news. Nick is about to leave, and he wants to see you one last time. There are 325 chapters on P_Atrian. 298, Chapter 298 Plead. Felix's mood got a little heavy. He and Nicholas Flamel although only met once, but they communicated many times through magic photos. For him, Nicholas is closer to a teacher. Just a moment, Headmaster Dumbledore, I'll bring one thing with me. Paris, France. Felix revisited the old place and followed Dumbledore's lead to a secluded street, 2 blocks away from the Hotel Boathouse, the place where the Muggle meeting was held during the summer. Here he met a group of vibrant young people whose young faces were still fresh in his mind, the student leader Juria, Matt who was captured but did not spill a word, Byers who valued friendship and kinship, Bethany who was naive. Dumbledore handed Felix a piece of paper, which read 7½ Rue de Montmorency. As he read the address mentally, in the middle of the 2 lawns, a small white house suddenly burst out of the air. The Fidelius charm. This thought flashed through Felix's mind. He glanced at the brilliant fiery clouds in the sky and followed Dumbledore into the house. Inside there is a medieval-style living room, the table arranged with a variety of odd-shaped glass containers, candlesticks, brass globe, a few sofas were covered with white cloth sheets, the top edge of the fireplace in the corner is smoked black. On the other side of the spiral staircase in the corner, is an exquisite bookshelf, filled with books. On the table opposite the bookshelf, there is a large crystal ball, with a bright light filtering out the thick dust. Led by Dumbledore, he came to a bedroom on the 2nd floor, a small wooden sign hanging on the coffee-colored door, which reads, Nicholas and Pernell. When he pushed the door open, an old man is lying quietly in bed, his chest unmoving, his face frighteningly white, and only when he gets close does he hear the sound of shallow snoring. Nick, Dumbledore said softly, Felix is here. After a long while, the old man opened his eyes were covered with a layer of white shades, and he asked in a shaky voice, Felix. It's me, Nicholas, it's been a long time, Felix said with feigned light-heartedness. The sneakoscope tucked in his pocket got squeezed by his hand. This belated Christmas gift may not be delivered. Felix, I've been looking forward to from that day when I actually met you. Nicholas tried to keep his eyes open, but they were blurry. However, something delayed. Don't you have that Philosopher's Stone? How did you? Destroyed it, my child. I have lived nearly 700 years, death is not a bad thing. Nicholas Flamel trembled as he reached out from under the covers. Felix, ouch. He let out a cry of pain. Felix heard a crisp click, and he fell silent briefly, wanting to laugh a little despite the bad timing, remembering the image of Nicholas moving away in small steps when the two first met. He flicked his fingers, causing the quill to move down somewhat gently. Thanks. Nicholas spread his palm, showing a golden key. I know I'm not going to live long, but it doesn't matter. Pernell and I have no children, and before I die, I need to find someone to succeed my knowledge. Why me? Felix asked. He majored in runes, not alchemy, and Nicholas Flamel would not be unaware of that. I want the world to be better, and you are the best person for the job, in all aspects that meet my requirements. This is the conclusion of my deep consideration. Felix's heart thumped. Nicholas Flamel, centuries of research, what a huge knowledge, and the path of the two can be considered extremely compatible. There is a natural connection. You've thought it over. He suppressed the joy in his heart and confirmed again. He subconsciously ignored the old man's initial words. Except for the slightest concern for which I have an additional condition, Nicholas Flamel said, his face turned sideways to the window, where he could faintly hear the sound of cars driving across. Felix's expression turned cautious. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. But he really did not want to miss this rare opportunity. No matter how difficult the conditions Nicholas Flamel proposed, he would do as much as he could, and besides, he did not feel that Nicholas would propose something he could not do. So he asked mildly, what do you need me to do, Nicholas? The old man gasped hard, his chest shaking like broken vapor-filled bellows, and Dumbledore said softly, Nick, you. But the old man shook his head. Don't stop me, Albus. Felix, remember what I said when we first met? Old people are fond of nestling themselves into a certain place in the world with self-restriction, seeking a sense of security. His eyes suddenly went white and his face became bloodless, looking a bit like a ghost. Felix's heart sank. He knew what Nicholas is going to say. Sure enough, the old man gasped for a moment and said, all this time, I've been getting to know you, and the more I learn, the more I'm worried about you going astray. So ahem. Just sign a pact, and everything I have is yours. An unbreakable vow. Felix kept his visage in the shadows and lost the warmth in his words. Unbreakable vow is amazing magic to conclude a vow between wizards, extremely potent, and the person who breaks the vow can only have one outcome: death. Felix has signed a magic contract with someone before, but compared to the unbreakable vow, the difference in the degree of restraint is simply worlds apart. The former he could still think of ways to get rid of, transfer the effects of magic, but the latter, he did not have a little choice. Nicholas gasped, did not say anything, completely acquiesced to Felix's speculation. He just struggled to try to lift the key in his hand, but inevitably a little powerless. It's hard for you to come up with something like that after you've given it a lot of thought. Felix said sarcastically. Ahem. Nick coughed violently. Sorry too. Don't be so quick to say no. Felix, my terms aren't too harsh, you can hear them first. I'm not half interested. Felix looked at Dumbledore with a probing look in his eyes. So, you're here to be a witness? No, Felix. Dumbledore said sadly, I'm not sure what Nick is thinking either. He looked at the old man and said in a quiet voice, Nick, we both know that this isn't a good approach. Nicholas did not retort, I know, if I had the time I would watch him for decades, but, Felix, I'm dying. It's up to you. Felix's light blue eyes locked on Nicholas Flamel while he kept trying to raise the golden key in his hand. To give you a suggestion, while you're still breathing, you can find another person who is willing to sign the pact. Nicholas seemed to have gained some spirit, his words became fluent, if you agree, you will inherit all my possessions, not just those you see. I have 12 safe houses around the world, 7 libraries containing my almost 700 years of accumulation, alchemy, ancient runes, the grimoire, ancient magic. I'm still a school board member of Beau's Batons, and everything is yours if you say yes. Believe me, the conditions are not harsh. There is a hopeful light in his eyes. Felix said coldly, I'm not quite stupid enough to have anything to offer you other than refusal. Nicholas went into silence, the glow in his eyes faded, and he suddenly struggled to sit up and leaned against the wall, a movement that caused his body to tremble non-stop. Albus, please leave for a while, he gasped. Dumbledore's eyes swept over him and Felix as he sighed and said, Nick, you. He turned and left. Only 2 people were left in the bedroom. Felix sat in the only chair, his right leg crossed, his black wand twirling dexterously in his hand, and he said casually, What do you want to do, let me watch you die? You can't do much right now. Nicholas showed a smile, this happens to be my advantage, I'm going to die, this is my advantage. He deliberately emphasized this point. Felix looked at him in amazement. The old man said softly, Your answer still hasn't changed, hating the external restraints, so I have a backup plan. He held out his hand, and one rune after another emerged from his palm, which coalesced into a golden eye. You know ancient runic magic. Living long has that advantage of being able to tap into the magic, in fact, I've never practiced. Felix asked cautiously, What do you want? From you? No, I just want to be a guest in your house. You're dreaming. I'm dying, Felix. The old man held out his hand and looked at him with a pleading gaze, and no one is going to divulge your secret. In the silence, Felix seemed to be able to see the old man's life passing little by little, each breath with a snake-like hiss. He gritted his teeth and said, Old man, I will watch you die, and I can't even think about you remaining alive. Nicholas Flamel laughed heartily, his tone one of triumphant satisfaction, You won't be disappointed. Felix stood up, walked to the bedside, carefully examined the thin, white hand, and took it in his hand as if it is about to fall. There are 327 chapters on P_Atrian. 299, Chapter 299 Memory, 2 in 1 chapter. Thinking room. Nicholas Flamel looked around, he surveyed the furnishings of the room with interest, and his whole body looked hundreds of years younger. You still have such magic? What a pleasant surprise to me. He said with a smile, I can't use my preparations now. Felix looked as if he was greeting an evil guest with a stern face as he stood in front of a dark green curtain that rolled up high to reveal a tall door behind it. Felix gazed at the door, which opened automatically, the interior shadowy, completely unclear what lay within. Behind the door is his inner world, hiding all the deepest secrets and memories. The two stepped inside and stood in a long corridor, flanked by tall bookshelves on either side. On the shelves, there is every item: books, handwritten notes, memory balls, and bits and pieces of random objects representing the truest version of himself. The only light visible is that from the thinking room. Felix and Nicholas Flamel's faces are hidden in the darkness against the light. Then the figure belonging to Felix waved his arm and the wind swept up the corridor, the bookshelves twisting and turning into massive, thick clouds that overlapped and took over the original place. The sky seemed to be pulled down to their feet, with thick clouds falling low. They are as if they were in a sea of clouds, flanked by dark golden clouds that stretched and layered forward from where the two were standing, and disappearing into the unknown end. Please come in. Felix said briefly and courteously. Felix. Nicholas Flamel shook his head, he felt guilty, there's something he didn't reveal to anyone, not even Dumbledore. He saw half a prophecy that the world is about to face another change, more impactful than anything in the past. But unfortunately, he could not see the end, could not see the way forward, and could only hope for those who came after. Dark golden clouds tangled and swirled, a picture and the sound of talking appeared. Floating clouds converge, a man with a little touch of elegance, raised the palm-sized piece of paper in his hand and said with conviction, Felix, I'll keep an eye on it. Nicholas Flamel walked quickly through this section, stopped in front of constantly churning dark golden clouds, and carefully examined it. Felix is the only one in the picture, and he is sitting quietly in his office, looking through a stack of parchment. The pictures on the paper caused him to frown for a moment. This is the path that Salazar Slytherin gave up on. I picked it up to look at it. Without any comment, Nicholas Flamel nodded and continued on his way, not interested in the small details, but focusing on the churning clouds that could tug your emotions. He walked the not-so-short path, his clothes rolled up with a trace of clouds, making the originally gathered images to disperse again. All I can tell you is that the person's code name is Padfoot. Nicholas stopped at a place that kept surging, and he asked curiously, "This is the Three Broomsticks bar?" He looked at the people in the picture, Felix sitting with a hawk-nosed middle-aged man who looked bored, pouring himself a glass of alcohol with a numb expression. "Severus, we should both move forward," Felix in the picture advised. "Can you forget the past?" The middle-aged man said, "Can you forget Chesterton Avery? What about Carlo, Knott, Parkinson, Selwyn, and the Shafix?" Felix stopped talking as he clinked glasses with the middle-aged man. As he took the middle-aged man back to Hogwarts, Felix stared at the man talking drunk on the bed and whispered, "That's why I thank you, Professor." Nicholas Flamel asked, "Who is this?" "My head of the house and professor during my school days." "He helped you?" "That's right. Seems like a warm-hearted man." "Probably doesn't count like that," Nicholas said with understanding. "I'm the one who's narrow-minded, people are complicated." They continued on, stopping along the way, with Nicholas Flamel stopping briefly on Felix chasing Sirius and the Patroness expelling the Dementors and watching Felix's speech delivered at the Ministry of Magic in its entirety as a whole. "What do you think about the Statute of Secrecy?" the old man asked. "I take a pessimistic view. Will you push for the abolishment of the Statute of Secrecy?" "It's a lot of work and won't last many years without me doing something," Nicholas said with a sigh. "I think the same as you, the wizarding world has been closed for too long, and the outside world is changing rapidly." He changed the subject and said cheerfully, "Don't look at me as old-fashioned, one of my safe houses is just placed in the Muggle community in a grand manner, without using any magic with all kinds of modern appliances that would malfunction, refrigerators, air conditioners, ovens, and home game consoles. You know this one, Pernell loves it. I also have an identity, an expert in occult studies." In front of another cloud mass, Nicholas looked wistfully at Newt's commander, and his words became more abundant. "When I first met Newt, he behaved very wooden and uncommunicative, and probably hasn't changed now," he said softly. "Years have passed in a flash." Then he looked at the cloud mass, in which Felix asked nonchalantly, "What family are you from?" The young man at the opposite end stammered, "A.V. Avery." Nicholas Flamel asked curiously, "Is this the Avery that the professor just mentioned?" Seeing Felix nod, he couldn't resist asking, "What did he do?" Felix said with a profound expression, "You'll see, isn't that what you came for?" Not far from here, Nicholas Flamel listened to what Felix said in the 7th grade classroom. He smacked his lips, the seeds of miracles. He pondered for a long time. They continued on their way and heard the memory of Felix saying to a freckled boy, "This is the Nicholas Flamel kind of rat." Nicholas couldn't help but laugh. Fantastic analogy. Felix felt a little embarrassed. He said this when he did not expect to be caught by the subject. Nicholas said thoughtfully, "So, the infamous Sirius Black is innocent, and Peter Pettigrew was the traitor? The only mystery is surrounding the animagus. Fidelius's charm, but the keeper isn't removable, so maybe the Potters have been lying to everyone from the start." Felix said calmly, "You should have thought of that and skipped some key elements." Nicholas smiled and said, "I couldn't have stuck my nose in your face and watch you in every detail. As unconvincing as it is, I'm just trying to salvage a part of your image from your mind." "Yet," Felix muttered. In another cluster of clouds, Nicholas asked him, "Who is this little girl?" "Hermione Granger, my assistant in the Ancient Runes class," Felix explained. "How sweet and understanding," Nicholas said admiringly as he watched Hermione place a pot of greenery on a square table stacked with books, giving the dimly lit left half of the space an extra touch of life. "What happened earlier, though? You look like you took some blow." "Oh, I see, accidental magic riot. This method is a little underdone, but..." Nicholas Flamel stopped talking as he looked at the image in the dark gold cloud, with the long bottoms holding Neville on one side and a disbelieving Felix on the other. "Next is a long road," Nicholas said, interesting about the golden runic sphere, and did not stop until he saw what happened at the summer Muggle meeting. "Finite spell, I have also used this magic. Sorry, people who are old are prone to fall into meaningless memories." Nicholas said emotionally, "What do you think of the Revolutionary Society as an organization?" "Young, with potential, represents the future." "Yes, young with potential, represents the future," Nicholas murmured. Nicholas Flamel watched with great interest the questions Felix had asked during the open class at the Paris University when Felix had used hypotheticals to outline the current state of the wizarding world and pressed the professor for his opinion. The old man chuckled and said, "You've got a lot of nerve, no wonder that Aura is out to get you." Felix explained, "Happened to catch up, and I did want to know what a professor of philosophy thought about the issue. With the help of other people's wisdom." The old man said, "The wise thing to do." In the Chamber of Secrets afterward, Nicholas couldn't help but complain about Dumbledore. "There are some things he does that I don't really agree with, but I'm not him and don't know on what basis he made that decision." Nicholas Flamel kept moving forward and in an office, he saw Dumbledore with his arms crossed with a serious face asking, "Why are you obsessed with coming to Hogwarts to teach?" Nicholas asked, "Is this your interview?" "Obviously, I was hired." Nicholas nodded as the cloud in front of him had silently turned navy blue, a memory from the 3 years after Felix's graduation, and the old man smiled and said, "Same color as my eyes." Here he sees a more real side of Felix, like a real ordinary person working and living in a technology company. "It's just so unexpected to me," Nicholas remarked. The 2 years before this was Felix's experience of traveling the world. Nicholas Flamel blinked and watched Felix travel through the black markets of different countries, picking and exchanging all kinds of magical items and handwritten notes, dealing mostly with dark wizards who roamed the grey areas, robbing, fighting back, setting traps. "Does blue mean sadness?" Nicholas asked as he stared at the blue, glowing dots of cloud. "No, I enjoyed the experience," Felix said. Okay." The next clouds on either side of the road turned dark gold once again, and he saw a younger, school-going Felix, a 6th or 7th year who received awe everywhere he went, and the crowd automatically moved out of the way as Felix smiled and nodded at them. "Because the Shafix left England? No worries," the old man thought to himself. But the next moment, Nicholas Flamel dismissed this suspicion. He saw that at the end of the 5th year, Felix visited some pure-blood families one by one. Nicholas Flamel stared at a set of dark golden clouds that kept churning, and he guessed that if the color of the clouds represented emotions, Felix at that time must have been delighted, with vengeful delight. It is a richly decorated room, bright green and silver striped single sofa. Sitting on it, is a young man with black hair and blue eyes. The fireplace decorated with gold patterns made a soft sound, and a middle-aged male wizard came out of it. He saw Felix, and his eyes showed surprise and panic. "Felix Hap, what are you doing here?" he roared angrily. "Who let you in? You are not welcome here." The young man said gently, "I felt the need to pay a visit, with regard to the disagreement between us." The male wizard turned furious. "What kind of trick are you pulling? Where is Dumbledore? He wants to strike the pure bloods." But immediately after, his body stiffened, like a stone statue, and his eyes kept moving down until finally, he found himself on his knees. All he could see were the shoes of the young man. "A very hidden spell, isn't it? I found it from the forbidden book section. I came over today to formally introduce myself, although I had already dealt with it last summer. What was that Parkinson's name again? Furthermore, I can't quite remember." His face swollen into a pumpkin. "Well, a curse rebound." "James." The man with the last name Parkinson yelled low. A house elf appeared out of nowhere, and the next second a red light flashed, and the elf fell unconscious to the ground. Felix stood up and passed by the male wizard. "As he's looking at the portrait hanging on the wall, I purposely did my homework before I came. Your family also produced a Minister of Magic, Perseus Parkinson. During the governing period he attempted to pass the bill illegal to marry a muggle. The result was unsuccessful. A bit of a shame, isn't it? Such ideas can only be kept in the family and cannot be accepted by the public." His wand nudged the male wizard's head. The face of the kneeling head Parkinson turned purple, going from hatred to resignation to disillusionment and fear in 2 minutes. "What do you need me to do, Mr. Hap?" "Be a good boy and stop jumping around. I promised Headmaster Dumbledore I wouldn't pursue this." Nicholas Flamel said softly, "I knew the Parkinson family had been pretty subdued over the years. They used to be pretty radical." He asked curiously, "All the families that have suddenly faded in recent years are related to you?" "Well, then I need to count them carefully," Felix said uncertainly. As they continued on their way, a huge cloud kept churning, bringing out wisps of hazy clouds, and the image gradually became clear, the memory of Felix initiating a duel at the beginning of the 5th year. Hogwarts Great Hall in a corner. After Dumbledore's welcome speech, young Felix unhurriedly put on the gloves. The seats on either side of him were empty, which made it easy for him to stand up and walk calmly to a blonde boy. Felix slowly removed his gloves while saying slowly, "Shafik, one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families? Noble, glorious, or maybe just a piece of scum that only hides in shady corners and sneaks around, I guess, with dirty blood flowing in every inch of your veins. I wonder if it's true." He threw the gloves at the blonde boy's face. The blonde boy's body had long been stiff and sweaty, and the white glove stuck in his neck and fell to the ground, stained with dust, because his body kept shaking. He stammered, Felix. Be nice, I've told you before, don't let me down. Felix's eyes were dead on him, and he said mockingly, you're Shafik. I give up. The blonde Shafik fell out of his seat, limp. Felix Hap. Snape strides over from the professor's chair as he bellowed, what are you trying to do? Professor, Felix yawned slightly, as you can see, I want to see if the blood of this family is red or black. Snape's hand trembled with anger as he whispered, stop your boring revenge game, Dumbledore has stepped in, where you can't see. Believe me, he will make the Shafiks pay. I want more, Felix said, with a strange light in his eyes, why to keep this rotten family in the way? Felix Hap, Snape suppressed the panic in his heart as he saw a glimpse of another man in the eyes of his young student, I forbid you to do so. Felix played with his wand and did not speak. Dumbledore walked over, and he said in a quiet voice, Minerva, take Shafik away, the others he raised his voice, led by the head of grade, returned to the common room. On the memory path, Felix inquired, do you have any insight, Nicholas? Think I'm going too far? Nicholas didn't respond to the unpleasant subject and continued on his way. He saw the end of the 4th year when Felix walked out the door of the school and fought through all sorts of bad curses to knock those who attacked him to the ground. Even when one of them had his head turned twice as big as it was hard to feel sympathy because that curse originated from him. The memories of the entire 4th year are a miserable white, unbearably monotonous, everywhere Felix can be seen practicing his spell in various unoccupied corners, and 1,000 images together make up the entire memory of the year. In a shadowy cave in the Forbidden Forest, a dazzling green light illuminates the cramped, damp space, revealing a taut visage. Avada Kedavra. Yeah, it's supposed to work pretty well, and it took me quite a bit of effort to find it. Felix said in a relaxed tone. Nicholas shook his head, disapproving of his words, unforgivable curse will corrupt the mind, even Aura has to receive regular psychological counseling, let alone you were just a child. The situation was special, I didn't think that much about it, and you missed it, a ghost friend of mine stopped me. Is that lady, I remember you called her Helena. The other one, the one covered in silvery white blood. Nicholas Flamel insisted, either way, you shouldn't be learning dark magic, especially at such a young age. Oh, thanks for caring. The old man said with a stern face, I can tell that's a fake word. Nicholas Flamel is moody, standing in front of a huge black cloud that emits a deep black mist like a huge beast with its teeth and claws, and he seems to hear the beast roaring, but everything is his illusion, it is the picture of the beginning of the 4th grade. Dozens of owls hovered over the long, empty great hall room table, with only young Felix sitting with his back turned to them, as the owls dropped a red letter, which twisted and opened its mouth wide, saying vicious words. Filthy Mudblood. Shame on Slytherin, don't let me see you, or I'll crush your bones one by one. Have you ever heard of the unforgivable curse? Cruciatus curse. A piercing laugh followed. Curse your name, curse your blood. The voices of dozens of howlers echoed through the great hall, intertwining together, making it difficult to hear the words, and only nasty words could be heard among the words that were spoken. The young wizards cowered and hid, the Slytherin students looked on coldly, and the other 3 houses whispered noisily. Bang! All the letters were blown into ashes, Felix stood up with an expressionless face, and the crowd automatically parted him away. Oh, my God! Professor McGonagall said in a panic as she hurried over to the Slytherin table, which had become a mess. She yelled angrily, evil, vile, gutter-hiding people. Totally underhanded, and shameless. Are you all right, Hap? She said cautiously, her hand on Felix's shoulder, which bounced away as if it had been electrocuted. I'm fine, Professor. The young Felix said calmly, better than ever. On the path, Nicholas Flamel frowned deeply and opened his mouth several times to say something, but he said nothing. What followed were long grey clouds, a low mass of dark clouds swirling and swimming, as if they had entered a deep sea, with black reefs attached to a whirlpool that swirled up a large area of seawater and water mist. Some words were like worms that kept burrowing into Nicholas Flamel's ears. You want to make a move? I just teach you to be a man, scum is scum everywhere, mudblood is mudblood, did I say wrong? Come and listen, everyone, which of my words are wrong? You joined in a good time, if you ask me, in the morning you became a 2nd year, you will be used as material for practicing magic, I know a big man, he has this fetish. I have jars at home for house elves, just the right size. Nicholas Flamel kept picking up his pace, trying to cross the path, but it seemed extraordinarily long, and he looked back as Felix listened calmly, oblivious to it all. Felix, don't you care? I'm actually quite lucky, Felix smiled, the same grade as me can't beat me, the upper grades are limited to school rules can only watch, after all, the punishment was still quite harsh. But if I can't resist taking the initiative towards the seniors, it's not within the scope of protection, people should always be allowed to defend themselves, right? So for a long time they've been chattering in my ear, childishly, just being smart-mouthed, like nagging, gibbering flies. It doesn't really affect me. Nicholas Flamel did not speak, the black clouds on either side still tormenting his ears. You put my brother in the hospital wing, my own brother, and I wanted to teach you a lesson. Unfortunately, Professor Snape warned me, what a shame, who made me 4 years ahead of you. You don't want to hit me, do you, little mudblood? Do you know which family I'm from? What's your name? This is Felix, who has just enrolled in school, asking warily. Oh, I'm your prefect, Chesterton Avery, remember that last name. I expect you to address me with respect as Prefect Avery. We'll get along for at least 3 years, that's if you don't drop out. Nicholas Flamel walked forward in a stride, leaving the various annoying voices behind as Felix followed nonchalantly. Walk slower. I suddenly realized that it doesn't feel too bad to have someone to share the past with. To be honest, I'm tired of making up lies, but it's hard to find the right person. The old man ignored Felix's chatter and finally, he crossed the area, and a great wave of joy wrapped around him as the pale golden sunlight appeared. Golden, light clouds floated like candy floss, reflecting the colorful light. Nicholas Flamel stared raptly at the image above. A young boy with short black hair sitting in the yard, quietly reading a book, a dozen other boys and girls in the yard, laughing and playing, 4 half-grown kids sweating around a simple basketball hoop. Hey, little Felix, play with us. The short-haired boy lifted the book in his hand. Wait until I finish these 2 pages. He suddenly looked up, his eyes glowing ahead as if he were locking eyes with Nicholas Flamel. Felix caught up slowly. You're not moving very slowly, eh? This is... He looked at the boy on the screen, whose light blue eyes blinked and twinkled, revealing a bright smile as he extended his hand towards him. Felix blinked and similarly extended his hand, and the two seemed to clasp hands together. Swoop! An owl landed on the boy's hand, carrying a letter in its beak. It appeared to be a brown letter made of parchment, with an address written in dark green ink on one side with a wax seal and a coat of arms with a capital H in the center, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. On the passage. This is the day I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts. This is it, Felix. Nicholas Flamel said softly, and the two returned to reality. This is 2 in 1 chapter, so there will only be 1 chapter tomorrow. There are 327 chapters on P_Atrian. 300, chapter 300 demonstration. Felix opened his eyes as if he is in a different world. He looked at the old man on the bed, took a sneakoscope out of his pocket, and put it in his hand. The sneakoscope began to spin in a circular motion, and a piece of crisp, pleasant music sounded. Is this a sneakoscope? Nicholas asked in a soft tone, Anti-what? The two had explored the issue, and he knew that Felix had found 7 types of sneakoscope production methods from the ancient books, and also changed it into a runic creation, and he also made a lot of suggestions. It's just a prank, it senses a person's body heat and rings when the grip is loosened. The old man laughed, if you don't tell me, I may have to think about it for a while. He thought quietly for a moment, then reached out his hand and grasped the sneakoscope, and his voice paused. Albus, call Albus for me. Felix waved his wand, a silver light disappeared, and soon, Dumbledore appeared at the entrance. He quickly came to the bedside, slightly leaned down to examine Nicholas Flamel. It looked like he is intact. Dumbledore got visibly relieved. Headmaster Dumbledore, you didn't think I was going to do something, did you? Felix said with an odd look on his face. He looked right at the edge and saw clearly that there is no communication between the two, purely because Dumbledore was worried about Nicholas Flamel's well-being. You're overthinking it, Felix. Dumbledore said with a smile as he straightened up. Nicholas Flamel clutched the sneakoscope with one hand with a death grip, and he said in a trembling voice, Albus, please bear witness that everything I have, belongs to Felix Hap. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, I will respect your will, Nick. Felix. The old man's eyes turned to Felix, struggling to keep his eyes open and look at the blurred shadow through a layer of white haze. I'm here, Nicholas. Felix said. A golden key floated and flew toward him, as he spread his palm to allow it to fall into his hand, which still had the residual warmth of the old man's body on it. I hope you don't blame the frustrations of your childhood. It's not necessarily it's a bad thing, I believe you him. Nicholas Flamel coughed violently, his eyes bulging out as he gasped and continued, believe that you will become a legend in this new age. Dumbledore glanced at Felix with shock. What had happened in the last half-hour prior, and how did his old friend suddenly acknowledge him? A legend. Dumbledore can clearly detect the strong expectations contained in this evaluation. Felix did not evade Dumbledore's probing eyes. He looked at Nicholas Flamel with some trance. The old man finished his sentence, gasping softly, reciting his wife's name, Pernell. Half an hour later, the sneakoscope in his hand suddenly rang. The sound of melodious music echoed in the house. The key in Felix's hand bloomed with light, and at this moment he became the owner of this safe house. while at the same time a series of hidden addresses flowed in his mind. Half an hour later, Felix and Dumbledore stood in front of a tombstone. At the request of Nicholas Flamel, he is buried together with his wife Pernell, an aviary, not far from the first residence of Nicholas and his wife after they graduated from Beauxbatons School. The two then stood in silence for a while, and Dumbledore cast a ward to hide this piece of land from the public. Felix reached out his fingers and touched gently, the air in front of him rippled like water. The two wandered along the path. "Need to talk, Felix?" Dumbledore asked gently. "I'm not that fragile." Felix muttered, disgruntled, "You might as well spend your time looking for Voldemort's Horcruxes." Dumbledore showed a smile. "Ah, it is true that recently I have been distracted by some trivial matters, and Tom's life is really rich, and he has been in contact with a considerable number of people, but," he winked mischievously, "I still found a useful clue." "About the third Horcrux?" "I guess so, and perhaps the secret of a fourth Horcrux. I made an appointment with a poor house elf, but she's in bad shape and I have to hurry." Felix nodded. He pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "How strong is Voldemort? Are you unable to deal with him as well, just because of the Horcrux's unkillable nature?" "There is this reason, but in addition to the Horcrux, he himself is also a master of dark magic, not to mention, he disappeared during those years, doing all kinds of experiments on himself." Dumbledore said calmly, in his own words, "He pushed magic to an extreme that had never been seen before." "That sounds a bit arrogant." "Indeed, but I have to admit that there is some truth to his words." Dumbledore said, that above statement could be changed to, he advanced certain magic to an unprecedented degree. "And others? Very shallow." "That's right, with all due respect, is pathetically inept." Felix thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Lady Rowena Ravenclaw once said that she and the other three founders already counted as magical beings." "Is that so?" Dumbledore said, no surprise evident in his tone. "Felix, I am not in a position to give you much useful insight. When I was younger, I did, for a not so short time, think I was an omnipotent, magical being. That's a too modest statement, and I was too arrogant at the time." So Felix held his breath. "You did go into a fantastic state." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "I can demonstrate it a little, of course, just a demonstration." "What do I have to do?" "Cast a spell at me? Well, not too powerful. I need to remind you that the person standing in front of you is 100 years old." Felix felt a little excited. This would be his first chance to experience the magical attainments of Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard. He took a few steps back, straightened his body, thought about it in his mind, and cautiously threw out a level 3 stunning spell. He looked at Dumbledore with an expectant gaze. How is Dumbledore going to demonstrate the other realm of magic? Ding! Red light like a meteor swiftly flew towards the other side. Dumbledore dexterously extended his right hand, curled his fingers, and flicked the spell away, like flicking away a fly or something. He then nodded politely, "Thank you for being considerate of my old age. According to your standards, this should be a level 3 magic spell? If it's any stronger, I might have to make a fool of myself." Felix looked at Dumbledore in amazement. He himself can also resist a few powerful stunning spells, but he is keenly aware of the difference between the two. His method is actually the same as the Ministry of Magic Auror, resistance to specific spells, while Dumbledore did something much more magical. He had a feeling what stood before him resembled a magical creature in Dumbledore's skin, like a manticore, a magical creature whose skin, as far as he knew, repelled almost all known spells. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you. Not as magical as you think. I'm old and barely left with a few tricks that count as magical. I have no doubt as Nick thinks that you will go farther than me in the future." Felix knew that those words signaled the end of the conversation, and he could only memorize the image of what had just happened and ponder it when he had time. "Are you going back to school, Headmaster Dumbledore?" "I still need to take care of a few things." The two parted ways on a hill covered with pale yellow wildflowers, as Felix, draped in the sunset haze, walked from the edge of the forbidden forest toward the castle. As he approached the castle gates, he heard a rush of footsteps in front of him, but there is nothing in front of him. "Oh, Professor, I finally found you." Hermione suddenly appeared out of the air, panting, her hand holding a mercury-like cloak of invisibility. Felix took his wand up into his sleeve. "What happened?" "Sirius. You need to save Sirius, as well as Harry, Professor Lupin, and Snape," Hermione said with a frightened expression and a shrill voice. "A large influx of Dementors, they're blocking the sky." Number Bonobo, thanks for your support. There are 329 chapters on P_Atreon. 301.